The peaceful silence disappeared in an instant. The story shifted to a dark, abandoned underground facility where a heavily armed squad moved forward with extreme caution. Every soldier wore advanced combat armor and carried futuristic weapons, carefully checking every corner as they searched the area. One of them activated the scanner built into his helmet. The machine let out a sharp mechanical whir as it scanned the entire room, painting the surroundings in a glowing red digital map. Suddenly, the scanner detected movement. A dark figure shot across the corridor so fast that it was almost impossible to see. Over there, the soldiers immediately raised their weapons and rushed after the mysterious target, preparing for whatever was hiding in the darkness. Then, without warning, a blinding flash erupted from deep within the corridor, instantly swallowing everything in brilliant white light. The strange creature suddenly appeared from the blinding light. It looked more like a frightened wild Mori than a monster. Barefoot, covered in scars and wearing nothing but torn clothes, it immediately raised its arms to shield its eyes from the harsh light. Then in the next second it bolted. The Mori dashed across the room with unbelievable speed, leaving the soldiers stunned. Fire! One soldier instantly pulled the trigger, but the creature twisted its body at the last moment. The blast slammed into the floor instead, missing its target completely. Now, the squad quickly launched a capture net, trying to trap the fleeing creature before it could escape. The heavy net shot through the air with a loud whoosh, racing straight toward its target. Imagine waking up to a world you don't even recognize. For the first time in his young life, Mori opens his eyes not to cold, damp darkness but to blinding, golden sunlight. He reaches out, blinking past the glare as warmth fills the room around him. His small body is covered in faded scars, painful reminders of a brutal past spent hiding in the dark basement of an abandoned building. To Mori, that dark ruin was the only home he had ever known. But now, everything has completely changed. Wiggling his bare toes, Mori hesitantly steps off the bed and onto the floor. It feels strange. There's no dirt, no sharp rubble, and no cold concrete. Just a clean, smooth wooden surface under his feet. As he tries to walk, he wobbles and stumbles like a young animal learning to stand for the very first time. Every tiny detail here feels like magic to him. He looks down at himself. His rough, filthy rags have been replaced with soft, clean clothes. He doesn't have to hunt or scavenge anymore. Fresh food and sweet fruit are brought directly to him every single day. He has officially entered the children's protection zone, a place meant to shelter lost souls like him. But can a child who survived in the wild ever truly adapt to a life of comfort? Even with soft beds and warm meals, the walls of the shelter feel too quiet, almost overwhelming for a boy forged in hardship. Instead of staying inside, Mori wanders out into the open air, climbing up to the highest hilltop where the bright blue sky stretches endlessly above him. He stands there watching the wind move through the grass, searching for answers. He may be safe for now. But deep down, Mori knows his real journey hasn't even begun yet. What secrets lie beyond this peaceful sanctuary on a quiet, sun-drenched hill? Mori sits alone in the tall grass trying to process his new world. Suddenly, two children approach him with friendly smiles, asking him to come and play. To any normal child, this would be an invitation to make friends. But to Mori, human contact means danger. Panicked, his feral instincts instantly take over. Mori drops onto all fours, arching his back and letting out a sharp, wild hiss. The other kids scream in terror, running away as fast as their legs can carry them. They don't understand that Mori isn't trying to be cruel, he is terrified. To a boy who survived among wild predators, an unfamiliar approach feels like an incoming attack. As the children run off, silence returns to the hill. A bright yellow butterfly gently flutters near Mori's hair, breaking his tension. He falls back into the soft grass with a quiet tumble, staring peacefully up at the sky. In a high window overlooking the grounds, the shelter's red-haired director silently watches him. Standing beside her, a staff member shares a heartbreaking truth. Mori doesn't speak a single word, not because he can't, but because no human was ever there to teach him. The rescue team who saved him uncovered a shocking secret. Mori spent his entire childhood raised among wild beasts. How can a boy born to the wild ever find his place in a human world? High above in her office, the shelter's red-haired director gazes out the window at the young boy. Just like Mowgli, she softly remarks. Her young staff member tilts her head in confusion. Mowgli, ma'am, the director smiles faintly, reflecting on times long past. Mowgli was a character from a legendary story told long ago, a boy who belonged to the wild just like Mori. Suddenly the shelter bell rings across the courtyard. Ding dong. Inside the grand hallway, the children cheer as they gather around. Mori stands quietly near the back, his large dark eyes filled with wonder. He watches as a caretaker hands out sealed envelopes bearing red wax seals. What's that? Mori wonders silently, almost as if reading his mind. A young red-haired girl with braided pigtails approaches him. That's a letter, she explains kindly. Patrons send them to us. Sometimes they even send presents. She turns to Mori with a warm, innocent smile and asks, "Do you have a patron?" Taking Mori by the hand, the young red-haired girl Rowena gladly explains the shelter's biggest dynamic. Having a patron means you have an adult who cares about you. She insists that adults are nice, though after a quick debate with the other kids, she dramatically compromises. Fine, half are nice, half are mean. As they spend their days together, Rowena fills Mori in on all the shelter gossip. She complains about Matthew showing off a massive gift from his patron, mocks Lily's overly frilly new dress, and whispers in horror about Joe actually talking directly to his patron. When Mori looks back at her curiously, Rowena proudly crosses her arms and smiles. Oh me, I don't need a patron. Inside a dimly lit room, huddled together under a warm blanket fort, Rowena shares her sweetest secret with Mori. Her mother didn't abandon her, she promised to come back. All Rowena has to do is sleep for 100 nights. 100 nights, and her mom will return just like that. Sitting in the warm glow of the lantern, Rowena whispers softly to Mori, I hope she'll come soon. Mori glances out the window into the deep dark night. Above him, countless stars glitter across the sky, almost looking like they are whizzing past from a planet far, far away. The next day in class, the teacher holds up paper cutouts of a green alien and a human, cheerfully telling the students how everyone learned to get along and become friends. Suddenly, a boy wearing oversized round glasses dramatically pushes up his frames. It's all a big fat lie, he declares, curious. The children, including Moro and Rowena, gather around him at the playground as he smacks open a massive, heavy book. Where'd you get that from? One girl asks, leaning in. With a clever sparkle in his eyes, the boy whispers his secret. The principal's office. The yellowed pages. It says that long ago an alien came down to planet Earth. Massive, towering spectral beings appeared over human cities, glowing with a rainbow light. Panic spread fast. The military moved in, news anchors broadcast emergency warnings, and world leaders met in secret, desperate for a plan. The humans retaliated with everything they had, tanks, missiles, and eventually their ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb. But you know what the alien did? The boy whispers, leaning in close. As the missile soared toward the alien entity, it simply tapped the weapon. A swirling cosmic void opened up, absorbing the entire explosion instantly. Gulp, it just swallowed it like a piece of candy. That's why the humans had to surrender. Children sit in stunned silence on the playground merry-go-round. Then a small voice breaks the spell, staring up at a passing butterfly. Why would it eat a bomb? I'm hungry. Ringing of the shelter bell cuts through the afternoon air. Inside, the kids crowd around as the teacher calls out names for mail call. Mori blinks in surprise as the teacher kneels down, handing him a thick, sealed envelope. This came for you, she says with a gentle smile. Looks like you have a patron now. Isn't that exciting? Mori stares down at the sealed letter, wide-eyed, barely able to process the news. Clatter, a toy bucket and plastic shovel hit the wooden floorboards. Mori turns toward the doorway. Standing in the entrance is Rowena, her hands trembling. Big tears pool in her eyes and spill over her cheeks as she sniffles quietly. While Mori has finally found a patron, Rowena is left facing the painful reality of being left behind. At first, the orphanage seemed peaceful. The warm afternoon sunlight quietly entered the room, and everything looked completely normal. But behind a small curtain, someone was crying. It was Rowena. She had hidden herself away from everyone, curling her body into a small ball as tears continued falling from her eyes. When Mori came closer, Rowena immediately told him to leave her alone. But Mori didn't move. He simply stood there, staring at her with a confused expression. Mori wasn't good at understanding emotions. He didn't know why Rowena was crying, and he definitely didn't know the right words to comfort her. Still, he stayed. Around Rowena were several small things she clearly treasured. Even a simple cookie seemed important. Mori looked at everything in confusion, wondering what had happened. Then Rowena finally spoke. She had been counting the nights, one night, then another and another. Her mother had told her to wait. Perhaps she thought Rowena would eventually forget. Perhaps she believed a small child couldn't count very high. But Rowena never stopped counting. More than 100 nights had already passed, and her mother still hadn't returned. The anger on Rowena's face slowly disappeared, her voice became weak, and finally she admitted the painful truth: she was alone. The moment Mori heard those words, he became silent. He didn't have an answer. He couldn't promise that Rowena's mother would return. He couldn't magically remove her sadness. So Mori did the only thing he could think of. He sat beside her, no complicated words, no empty promises. He simply stayed close, and strangely, that was exactly what Rowena needed. She slowly leaned against Mori, then the tears came again. Mori remained completely still as Rowena cried beside him. For a short moment, these two lonely children understood each other without saying anything. Rowena's breakdown and Mori quietly staying beside her formed the emotional opening of this section. But the heavy atmosphere didn't last forever. After calming down, Rowena suddenly offered Mori her cookie. Mori froze. His eyes locked onto it immediately. For this boy, food was serious business. He stared at the cookie so intensely that Rowena quickly noticed, and then she decided to tease him. Rowena moved the cookie. Mori's head followed it. She moved it again. Mori followed again, left, right, up, down. Mori's entire body seemed controlled by one tiny cookie. Watching him, Rowena finally couldn't hold herself back. She laughed, a genuine laugh, and just like that, the sadness that had filled the room moments earlier began to disappear. Mori might not have known how to comfort Rowena with words, but somehow, his innocent behavior had made her smile again. However, Rowena soon remembered something important. Mori couldn't read, so she decided to teach him. She placed a piece of paper in front of him and showed him one simple word: hello. Mori stared at the letters. Rowena waited, but his blank expression said everything. This wasn't going to be easy. Still, Rowena tried, because without realizing it, these two lonely children were slowly becoming friends. But just when the day seemed peaceful, something small caught Mori's attention. A beautiful blue flower. Mori carefully reached toward it. He had no idea that this tiny flower would soon become connected to memories, letters, and a mysterious person who was about to change his entire life. And the very next morning, Mori would receive something completely unexpected. Mori carefully picked up the small blue flower. At first it looked like nothing more than an ordinary wildflower, but the moment he brought it closer and breathed in its scent, something about it captured him. The fragrance was soft, warm, almost comforting. Mori sniffed it again and then again. That night, while the other children slept peacefully, Mori remained beneath his blanket with the flower close to him. He couldn't stop smelling it. Maybe the scent reminded him of something, or perhaps someone Mori himself didn't understand. Eventually his tired eyes slowly closed, and in his dreams the darkness disappeared. Suddenly Mori found himself surrounded by beautiful blue flowers. They stretched around him like an endless field. For once the boy looked completely peaceful, but that peaceful dream didn't last long. The next morning, the loud church bell rang. Mori woke up, and almost immediately someone called his name. Mori, the boy quickly looked up. There was a letter waiting for him. Mori stared at it with curiosity. Of course, there was one small problem: he still couldn't properly read. But this letter wasn't the only surprise, because waiting nearby was a huge pile of packages. Mori froze. The other children gathered around him, equally shocked. Who could possibly send this much stuff to one child? Then the packages were opened, and everyone's eyes widened. There was a wooden rocking horse, building blocks, drawing paper, and an enormous collection of colorful crayons. For the other children these were toys, but for Mori, it was like discovering an entirely new world. The morning letter and the huge pile of gifts marked the next major change in Mori's life. The children immediately began wondering about Mori's mysterious patron. Who was this person? Someone rich, someone important? One child suddenly offered another possibility. Sometimes adults became extremely generous when they felt guilty. Mori listened carefully. He didn't completely understand, but his attention quickly returned to the gifts, especially the crayons. Mori picked one up. He examined it from every direction. Rowena quickly realized he had no idea how to use it, so she grabbed a crayon and pressed it against the paper. A bright line appeared. Mori's eyes widened. He looked at the crayon, then the paper, then the crayon again. To Mori, this was magic. He immediately tried it himself. A new color appeared, then another and another. There were so many colors that Mori could barely contain his excitement. Soon the children were gathered around the paper, drawing and playing together. Even the strange talking doll became part of their fun. For a brief moment, Mori forgot every unanswered question. He forgot about the mysterious sender. He forgot about the letter he couldn't read. He was simply a child enjoying something new. But then the principal appeared with another announcement. The weather outside was perfect, and that meant it was time to do the laundry. The children were sent outside. Large wooden tubs were filled with water and clothes. Then everyone climbed inside. They began stomping on the laundry with their bare feet. The other children laughed as their toes became wrinkled. Rowena tried to act unimpressed, but Mori absolutely loved it. He stomped harder. Water splashed everywhere. Soap bubbles flew through the air, and the harder Mori worked, the happier he became. For a boy who had experienced so little of the world, even washing clothes felt like a grand adventure. Everything seemed peaceful. Everyone was laughing. But then a voice suddenly echoed across the field. Stopped moving for a second. She didn't react. Then the voice called again. Her eyes widened. She slowly turned around, and standing in the distance was someone Rowena had waited more than 100 nights to see. Her mother had finally returned. For a moment Rowena couldn't move. She simply stood inside the laundry tub, staring into the distance. Then she saw her. A woman was running across the field. Her long red hair moved in the wind as she called Rowena's name again. And suddenly Rowena understood. It was her mother, the same person she had waited for every night, the same person she had cried over after more than 100 nights. She had finally returned. Mom! Rowena jumped from the tub and ran. She didn't care about the laundry. She didn't care about her wet clothes. She only ran faster, and the moment she reached her mother, Rowena threw herself into her arms. Her mother held her tightly. Rowena cried, but this time those tears weren't caused by loneliness. They were tears of relief. The waiting was finally over. Nearby, Mori quietly watched them. He didn't say anything. He simply stared at Rowena hugging her mother. Perhaps Mori didn't fully understand what he was feeling, but something about that reunion stayed inside his heart, because Rowena had received the one thing Mori had never stopped wondering about: mother. Soon the time came for Rowena to leave the orphanage. She was going home. Before leaving, Rowena had one final conversation with Mori, and naturally, she started by scolding him. Mori had a bad habit of swallowing food too quickly, so Rowena warned him to chew properly before swallowing. Mori listened with a serious expression, then he nodded. It almost sounded like a small promise, but Rowena wasn't finished. She reached into her belongings and pulled out a pair of boots. Mori stared at them. Rowena wanted him to have them. Until now, Mori had often walked around barefoot. With these boots, his feet would finally be protected. To anyone else, they were just shoes. To Mori, they were a precious gift from his first real friend. He carefully accepted them. Then Rowena suddenly hugged him. Mori froze. She held him tightly and wished that one day he would get everything he wanted. For a second, Mori didn't know how to react. Then his expression softened. He wrapped his arms around Rowena and hugged her back. Neither of them needed to say much. They both understood. This was goodbye. Soon Rowena walked away beside her mother. The children gathered together and waved. Mori stood among them, watching his friends slowly disappear into the distance. Rowena's reunion, the boots she gives Mori, and their final hug turned the episode toward Mori's own longing for family. And then Mori found himself back on the hilltop. Alone, Rowena was gone. Her absence was impossible to ignore, but strangely, Mori didn't feel completely lonely. He still had the letters, the gifts, the warm red cape. The colorful crayons, and the strange talking doll. Most importantly, he still had the mysterious blue flower and the gentle scent of wildflowers surrounding the letters. The story emphasizes Mori's letters and gifts, including the warm cape, crayons, doll, and wildflower scent. Mori slowly lifted one of the letters. He breathed in its familiar scent, and for the first time, a dangerous question entered his innocent mind. Rowena's mother had returned for her. So what about Mori? Who was sending him these letters? Who was buying all those gifts? Who was thinking about him from far away? Mori's eyes slowly widened. Could his mysterious patron actually be his mother? And once that thought entered Mori's mind, there was no way to stop what he would do next. Mori sat quietly on the hill. The orphanage was peaceful, but without Rowena beside him. Something felt different. He looked down at the things he had received, the letters, the colorful crayons, the strange talking doll, and the warm red cape wrapped around his small body. Every single gift had come from the same mysterious person, his patron. Until now, Mori had simply accepted them. He never questioned why someone would send him so much. But after seeing Rowena reunited with her mother, Mori could no longer ignore one thought. What if his patron was his mother? Mori slowly picked up one of the letters. He brought it close to his face. Then he noticed the scent again, wildflowers. That same soft, familiar fragrance. Mori closed his eyes. The blue flower, the letters, the gifts, somehow everything felt connected. The episode visually focuses on Mori's letters, gifts, and the familiar wildflower scent as his thoughts begin turning toward the mysterious patron. His imagination began to race. Maybe his mother was somewhere far away. Maybe she couldn't come to the orphanage. Maybe the letters were her way of reaching him, and maybe she was waiting for Mori to find her. It was a simple idea. An innocent idea, but to Mori, it suddenly felt like the answer to everything. He had just watched Rowena wait more than 100 nights for her mother, and in the end, her mother came back, so why couldn't the same thing happen to him? Mori's expression slowly changed. The sadness disappeared. In its place came determination. That night, while the orphanage became quiet, Mori made his decision. He was going to leave. He opened the bag Rowena had given him, then he began packing. One by one, Mori gathered the things that mattered most, his letters, his small belongings, the memories he could carry. He carefully placed everything inside. Mori wasn't packing like a child preparing for a short walk. Without even realizing it, he was preparing for a journey with no map, no destination, and no guarantee that the person he wanted to find was even waiting for him. But Mori didn't think about the danger. He only thought about one thing, Mom. Soon, Mori was ready. The red cape rested on his shoulders. His bag was packed, and Rowena's boots were now on his feet. He quietly stepped outside. No one stopped him. The other children were sleeping. The night air was cold and silent. Mori walked a short distance before suddenly stopping. Then he turned around. In the distance stood the orphanage. Warm lights glowed through its windows. This was the place that had protected him, the place where he had learned to smile, the place where he had met Rowena. For a moment, Mori simply stared. Then he slowly raised his hand. A quiet goodbye. The final sequence shows Mori packing his belongings and leaving the orphanage alone beneath the night sky. After that, Mori turned away and continued walking, one small step after another. The orphanage slowly disappeared behind him. The lights became smaller. The voices of the children were gone now. Mori was completely alone. For the first time, he wasn't wandering without a reason. He had a goal. He was going to find his mother. Then, deep in the darkness, Mori discovered something, an old railway track. The metal rails stretched far into the distance. Mori stared at them. He had no idea where they led, but somewhere inside his innocent mind, he believed they could take him closer to his mother. So Mori stepped onto the railway and began following it. Alone under a sky filled with stars, the boy had finally left the only home he knew. But Mori had no idea what was waiting beyond the darkness, and the path ahead was about to become far more dangerous than he could ever imagine. The railway stretched endlessly into the darkness. Mori stood beside the tracks, staring ahead. He had no map, no money, and no idea where his mother actually lived. But none of that mattered to him, because inside Mori's innocent heart, one thought had already become the truth. His mother was somewhere out there, and he was going to find her. Mori tightened his bag and continued walking. The red cape wrapped around his small body. Rowena's boots protected his feet. And inside his bag were the letters that had started everything, every gift, every mysterious message. Every trace of that familiar wildflower scent. Mori believed they were clues. Maybe his mother had been thinking about him all this time. Maybe she had been unable to return, or maybe she was waiting for him. The story's final pages show Mori leaving the orphanage at night and continuing toward the railway with his belongings. The little boy continued following the tracks step by step. The orphanage was now far behind him. There was no Rowena to guide him, no principal to protect him, and no warm bed waiting when he became tired. For the first time in his life, Mori was truly alone, but strangely he wasn't afraid. Whenever doubt entered his mind, Mori remembered Rowena. She had waited more than 100 nights. She believed her mother would return, and eventually, she did. That memory gave Mori hope. If Rowena could find her mother again, then maybe Mori could do the same. So he kept walking. Above him, countless stars filled the night sky. Around him, the forest remained silent. And ahead of him, the railway disappeared into an unknown world. Mori didn't understand how dangerous this journey could become to him. Finding his mother sounded simple. Just follow the road, keep moving forward, and eventually, he would meet her. But the world outside the orphanage was much bigger than Mori imagined. There were places he had never seen, people he had never met, and dangers a small child couldn't possibly understand. Still, Mori continued forward, because this wasn't just a journey. For Mori, it was a promise to himself that he would discover the truth, Who was his mysterious patron? Why did the letters smell like wildflowers? And most importantly, where was his mother? Mori looked toward the distant railway, then he took another step. The episode closes with the railway and Mori's journey into the unknown, after the earlier pages establish his belief that his patron might somehow be connected to his mother. At the beginning, Mori was simply a strange little boy living in an orphanage. He couldn't read, he barely understood the world, and he didn't even know how to comfort someone who was crying. But after meeting Rowena, something inside him changed. He learned what it meant to have a friend, he watched a daughter reunite with her mother, and for the first time, Mori discovered what he truly wanted. He wanted to meet his mom. And so, beneath the endless night sky, a small boy followed the railway toward an uncertain future. He didn't know where it would take him, he didn't know who he would meet, and he had absolutely no idea what secrets were waiting at the end of his journey. But one thing was certain, Mori's real story had finally begun, and what awaited him beyond the railway would change his life forever. The night passed quietly. Hidden inside a moving train, Mori slept between old sacks and cargo. The little boy had no ticket, no plan, and absolutely no idea where the train was taking him, but somehow he had managed to climb aboard, and in Mori's innocent mind that was enough, because this train might take him far away, far enough to find his mother. As the train continued across the endless land, Mori finally woke from his sleep. He slowly lifted his head and looked around. Everything was shaking. The floor vibrated beneath him. A strange metallic sound echoed through the carriage. Mori sniffed the air, still half asleep. Then curiosity took over. He climbed toward the open side of the train and looked outside, and what Mori saw left him speechless. The world was enormous. The train twisted through a vast, dry landscape, surrounded by rocky mountains and endless open land. Smoke poured from the engine as it raced along the tracks. For Mori, who had spent most of his life around the orphanage, this was an entirely new world. He stared into the distance with wide eyes. Somewhere beyond that horizon, his mother might be waiting. The train carried Mori far from the only home he had ever known, continuing his journey to find his mother. But then, the journey suddenly changed. Mori was no longer riding the train. Now the small boy found himself standing completely alone in the middle of a huge desert. There were no buildings, no trees, no familiar faces, only sand, rocks, and an endless sky. Mori looked around, then he started walking step, step, step. The heat was brutal, the land seemed to continue forever. Still, Mori kept moving. He climbed over rough rocks and searched the empty landscape. For a moment, everything remained silent. Then Mori noticed something strange, a distant sound. He stopped, his eyes shifted toward the horizon, and suddenly, bang, a gunshot shattered the silence. Mori froze. Before he could understand what was happening, motorcycles appeared in the distance. Several armed men were racing across the desert. Another gunshot rang out. Mori's eyes widened in terror. These weren't friendly travelers, and they were coming straight toward him. Mori immediately ran. His tiny legs moved as fast as possible while motorcycles rushed past him. Dust exploded into the air, engines roared. The armed riders surrounded the area like hunters chasing prey. Mori desperately tried to escape. But compared to the motorcycles, he was far too slow. Within moments, the riders noticed him. One of the men looked toward the tiny figure crawling on the ground, then he stopped. Wait a minute. Others turned. For a second, nobody knew what they were looking at. Then one of them finally spoke. It's a human. Mori remained on his hands and knees, exhausted and covered in dust. The men slowly approached him, but instead of helping, they began examining him. One asked if Mori was really human. Another wondered why he was so small. Then the conversation became disturbing. Do you think he'll be worth anything? Mori didn't understand. He simply stared at the strangers. One man reached toward him, but before his hand could touch Mori, something massive suddenly dropped from above. Thud, the ground shook. The men froze, and Mori slowly looked up, because in the middle of this empty desert, something far more dangerous than the armed riders had just arrived. The armed men slowly surrounded Mori. At first, they couldn't even believe what they were seeing. A child this small, alone in the middle of the desert. One man asked if Mori was really human. Another wondered how someone so tiny had survived out here. But their curiosity quickly turned into greed. They began discussing whether Mori might be worth something. Maybe they could sell him. Maybe this strange little boy could earn them money. Mori remained on the ground, exhausted. He didn't understand their intentions. But when one of the men reached toward him, everything changed. A massive creature suddenly slammed into the desert. Thud, dust exploded into the air. The men jumped back in shock. Standing between them and Mori was a terrifying beast. Its body was huge, its claws were sharp, and its mouth was filled with enormous teeth. The creature glared down at the men. What do you think you're doing? The desert bandits immediately panicked. Their confidence disappeared. One man desperately called for his boss. Another apologized so quickly he could barely speak. Apparently this monster wasn't a random beast, it was their leader, and the boss was furious. The creature grabbed one of the men and lifted him like a toy. You'd be a snack at best. The terrified man begged for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Mori slowly raised his head. He stared at the giant creature. Anyone else would have screamed, anyone else would have run, but Mori simply leaned forward with curious eyes. Something about the creature had caught his attention. Then without warning, bang, a violent impact struck the monster. The enormous creature was thrown aside. Everyone froze. What just happened? Before they could recover, a distant engine roared across the desert. A dark figure appeared on the horizon, moving incredibly fast. The bandits stared in disbelief. Then one of them recognized the rider. His face immediately changed. Rider, the name alone was enough to create panic. The mysterious rider charged toward them on a powerful black motorcycle. Dark armor covered his body, his face was hidden and glowing red eyes burned from beneath his helmet. The bandits quickly raised their weapons. Hold your ground. It's one of them against all of us. They opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets tore through the desert air, but Ryder didn't slow down. He drove straight into the gunfire. The motorcycle twisted violently across the sand, avoiding shot after shot. Dust exploded behind him. The bandits fired again and again. But the mysterious Ryder continued getting closer. Mori watched everything with wide eyes. Only moments ago, he had been surrounded by dangerous strangers. Now, an even more terrifying person was charging directly toward them. The motorcycle roared, the bandits screamed, and Ryder rushed into the battlefield without a trace of fear. But Mori had no idea whether this mysterious rider had come to save him, or whether an even greater danger had just found him. Gunfire exploded across the desert. The armed men fired again and again, convinced their numbers would be enough. But Ryder never slowed down. His black motorcycle tore across the sand as bullets passed dangerously close to him. Then the giant beast charged. With a furious roar, the creature rushed directly toward Ryder, but Ryder accelerated. At the final second, he launched himself forward. The collision was brutal. Violent explosion ripped through the desert, throwing dust and debris into the air. For several seconds, nobody could see anything. Then a strange blue-green energy began to glow. Ryder was still standing, and now he was fighting back. A brilliant beam of energy tore through the battlefield. The desert lit up, the ground shook. And the attackers were completely overwhelmed. Mori could only watch from a distance. He had never seen anything like this before. This mysterious rider wasn't simply strong, he was terrifying. Within moments, the battle was over. The once confident bandits were scattered, and Ryder's motorcycle came sliding across the sand. But Ryder wasn't happy. He turned toward his bike and noticed the damage. His expression darkened. They messed with my ride, apparently, after everything that had just happened. The motorcycle was his biggest concern. Then Ryder noticed Mori. The tiny boy stood alone in the desert, staring directly at him. Ryder slowly approached. For a moment, the two simply looked at each other. Then Ryder noticed something strange. Mori's dark hair seemed filled with several tiny glowing eyes. He stared in confusion. And what are you supposed to be? Mori immediately became nervous. He growled like a frightened animal, trying his best to look dangerous. Ryder paused. Then a small device near him identified Mori as a human child. The tension disappeared instantly. Ryder crouched down. Hiya, kid. Mori stared at him. Ryder smiled brightly, revealing his sharp teeth. Unfortunately, that only terrified Mori even more. Ryder quickly realized his mistake. I scared you, didn't I? It's okay, I'm Ryder, you're safe. Then he introduced the small machine beside him. This is I created it. Mori remained silent. Ryder studied the little boy carefully. A child this young shouldn't be wandering through the desert alone. You must be lost. Instead of grabbing him or demanding answers, Ryder smiled again. Need to fear, I'm Ryder, I'll take you home. Mori's eyes immediately sparkled. Home for Ryder, it was a simple promise. But Mori wasn't trying to return to the orphanage. He had already left that home behind. He was searching for someone, his mother. Still, Mori didn't understand enough to explain everything. So when Ryder stood up and told him to follow, Mori quietly walked after him. The mysterious Ryder had saved his life. And now, for the first time since leaving the orphanage, Mori was no longer traveling alone. But as Ryder looked at the strange little boy following behind him, his expression slowly changed, because something about Mori was definitely not normal. Ryder looked down at the tiny boy following him, thinking carefully. Technically, eating a human wasn't illegal here, but Mori was an unspoken exception among the other creatures. He was too small, too weak, and definitely not enough for a proper meal. Still, that didn't mean Mori was safe. If Ryder abandoned him, someone else might find him, someone far worse. Ryder glanced at Mori again. The little boy was dirty, exhausted, and completely defenseless. His clothes. For a second, Ryder wondered what he was doing. Then Mori pulled something out. Ryder immediately leaned closer. Hang on, kid, there's something here. It was a letter, a small piece of paper Mori had carried all the way from the orphanage. Ryder examined it carefully. Maybe this was the answer. Maybe the letter contained an address, a town, anything that could help him return Mori safely. But before Ryder could properly figure everything out, Mori's body trembled. The desert air was getting colder. Mori began to shiver. Ryder noticed immediately, and once again the dangerous-looking stranger's attitude completely changed. He threw his arms up dramatically. Would you look at the time? Then he turned toward his motorcycle. Ryder apologized to Mori, explaining that he was a very busy person. He had places to go, things to do, and apparently he trusted Mori to navigate perfectly on his own. Yeah, Mori stared at him. Okay, great. Ryder jumped onto his motorcycle. See ya, and with that, vroom, he disappeared across the desert. Mori remained standing there alone again. For several seconds, the little boy simply watched the motorcycle vanish into the distance. But Ryder hadn't truly forgotten about him. As he raced away, the thought continued bothering him. There was definitely something strange about Mori, that mark inside the boy's cape. Ryder was almost certain he had seen it before. Then Aya interrupted his thoughts. Ryder nearly crashed. He quickly regained control of the motorcycle and complained that he had almost gotten himself killed. Aya, completely unimpressed, criticized his reckless behavior. Ryder immediately told the machine to shut up. A moment later, he casually grabbed a bottle of water. Man, I'm thirsty. He took a drink. Then he felt something. Ryder froze. His eyes slowly moved downward. Mori was clinging to him. The tiny boy had somehow climbed onto the motorcycle without Ryder noticing. Ryder's eyes widened. What the? He nearly lost control again. How Mori simply held on. Ryder couldn't believe it. He had left the boy behind only moments ago, yet somehow Mori had caught him. The motorcycle shook violently as Ryder panicked. Get off, right now, Mori refused. Ryder struggled, Mori clung tighter, then both of them lost balance. They flew from the motorcycle. Ryder crashed onto the ground, Mori landed nearby, and even a tiny rock seemed to watch the disaster unfold. For a moment, everything went black. When Ryder finally opened his eyes, his head was pounding. His vision slowly returned, then he looked down. Mori was lying against him, still holding the letter. Ryder stared at the child, the anger on his face slowly disappeared. He picked up the paper again, and this time, Ryder finally noticed the words written on it, a destination, a clue connected to Mori's mysterious journey. And after reading it, Ryder realized something important. Mori wasn't simply a lost child trying to go home. This little boy was searching for someone, and the person Mori wanted to find might be his mother. Part 5. The child Ryder couldn't abandon. Ryder stared at Mori in silence. Now he finally understood the problem. The child wasn't simply lost, Mori had left on his own, and somewhere inside his tiny head he genuinely believed he could cross this dangerous world and find his mother. Night had already fallen over the desert. After the chaotic crash, Ryder sat beside Mori and finally examined the strange letters the boy had carried with him. At first he looked completely confused. There were several pieces of paper scattered around. What's all this? Letters? Mori quietly leaned closer, watching him. Then Ryder suddenly screamed. Mori's eyes widened, but Ryder quickly calmed himself. Good, you're awake. The truth was, Ryder was exhausted. Aya immediately reminded him that the human child he had rescued had disappeared after Ryder dropped him, forcing Ryder to light a fire and search the area. Ryder sighed. Right, thanks, Aya coldly pointed out the obvious. Ryder was dehydrated, so Ryder stood up and announced that he needed something to drink. But the moment he moved away, Mori's eyes followed him. Ryder took one step, Mori moved, Ryder stopped. Mori stopped, Ryder stared at him. Then without warning, Mori rushed toward Ryder's belongings. Before Ryder could react, the little boy grabbed his water bottle. Splash, water spilled everywhere. Mori desperately tried to drink. Most of it missed his mouth and poured straight down Ryder's clothes. Ryder stood completely frozen, dripping wet. Mori, however, looked incredibly satisfied. For a few seconds, Ryder said nothing. Then Mori suddenly began searching through Ryder's coat. What is he doing? The boy dug around frantically until he finally found the letters again. Ryder watched him carefully. And that was when his expression changed. Something on Mori's clothing had caught his attention. A symbol. Ryder leaned closer, his eyes narrowed. It's that symbol. A small red crest was stitched into Mori's clothes. The moment Ryder recognized it, his entire mood became serious. He was absolutely certain. The Fa clan, this wasn't some ordinary family. The Fa clan was connected to one of the 7 fingers of the being in whom the whole universe is contained. And the crest Mori carried was no simple decoration. Only those recognized by the clan could use it. It was a mark of permission, a mark of connection, and possibly a mark of protection. Ryder stared at Mori. Until now, he had believed the boy was simply a strange, lost human wandering through the desert. But that no longer made sense. Why would a helpless child carry the Fa clan's crest? Who had given it to him? And what would happen if someone threatened a person protected by that symbol? Ryder already knew the answer. Because the Fa clan wasn't famous for forgiving its enemies, and if Mori truly belonged to them, then Ryder had just picked up one of the most dangerous children in the entire desert. Ryder stared at the red crest. There was no doubt in his mind anymore. It belonged to the Fa clan. And the more Ryder remembered about that name, the more serious the situation became. The Fa clan was connected to one of the 7 fingers of the mysterious being said to contain the entire universe. Their crest wasn't something an ordinary person could simply wear. Only the clan itself, or someone officially recognized by them, could carry that symbol. And threatening such a person, that was practically the same as signing your own death warrant. Ryder imagined the consequences. A terrifying image flashed through his mind. Blood, violence, complete destruction. Then he looked back at Mori. The tiny child was sitting there innocently. He didn't look powerful, he didn't look dangerous. And he definitely didn't look like someone connected to one of the most feared clans in the world. But the crest was real. Ryder's eyes slowly narrowed. Then another thought entered his mind. A human child, unskilled, helpless, clearly in need, and carrying the symbol of an incredibly powerful family. Ryder's expression suddenly changed. A sly smile appeared on his face. Because now he wasn't thinking about danger, he was thinking about money. The letters Mori carried were beautifully decorated. The paper itself looked expensive, even the writing seemed unusually refined. Everything pointed toward the same conclusion. Whoever had been sending these letters was rich, very rich. Ryder imagined returning Mori to this mysterious person. Surely someone wealthy enough to send expensive gifts wouldn't let a handsome reward go unpaid. In Ryder's mind, the situation became simple. Find the sender, return the child, collect the reward. Easy. Ryder smirked. For the first time, rescuing Mori suddenly felt like a brilliant business opportunity. But his fantasy didn't last long. A small electronic sound interrupted him. Beep. Aya's battery was running low. Ryder looked at the device. Right, get some rest. Switched Aya off and continued moving through the desert. Mori followed behind him. The sun rose higher. The empty land stretched endlessly around them. Ryder walked ahead while Mori's tiny legs struggled to keep pace. After some time, Ryder stopped and gestured forward. You got that? Mori stared at him. Ryder continued talking as if the child understood every word. Then he casually admitted something surprising. It was actually rare for Ryder to meet someone who would willingly follow him like this. Mori said nothing, he simply kept walking, and strangely, Ryder didn't seem to mind. At first he had tried desperately to abandon the boy, now the two were crossing the desert together. Of course, Ryder still told himself this was about the reward. Mori was valuable, the Fa clan crest was a clue, and those expensive letters might lead Ryder directly to someone wealthy. That was all, at least. That was what Ryder wanted to believe. But as the two continued deeper into the wasteland, neither of them noticed how quickly their strange partnership was beginning to feel natural. And soon Mori would do something so reckless, even Ryder wouldn't know whether to scream or panic. The desert seemed endless. Ryder walked ahead while Mori quietly followed behind him. At first, Ryder kept talking as if the little boy understood everything. He explained that almost nobody willingly traveled with him. In fact, most people preferred to stay far away, but Mori simply kept following. Ryder eventually turned around, ready to continue his speech. Then he heard a strange sound. Crunch. Ryder stopped, looked up, his cheeks were full. Ryder's eyes narrowed. When someone is talking to you, you need to pay attention. But then he noticed what Mori was holding. Ryder froze. What the heck are you eating? Mori continued chewing. Ryder rushed toward him in complete panic. Spit it out. Right now, he grabbed the boy and desperately tried to stop him. But Mori had already swallowed. Ryder stared at him in horror. This child had just picked up a random desert creature and eaten it without asking, without checking, without even hesitating. Ryder couldn't believe it. You can't just eat things like that. Mori stared back innocently. To him, food was food, but Ryder quickly realized something important. Mori knew absolutely nothing about surviving in the desert, so whether he liked it or not, Ryder had to teach him. He crouched beside Mori and began explaining the creatures living in this wasteland. Some animals might look harmless, but they could be extremely dangerous. Ryder showed him one creature with bright colors. Look at this, bright blue. The color wasn't beautiful by accident, it was a warning, stay away. Then Ryder pointed toward another strange desert creature. This one looked completely different, but it was just as dangerous, poisonous. Mori watched carefully. Ryder continued the lesson with surprising seriousness. Bright colors could mean danger, strange bodies could hide venom, and eating every moving thing Mori found was a terrible idea. Mori stared at him, then he nodded. Ryder relaxed. Good, for once the child seemed to understand. Maybe this wouldn't be so difficult after all. Then Mori noticed something moving nearby. His eyes immediately followed it. Ryder saw the expression on his face. No, Mori moved. Don't, Mori lunged. Stop, chaos exploded again. Mori chased after the creature while Ryder desperately tried to catch him. The little boy rolled through the dirt. Ryder shouted, and within seconds both of them were completely covered in dust. Ryder stared at Mori in exhausted disbelief. His survival lesson had lasted less than a minute. Later that night, the two finally stopped to rest. A small campfire burned in the darkness. Ryder sat nearby, exhausted from dealing with Mori all day. Then he noticed the boy doing something on the ground. Scratch, scratch. Ryder looked over. You drawing tonight? Mori didn't answer. He was completely focused. Ryder became curious and leaned closer. Mori was using his crayons, the same colorful crayons he had received at the orphanage. Ryder watched quietly as Mori continued drawing. Then the boy proudly lifted the picture. Ryder stared and stared. His expression slowly became blank because Mori had apparently drawn him. This was how Mori saw him. Ryder slowly took the paper. For a long moment he simply stared. Mori waited nervously. This was the first time he had ever drawn Ryder. The picture was messy, the proportions made no sense, and Ryder looked more like a terrifying monster than a person. But then Aya spoke. You look quite pleased. Ryder immediately became defensive. Why, you don't know what you're talking, quickly tossed Aya aside. But Mori had already noticed. Ryder was smiling, the intimidating desert Ryder who had repeatedly tried. Mori quietly returned to his paper. Aya analyzed the drawing again. The observation was simple. Mori clearly lacked artistic skill. The machine gave him a score of 50. Ryder smiled and looked at the boy. Come on, kid. Then he encouraged Mori to try again. Maybe this time he could draw Ryder a little better. After all, art always had a way of imitating life. The campfire continued burning. Mori picked up another crayon, and under the quiet desert sky the boy started drawing again, for the first time since leaving the orphanage. Slowly becoming something much deeper. However, morning was already approaching, and beyond their peaceful little camp, the desert was preparing to show Mori just how dangerous this journey could truly become. The next morning, Ryder was already back to his usual self. Standing high above the desert, he checked his device in search for their next destination. The sun was blazing, the road ahead was long, but Ryder seemed confident. All they needed to do was cross this point and continue forward. Simple, at least that was the plan, because Mori wasn't listening. Ryder turned around and immediately noticed the little boy wandering away. I'm talking to you. Mori ignored him. Ryder's patience quickly disappeared. Come back here or else I'm leaving. Still nothing. Then Mori stopped. A strange creature stood directly in front of him. It was small, pale, and almost cute. Mori stared at it. The creature stared back. For one peaceful second, neither of them moved. Mori slowly reached out his hand. The creature allowed him to come closer. And once again, Mori's curiosity completely defeated his common sense. From a distance, Ryder watched. At first, he simply looked annoyed. Then he noticed the animal. His expression changed. What is that? A wild creature. Before Ryder could react, much larger beast suddenly charged from the side. It slammed into Mori and the smaller creature with terrifying force. Everything happened in an instant. Ryder's eyes widened, but then something even worse appeared. A spark, then a flame, and suddenly, whoosh, a massive wall of fire erupted across the desert. The flames rose violently into the sky. The peaceful wasteland disappeared behind burning orange light. Mori was somewhere inside. Ryder froze. For the first time since meeting the strange little boy, his usual jokes vanished completely. His face twisted in pure panic, because only seconds earlier Mori had been standing right there, and now, there was nothing but fire. Ryder stared at the flames in horror. Mori, the desert roared as the inferno continued spreading, and after spending all this time trying to abandon the child, Ryder finally realized something. He didn't want to lose him. But the realization may have come too late, because Mori had just disappeared into a wall of flames, and Ryder had no idea if the little boy was still alive. The desert exploded into fire. One moment, Mori had been standing near the strange creature. The next, a towering wall of flames swallowed everything. Ryder's eyes widened in horror. Mori was still inside. Without thinking, Ryder grabbed his weapon and rushed toward the inferno. "What do you think you're doing?" He fired and moved straight through the burning landscape, desperately searching for the little boy. Heat crashed against his body. Smoke filled the air. But Ryder kept running. Because somewhere inside those flames, Mori was alone. For the first time, Ryder felt genuine fear. He had spent days complaining about the child. He had tried to leave him behind. He had called him troublesome. But now that Mori might actually die, Ryder couldn't accept it. He pushed deeper into the fire. Then he finally reached the place where Mori had been standing. And Ryder froze. There was nothing. Only fire. Ryder felt a wave of despair wash over him. Surely nothing could survive flames this intense. But just then, something moved. The red cape Mori always carried suddenly fluttered. Ryder stared in disbelief. The fire around the cape began to change. The flames twisted, curled, and slowly gathered toward Mori. But they weren't burning him. Instead, the cape seemed to be controlling them. Mori stood at the center of the inferno, completely unharmed. Golden streams of fire circled around his tiny body. His eyes were wide with confusion. Even Mori didn't understand what was happening. Ryder could only watch. Then Aya began analyzing the phenomenon. The answer made no sense. The cape was putting out the fire. Not with water. Not through some mechanical device. It was doing something far stranger. Something that looked almost like magic. The flames spiraled faster. A brilliant light formed above Mori. Then, whoosh! The remaining fire was pulled inward. The enormous inferno vanished. Silence returned to the desert. And Mori simply dropped onto the sand. Bloop. Ryder stared at him. Then at the burned landscape. Then back at Mori. His expression said everything. What exactly was this child? Only moments ago, Mori had been trapped inside enough fire to kill almost anything. Yet now, he was sitting in the sand without a single burn. And the mysterious cape connected to the Fa clan had just displayed a power Ryder couldn't explain. But before Ryder could investigate, a strange sound came from nearby. The desert creatures were still there. And suddenly, Ryder realized the fire might not have been the real danger. Because beneath the quiet sand, something enormous was beginning to move. For a few seconds, Ryder could only stare at Mori. The boy was alive. Completely unharmed. Mori looked back at him and calmly nodded when Ryder asked if he was okay. But Ryder was still shaken. That fire had scared him more than he wanted to admit. Unfortunately, there was no time to relax. The small desert creatures were still nearby. And the moment Ryder saw them, his fear immediately turned into anger. "You too." The creatures flinched. Ryder stormed toward them. He couldn't believe they had nearly barbecued Mori. One of the creatures tried to act innocent. But Ryder wasn't buying it. He grabbed Mori and angrily lectured them. To Ryder, Mori was just a tiny child. A reckless, strange child. But still a child. And these creatures had almost burned him alive. Ryder demanded to know what their problem was. The creatures immediately panicked. Then Aya quietly interrupted. "Ryder." Ryder ignored the warning. He was too busy shouting. But Aya tried again. Something was wrong. The ground beneath them had started to move. A low rumbling sound spread through the desert. Ryder finally stopped. "What?" The sand trembled. Then Aya delivered the warning. Something was approaching from below the surface. Ryder's expression changed instantly. Before anyone could move, the desert exploded. A gigantic creature burst from beneath the sand. Its enormous body towered over Ryder and Mori. Sharp claws dug into the earth. A long, monstrous head rose high above them, and glowing blue markings stretched across its dark face. Ryder stared upward, then swallowed. Shoot! The smaller creatures immediately ran toward the giant beast. And that was when Ryder realized the truth. This wasn't another random monster. It was a full-grown one. Even worse, Ryder had just been threatening its young. The massive creature leaned closer. Ryder slowly reached for his weapon. I gotta get Mori behind me. For once there was no joke in his voice. He understood exactly how dangerous the situation had become. Then Aya screamed a warning. Watch out, Ryder. The beast attacked. Ryder reacted instantly. But instead of a long, terrifying battle, something completely unexpected happened. Bunk! The giant creature struck him. Ryder froze. The beast leaned down. The smaller creatures gathered around. And suddenly the entire scene became strangely awkward. Ryder stared at the monster. The monster stared back. Then it calmly began checking on its young. Ryder slowly realized. The creature wasn't trying to hunt Mori. It had only come to protect its children. He awkwardly stood there. Then cleared his throat. Ryder tried to recover what remained of his dignity. See, consider yourself lucky, I'm letting you off easy. The giant beast simply leaned closer. Ryder immediately became quiet. Because deep down he knew the truth. He hadn't won anything. And if that creature actually wanted a fight, Ryder and Mori might not survive the next few seconds. Ryder stood frozen beneath the enormous full-grown creature. The beast towered over him, leaned closer. Ryder immediately became nervous. Then unexpectedly, the creature backed away. Ryder blinked. Why exactly are you willing to leave? But Mori wasn't interested in Ryder's embarrassment. Something shiny had caught his attention. A golden object sparkled near the creatures. Mori's eyes widened. He reached toward it. The young creatures gathered around him, circling curiously. Ryder noticed and rushed closer. Hang on, what's happening? But the creatures weren't attacking Mori. Instead, they seemed fascinated by him. One of them stared at Mori's cape. Another moved closer. Mori stood completely still. Then Ryder finally realized what had happened earlier. That cape saved you. His expression became serious. A cape capable of putting out a fire of that size. That was no ordinary piece of clothing. Ryder looked carefully at Mori's red cape. It must have some magic. Mori blinked. Magic. He didn't understand the word. But Ryder was already thinking. Maybe the cape could regulate body temperature. Maybe it protected Mori from extreme heat. That would explain how the boy had survived the flames without being burned. Ryder examined him again. Man, there he goes again. Mori was already distracted by something else. The boy wandered away, as if nearly dying in a fire had been completely normal. Ryder sighed. Later the desert became dark. The two stopped for the night. A small campfire crackled beside them. Mori sat wrapped in his red cape while Ryder rested nearby. For once, everything was quiet. Ryder looked toward the boy. The cape. The Fog Clan crest. The expensive letters. The strange protection surrounding him. Nothing about Mori made sense. Yes, Ryder. Ryder hesitated before finally asking the question that had been bothering him. What do you know about human beings? Aya immediately began searching through its records. Green data filled the small screen. Then came the answer. There was information about humans. Humans reproduce through two different sexes. A mother and a father. Ryder listened carefully. Aya mentioned the word that immediately caught his attention. Mother. So Mori really did have what humans called a mother. Mori's species, Ryder had to look far into the past. Long, long ago. The ruler of Earth was not the creatures wandering the world today. It was humanity. Humans had discovered countless new forms of life. They created civilizations. They spread across the planet. And unlike many other beings, real. But humanity's history wasn't peaceful. Despite their intelligence and power, humans became increasingly violent and greedy. They believed everything belonged to them. From the grass beneath their feet to the world around them, humanity expanded, consumed, and fought, until their population eventually began to fall. Then little by little, humans disappeared. Ryder remained silent as Aya finished the explanation. Looking at the world now, it was difficult to imagine that humans had once ruled the entire planet. Ryder glanced toward Mori. The tiny boy was lying near the fire, fast asleep. Aya calmly observed that despite humanity's old power, humans apparently didn't care much for their young. Ryder looked at Mori again. For some reason, that statement bothered him. Mori had crossed the desert alone. He barely understood danger. He ate random creatures. He couldn't properly explain where he came from. And yet, he was searching for his mother. Ryder slowly rolled onto his side. He tried to stop thinking about it, but his eyes returned to Mori. The boy was sleeping peacefully beside him. Small, defenseless, completely unaware of the forgotten history attached to his species. Then Mori shifted in his sleep. Ryder watched him. Then Mori's hand slowly moved. Ryder watched carefully. The boy reached toward him. His tiny fingers touched Ryder's hand. Ryder froze. For a moment he didn't know how to react. Then Mori moved closer. Ryder rolled awkwardly. But Mori followed. The boy reached out again. Poke poke. Ryder stared at him. Mori was still asleep. Then without warning, Mori rolled closer and rested beside him. Ryder's expression softened. He tried to hide it. But there was no one to fool. Somewhere during this ridiculous journey, the annoying little human had become important to him. Ryder smiled. And beside the fatting campfire the two finally slept. But far away, another conversation was taking place. A mysterious voice asked a simple question. Are you certain? The answer came immediately. Yes. There were biosensors throughout the surrounding area. And according to the information they had received, there was a high possibility that the target had passed through the protection facility. A figure stood hidden in darkness. Only a pair of glowing blue eyes could be seen. The figure listened carefully. Then their expression hardened. They had been searching, waiting, following every possible clue. And now, they were finally getting closer. Rest assured. The mysterious figure spoke with complete confidence. I will find him. Back at the camp, Mori remained asleep beside Ryder. He had no idea someone was searching for him. He didn't know how close they might be. And he certainly didn't know what would happen when they finally met. The blue-eyed figure remained hidden in the darkness. Then came one final promise. No matter what. Mori had left the orphanage to search for his mother. But somewhere in this enormous world, someone was already searching for Mori. And when their paths finally crossed, the truth about the little human could change everything. Morning arrived quietly. A clear blue sky stretched above Mori as he slowly opened his eyes. For a moment the little boy simply lay in the soft grass. The wind moved gently around him. Everything felt peaceful. Then Mori sat up. He looked left, then right. Something was missing. Ryder. Mori's eyes widened. Only moments later, a familiar sound broke the silence. Clunk. Ryder appeared beside him. Hey kid, you're awake. Before Mori could react, Ryder grabbed him and pulled him along. Perfect timing, check it out. Mori stared ahead. And the landscape suddenly changed. Huge stone pillars rose into the sky. They were so tall that their tops almost disappeared among the clouds. Roads and buildings had been carved between the giant formations, creating an enormous settlement hidden inside the rocky wilderness. Ryder grinned. We've arrived at the town. Mori froze. He had never seen anything like it. The orphanage had been small and quiet. The desert had been empty. But this place was alive. Ryder's motorcycle roared between the towering rocks as they entered the settlement. They had finally reached a town. Mori stared ahead with wide eyes. Until now, his world had been painfully small. First the orphanage. then the railway, then the empty desert. But this place was completely different. Ryder drove deeper into town, while Mori looked everywhere at once. Strange creatures walked through the streets. Merchants displayed unfamiliar food. Voices echoed between the giant stone walls. Every corner seemed to contain something Mori had never seen before. And naturally, the curious little boy couldn't stop staring. Unfortunately, Mori wasn't the only curious one. The townspeople soon noticed him. At first, one person stopped. Then another. Within seconds, several strangers were staring directly at Mori. They had seen Ryder before. But the tiny human beside him was something completely different. One woman rushed closer, amazed by how small and adorable Mori looked. Others quickly joined her. Mori froze. More faces appeared. More hands reached toward him. Everyone wanted a closer look. The little boy's expression slowly filled with panic. He had survived armed criminals and wild beasts without making this face. But an entire crowd calling him cute. That was apparently terrifying. Ryder immediately forced his way between Mori and the strangers. He pulled the boy close and warned everyone to back away. Then, without thinking, Ryder shouted that nobody was touching Mori unless they were ready to pay. The entire crowd went silent. Even Ryder seemed to realize how suspicious that sounded. Still, his warning worked. The townspeople finally gave Mori some space. Aya calmly observed that Mori appeared to be extremely popular. Ryder glanced down at him. That was when the situation became clear. Humans were almost gone from this world. Mori couldn't enter a crowded settlement and expect nobody to notice him. To these people he was rare, unusual, and incredibly interesting. Ryder continued through town, keeping Mori much closer this time. But the whispers followed them. People turned their heads. Some pointed. Others simply watched. Then another stranger approached and casually asked whether Mori belonged to Ryder. They even wanted permission to touch him. Ryder's expression immediately darkened. This town was becoming troublesome faster than expected. But before the crowd could surround Mori again, Ryder finally reached the person he had come here to meet. And the moment she saw the tiny human traveling beside him, her attention shifted completely to Mori. The person waiting for Ryder was a woman named Valentine. The moment she saw him, she casually welcomed him back. Then her eyes moved toward Mori. Her smile disappeared. Valentine, Ryder greeted her. But she was already staring at the child. "And what do you have there?" Then came the question Ryder had probably been expecting. "You're raising a human." Ryder immediately became defensive. He knew Valentine had unusual tastes, so he warned her not to get any strange ideas about Mori. Valentine simply laughed. Apparently, humans had fallen out of fashion a long time ago. Ryder relaxed slightly. Then he remembered why he had come. He took out one of Mori's letters and placed it in front of Valentine. "I need you to tell me how to find these guys." Valentine examined the envelope. The moment she saw the red crest, she recognized it. The fog crest. She had seen the same symbol before during one of her trades. That was the first real confirmation Ryder needed. The mysterious person connected to Mori wasn't imaginary. There was a trail, and Valentine knew where it led. The city. Ryder froze. The city was where the Arbiter lived. Getting there wouldn't be simple. Still, if the Fa clan could be found there, Ryder had no choice. Mori quietly listened from nearby, unaware that the adults had just discovered the first real direction toward the person he was searching for. But naturally, Valentine wasn't giving Ryder this information for free. Ryder explained that he needed supplies for the journey. A room, an energy bar, oil, and a solar charger. Valentine calculated everything. Then gave him the price. 50. Ryder nearly exploded. He immediately argued that the amount was ridiculous. Valentine refused to move. The two shouted across the table while Mori silently watched. Finally, Ryder slammed down his offer. "Fine then, 42. Final offer. Take it or leave it." Valentine stared at him. Then agreed. Ryder had won. Or at least, he thought he had. Aya immediately reminded him of one tiny problem. Ryder had no idea how much money he had saved. He had never bothered to count it. Ryder froze. Then Aya suggested selling something. Its own battery was already down to 72%. Perhaps one of Mori's possessions could be used. Ryder's face instantly changed. Would you like to see me get killed? Absolutely not. If Mori really carried the protection of the Fa clan, Ryder wasn't foolish enough to sell the child's belongings. So he searched through his own things. And then, Valentine noticed a golden object among them. Her eyes widened. Ryder slowly looked down. It was the strange stone Mori had found in the desert. Valentine immediately recognized it. And judging by her reaction, Mori's random little treasure might be exactly what Ryder needed to pay for their journey. Valentine carefully examined the golden object. Then she revealed its name. A stone of Tomas. Ryder had been carrying it without knowing its true value. The stone's glowing interior was unusual, and even after breaking apart, the pieces could reconnect. Ryder immediately saw an opportunity. If Valentine wanted the stone, then his supply problem was finally solved. But his excitement quickly faded. The stone was rare, just not worth the enormous fortune Ryder had imagined. Still, it was enough to keep their journey moving. While Ryder and Valentine continued discussing the deal, the golden stone slipped away. It rolled across the ground. Neither of them noticed. But Mori did. His eyes followed the sparkling object. The little boy quietly walked after it. One step, then another. The busy voices behind him slowly faded. Mori continued following the stone until it finally stopped. He reached down. But before his fingers touched it, another hand appeared. A dark hand. Mori froze. His eyes slowly moved upward. A tall stranger stood before him. Dark clothing covered the mysterious figure, while a strange white mask hid their face. Large golden eyes decorated the mask. Mori stared silently. The stranger stared back. Then a soft voice broke the silence. Look at you. The masked figure leaned closer. You're adorable. Mori didn't understand who this person was. But something felt wrong. Then he noticed movement. More black hands were emerging around the stranger. Mori's body immediately reacted. He turned and ran. The masked figure watched him escape. Then the strange hands moved. One reached toward Mori. He dodged it. Another appeared from the side. Mori ducked and kept running. His tiny legs carried him through the street as the shadowy hands followed from every direction. Mori looked back. That was a mistake. A black hand shot forward. Grab. It caught him. Mori struggled desperately. He kicked and twisted, trying to pull himself free. But beneath him, a strange purple darkness began to spread. More hands rose from it. Mori's eyes widened. The masked stranger moved closer. And while Ryder was still busy finishing his deal with Valentine, Mori had already wandered far beyond his sight. The dark hands tightened around the little boy. And this time, Mori might not be able to escape on his own. The masked stranger pulled Mori into the strange purple darkness. In an instant, the crowded town disappeared. Mori hit the ground hard. When he looked up, the masked figure was still there. The stranger made a strange sound and moved closer. Mori's eyes widened. Then he ran. But this place wasn't like the town. There were no streets. No crowds. No familiar faces. Only darkness. Mori kept moving, desperately searching for a way out. Then he stopped. Silence surrounded him. Mori looked around nervously. Ryas. No answer. He called again. Ryas. Still nothing. Mori's breathing became unsteady. Until now, Ryder had always been nearby. He complained. He shouted. He acted like Mori was nothing but trouble. But whenever danger appeared, Ryder was there. Now, for the first time since they started traveling together, Mori couldn't find him. Fear finally overwhelmed the little boy. He raised his hands and screamed. Arwaye. Tears streamed down his face. Mori cried into the darkness, calling for Ryder again and again. But his voice only disappeared into the empty space. Then, Somewhere else in town, a pair of green eyes suddenly widened. Ryder froze. For a brief second he said nothing. His instincts told him something was wrong. He turned toward the busy street. People continued walking. Merchants continued talking. Everything looked normal. But Mori was nowhere beside him. Ryder searched the crowd. His expression slowly changed. Mori. No answer. And in that instant, Ryder understood. The annoying little human hadn't simply wandered a few steps away. Mori was gone. Completely gone. Ryder's face became deadly serious. Because somewhere in this town, Mori was crying for him and Ryder had no idea where to start looking. Inside the darkness, Mori kept crying. He called Ryder's name again. And again. His small voice echoed through the empty space, but no answer came. The masked stranger remained nearby. Shadowy hands surrounded Mori from every direction. Terrified, Mori tried to pull away. But the darkness beneath him twisted like a living trap. The hands reached closer. Mori fell backward. Then he screamed with everything he had. Arwayayay. Far away in the crowded town, Ryder suddenly froze. His green eyes widened. He had heard something. A voice. Faint. Desperate. But familiar. Ryder immediately turned. The streets were still crowded. People continued talking as if nothing had happened. Yet Ryder no longer cared about the deal. The supplies. Or the money. His entire attention shifted toward one thing. Mori. For the first time, Ryder looked genuinely afraid. Because now he knew Mori wasn't simply wandering around the market. The kid was in trouble. Ryder searched the crowd, trying to locate the direction of the cry. But Mori was nowhere in sight. Only strangers. Noise. And endless streets. Ryder's expression hardened. The little human had followed him across the desert. Mori had survived fire. Wild creatures. And every ridiculous disaster they encountered. But this time, someone had deliberately separated them. Back in the darkness, Mori continued crying. His hand reached forward helplessly. Raya. The masked figure watched him. Mori's tears continued falling. Then he screamed once more. Arwayayay. And this time, Ryder heard him clearly. His body reacted instantly. The joking desert rider disappeared. The greedy treasure hunter disappeared. What remained was someone who had finally realized just how important Mori had become to him. Ryder stared toward the town. He didn't know who had taken Mori. He didn't know where they were hiding. But none of that mattered anymore. Because somewhere nearby, Mori was calling for him. And Ryder was going to find him. No matter who stood in his way. But ends before Ryder can reach Mori, leaving the little boy trapped with the mysterious masked stranger. The moment Ryder realized Mori was gone, every trace of his usual humor disappeared. He searched the crowded town from above, his eyes moving rapidly across the streets. People were everywhere, but Mori wasn't among them. Where the heck did he go? Ryder called his name, no answer. Then he noticed movement. A suspicious figure was slipping away through the rocky town. Ryder's eyes narrowed. That had to be connected to Mori. Stop right there. The stranger didn't stop, instead they ran. And that was all the confirmation Ryder needed. Ryder immediately chased after them. The mysterious figure moved quickly between the stone structures, using the narrow paths to escape, but Ryder refused to fall behind. Stop, just hang on for a second. Still, the stranger kept running. Ryder's frustration exploded. I said stop. He reached forward, but the figure suddenly vanished from his path. Ryder nearly lost his balance. He looked around in confusion. Where did they go? Aya quickly began analyzing the area. Then a strange reading appeared, a living heat source. Its body temperature was approximately 98.24 degrees Fahrenheit, and the signal was coming from inside the stranger's pocket. Ryder's eyes widened. Mori, the little human, was being carried away. His expression instantly became furious. They're trying to kidnap Mori. This was no longer about a child wandering off. Someone had deliberately taken him. Ryder ordered Aya to intercept the target. The small machine activated immediately. On it, shot forward while Ryder continued the chase. The masked kidnapper raced deeper into the enormous stone structures surrounding the town. Ryder followed without hesitation. Then Aya began scanning the entire area. Green data flashed across its display: buildings, bridges, stone passages, possible exits. The town was practically a maze, but Aya continued calculating. Finally, the result appeared: 14 possible routes. Ryder didn't slow down. Aya analyzed the target's current speed and movement pattern, then it selected the most likely escape path. Now starting navigation. Ryder grinned. That's more like it. followed Aya's directions right forward across the narrow bridge. The kidnapper was still running, but now Ryder wasn't blindly chasing them. He was hunting them. Aya guided him through the stone maze while Ryder rapidly closed the distance. The masked stranger briefly paused. They thought they had escaped. Then Ryder appeared on the path behind them. The chase wasn't over, and now that Ryder knew Mori was trapped inside the stranger's pocket, there was absolutely no chance he was letting them escape. Aya's scan finished. 14 possible paths appeared across the town map, but only one matched the kidnapper's speed and direction. The target was heading toward the bridge, now starting navigation. Immediately moved, Aya guided him through the stone maze, calculating every turn before the kidnapper could disappear. "Take those stairs right in front of you." Ryder rushed down without hesitation. The masked stranger continued running ahead. For a moment they stopped and looked back. No Ryder, no Aya. The path behind them was empty. It seemed the chase was finally over, but Ryder hadn't lost them. He had changed routes. Aya's directions led him across another path, cutting through the town instead of blindly following from behind. The kidnapper suddenly heard movement. Ryder appeared again. The masked figure froze. Ryder was closing the distance. Aya continued scanning. The target moved toward another bridge, but something about the route immediately caught Ryder's attention. He knew this place. The bridge ahead belonged to Uleft. Ryder grinned. Apparently Uleft was famous for the bridge not because it was beautiful, but because the man had spent an absurd amount of time building it. Ryder even remembered hearing the story before. Uleft had spent nearly 10 years creating the structure. According to the rumors, he was incredibly proud of his work, a masterpiece, a bridge built with patience and effort. Then the kidnapper rushed directly across it. Ryder didn't slow down. He charged after them. The chase became faster, more desperate, and far more destructive. Suddenly crashed. The bridge was damaged. A nearby worker stared in horror. His face went completely blank. Years of effort ruined in seconds. Ryder, however, didn't even look back. Mori was still trapped inside the kidnapper's pocket. Nothing else mattered. Aya continued tracking the target. The masked figure was still moving, still trying to escape, but now Ryder was much closer. The kidnapper had entered a narrow route with fewer places to hide, and Aya's navigation had finally pushed them exactly where Ryder wanted. Ryder accelerated. His green eyes locked onto the fleeing stranger. The distance between them rapidly disappeared. For the first time since the chase began, the kidnapper was running out of options. And if Ryder managed to reach them now, the mysterious stranger would finally have to reveal why they had taken Mori. Aya's navigation suddenly changed. Rerouting to course number 11, Ryder didn't question it. He immediately changed direction and charged into a much narrower route. The kidnapper was still ahead, but the distance between them was shrinking fast. Aya continued calculating, closing in on estimated destination now. Ryder's eyes sharpened. He was almost there. Then the masked stranger noticed something. A warning flashed through their mind. They turned, but Ryder was already coming. The chase exploded through the rocky paths. Ryder jumped across gaps and forced his way down the dangerous route Aya had chosen. This wasn't a normal road. One wrong step could send him falling between the giant stone structures. Still, Ryder didn't slow down. Mori was ahead. That was enough. Then Aya gave the signal. Now Ryder launched himself forward. For one brief moment he was airborne. The masked stranger looked back in shock. Ryder stretched out his hand, almost there, just a little closer. But then his footing slipped. Crumble. The rock beneath Ryder broke apart. His body dropped. Ryder desperately tried to regain control, but the narrow cliffside gave him nothing to grab. He crashed against the stone and continued falling. I immediately reacted, but Ryder was already disappearing into the gap below. Meanwhile, the masked stranger stopped. They had finally gained distance, but something nearby suddenly moved. A figure who had been resting inside the rocky area slowly reacted to the noise. Ryder's violent crash had disturbed them. The stranger opened their eyes, and at that exact moment, the chase was no longer between Ryder and Mori's kidnapper, because Ryder's reckless shortcut had just awakened someone else, and this mysterious person was standing directly in the path of the fleeing stranger. Ryder crashed down the rocky slope. Dust filled the air as his boots scraped against the stone. For a moment he struggled to regain his balance. Then Aya's voice interrupted him. "Tell me you're joking, eel." Ryder looked up. There was no time to complain. Aya had already found the route again. Now Ryder, the signal was clear. Ryder immediately moved. He launched himself from the cliff and dropped through the narrow gap between the giant stone structures. The ground rushed toward him. Rocks broke loose, but Ryder forced himself forward. Mori was still somewhere ahead. Then he spotted the masked stranger. Ryder's eyes sharpened. The kidnapper was close, very close. The stranger suddenly sensed something behind them and turned. A loud engine roared through the canyon. Vroom! Ryder's motorcycle shot into view. The masked figure froze. Ryder raced directly toward them before slamming the bike sideways. Screech! Dust exploded across the path. The motorcycle stopped between the stranger and the escape route. Ryder stepped forward. This time the chase was over. The masked figure stared at him, then finally asked the question. "Why are you chasing me like this?" Ryder didn't hesitate. "Mori." Ryder stops the masked stranger and immediately calls out to Mori. "Mori, are you in there? Say something if you can hear me." Hidden inside the stranger's clothing, Mori hears Ryder's voice. His eyes widen. The masked stranger flinches first, before Ryder can confirm anything. Aya starts voice scanning. A second later the result comes back 98% voice match with Mori. Ryder gasps, there is no doubt anymore. Mori is hidden inside the masked stranger's pocket. Ryder immediately shouts, give me back my human. But the masked stranger calmly pretends not to understand. Ryder refuses to play along. He directly says he knows a tiny human is tucked inside the stranger's pocket. Then the masked figure makes a shocking claim. This is my human. I have been raising it for a while now. Ryder's anger rises while Aya detects that Mori's fear levels are spiking. Ryder has no time for games. He pulls out his weapon and aims directly at the stranger. Cut the bull, take him out right now. But the masked figure gives a simple answer. The reason is almost unbelievable. The stranger simply finds Mori too adorable. Then without the slightest hesitation the masked figure is mine now. Ryder's patience is officially gone. And with neither side willing to surrender Mori, a direct confrontation is now unavoidable. Correction locked. I won't add unsupported dialogue or scenes beyond the actual panels. The masked stranger had made her decision. Mori was too adorable. And now according to her, he belonged to her. Ryder's anger only grew. But then the stranger suddenly recognized him. You are Ryder, are you not? Ryder paused. Apparently, his reputation had reached her long before this meeting. She called him ignorant, simple-minded and reckless. Someone with a reputation that clearly preceded him. Ryder didn't look impressed. The stranger continued questioning him. How could someone as dangerous as Ryder possibly raise a human being? Ryder immediately snapped back. If she truly knew so much about him, then she should already understand one thing. He could take Mori back before she even had the chance to react. But the masked stranger remained strangely calm. She questioned why Ryder believed he could raise Mori any better than her. Then she made her position clear. If Ryder was so confident in Mori, why not ask the child himself? Let Mori decide who he wanted to stay with. For a brief moment Ryder went silent. The stranger waited. Then Ryder slowly lowered his weapon. That won't be necessary. But the tension wasn't over. Aya suddenly warned him that firing his gun inside the town would be extremely dangerous. One shot could destroy buildings and cause enormous damage. Ryder already knew that. And the truth was simple. He didn't care. With a sharp click, he prepared his weapon anyway. Meanwhile, inside the stranger's dark pocket, Mori heard muffled sounds from outside. Thud. Then another. The little boy trembled. He was trapped in complete darkness. There seemed to be no way out. No opening. No escape. And as Mori's fear continued to rise, something inside that dark pocket was about to change. Trapped inside the tiny dark pocket, Mori was terrified. There seemed to be no way out. But then, he heard a familiar voice. For a moment, Mori remembered the orphanage. A simple reminder echoed in his mind. Don't forget to go to the bathroom before bed. That familiar memory seemed to calm him. Outside, the masked stranger was still focused on Ryder. She suddenly made a proposal. Apparently, she considered herself extremely generous. I shall take the head, you can keep the body. Ryder stared at her. Aya quietly checked its remaining power. 63% battery. More than enough to blow the stranger's head off. But Ryder didn't fire. Because there was one serious problem. Mori was still inside the creature's pocket. If that pocket was connected to its muscular structure, the impact of Ryder's shot could cause the surrounding tissue to seize up. Mori could be crushed inside. And Ryder had no idea whether Mori's cape could protect him from something like that. He needed another plan. A way to get Mori out first. While Ryder silently calculated his next move, the masked stranger became furious. You're ignoring me, how dare you, who do you think you are? Ryder still didn't answer. His attention remained fixed on one thing. Getting Mori out alive. And before either of them realized it, the frightened little human inside the pocket was about to make his own move. While Ryder searched for a safe way to free Mori, the masked stranger suddenly felt something. A tiny movement. She paused. Then her eyes widened. Inside the strange pocket, Mori had started to move. The boy crawled forward and found an opening. A second later, Mori tumbled out. Ryder immediately noticed him. But before Mori could reach safety, several dark hands rushed toward the child. They grabbed at him again. The masked stranger began trembling. Dirty. Her entire mood changed. How dare you? She was furious that those filthy hands had touched Mori inside her precious pocket. Then without warning, bang! Ryder made his move. In a flash, he pulled Mori away from the stranger and finally got the child back. The masked figure screamed in horror. "My arm, my jewels." But Ryder didn't care. He kept Mori close and aimed his weapon directly at her face. His expression turned cold. "Listen to me very carefully." Mori stayed behind Ryder as he gave one final warning. "If you touch this kid one more time with that filthy hand of yours." Ryder's eyes burned with anger. He wasn't joking. And the masked stranger could feel it. Because after chasing Mori across the entire town, Ryder had finally got him back, and he wasn't letting anyone take the boy again. Ryder finally had Mori back. But instead of immediately attacking, he stepped in front of the boy and aimed his weapon at the masked stranger. "Listen to me very carefully." His voice turned cold. "If you touch this kid one more time with that filthy hand of yours." Mori quietly watched from behind him. Ryder finished the warning. "Let's just say you'll be barely losing a lot more than just one limb." For once the masked stranger didn't argue. Ryder's many eyes narrowed as he kept his weapon trained on her. Then he turned away. "That was fast." Aya pointed out that the sound of Ryder's blaster had likely already been heard. Staying there would only bring more trouble. Ryder agreed. "Let's get out of here." He quickly lifted Mori onto the motorcycle and started the engine. Then, vroom! The two shot away from the scene. Only after they had escaped did Mori notice Ryder's expression changing. Ryder looked at him. Then suddenly burst out laughing. Did you see the look on its face? He mocked the masked stranger's obsession with dirt, repeating her panicked cries. "Dirty, so dirty." Mori stared at him confused. Aya, however, understood exactly what Ryder had done. It was a very creative idea. Ryder grinned and praised Mori. "Great job, Mori." And Mori had no idea that his simple escape had just helped Ryder outsmart their strange kidnapper. But their relief wouldn't last forever. Because the masked stranger they left behind was unlikely to forget Mori so easily. Mori looked up at Ryder. Ryder was still laughing over how easily their strange plan had worked. Then Aya calmly admitted it had been a very creative idea. Ryder turned toward Mori. "Great job, Mori." The little boy froze. Praise wasn't something Mori seemed used to hearing. His eyes began to sparkle. A bright blush spread across his face. He looked incredibly proud. Ryder laughed again. "Tiny and proud." Aya then asked Ryder how he wanted to navigate from here. Ryder gave a simple answer. Whichever route got them out of town the fastest. But Mori suddenly climbed onto Ryder. Before Ryder understood what was happening, the little boy settled on top of his head. Ryder's expression immediately darkened. "Okay, get off of me, Mori, that's enough." Mori refused. "Hey, stop it." Ryder continued arguing while Aya tried to calm both of them down. "Both of you please settle down when we're driving." But their ridiculous fight continued as they traveled farther away. Eventually, the noisy town disappeared behind them. The crowded stone paths were replaced by open land. Green grass stretched beneath a clear blue sky. Mori stepped forward and looked around. Then, whoosh! The wind rushed past him. His cape fluttered. Mori's eyes widened as he stared at the enormous mountains in the distance. After the dark pocket, the chase, and the terrifying masked stranger, the world suddenly felt open again. Ryder walked ahead while Mori followed. Their journey toward the city continued. And somewhere beyond those distant mountains, another piece of the path to Mori's mother was still waiting for them. The town was finally behind them. Now Ryder and Mori continued their journey through a completely different land. Green mountains stretched into the distance. Tall grass moved with the wind. For Mori, everything was new. As Ryder walked ahead, the little boy stopped to examine the flowers growing beside the path. Then their route carried them deeper into the wilderness, across fallen trees, through narrow rocky paths, and eventually into the mountains. By nightfall, Ryder found a place where they could rest. A small fire burned beneath the rocks while Mori stayed close. But the next day their journey became much harder. The mountain path was rough. Ryder climbed over huge stones while Mori struggled behind him. Eventually Ryder stopped, Something had caught his attention. Aya's display showed unusual readings, concentrated light sources. There was something nearby. Ryder followed the signal until they reached a dark cave. On the stone wall, someone had left a warning. The message alone should have been enough to make them turn around. But Ryder entered anyway. Inside, darkness surrounded them. Aya became their only reliable source of light as Ryder carefully moved deeper into the cave. Mori stayed close. Then they found water. Clear blue water stretched through the cavern. For a moment, the place seemed strangely peaceful. Mori climbed onto a small floating board with Aya beside him, while Ryder entered the water and guided them forward. The little boy looked down into the bright blue depths. Everything beneath the surface shimmered, but Ryder suddenly sensed something was wrong. He looked deeper. Small red lights appeared in the darkness, one then another, then dozens. Ryder froze. Those weren't lights, they were eyes. Suddenly, monstrous creatures burst from the water. Ryder grabbed Mori and pulled him close as the cave exploded into chaos. Huge mouths opened around them, sharp teeth flashed in the darkness. Aya remained nearby while Ryder desperately protected the child. The peaceful cave had become a trap, and with creatures surrounding them from every direction. Ryder had just discovered why someone had written that warning outside. After escaping the danger, Ryder and Mori continued their journey beneath the night sky. Mori stayed close to Ryder on the motorcycle. Then something enormous appeared above them. Mori looked up. Huge creatures were gliding through the sky. Their dark bodies moved silently beneath the stars, surrounded by a beautiful blue glow. Mori couldn't look away. One creature passed directly overhead. The little boy reached toward it. Ryder noticed Mori's fascination. Then Aya activated autopilot mode. With the motorcycle now moving on its own, Ryder was free to keep Mori secure while they traveled. But Mori continued staring upward. He slowly stretched out his hand again. For one brief moment, his fingers seemed almost close enough to touch the giant creature passing above. Its glowing blue light reflected in Mori's eyes. The child watched in complete wonder. These creatures weren't attacking them. They simply moved together across the night sky. Ryder continued riding beneath them as the enormous flock passed overhead. Soon the glowing creatures began moving farther away. One by one, their silhouettes disappeared into the distance. Mori kept watching until the final creature was gone. Then Ryder's motorcycle carried them onward through the mountains. The night became quiet again, but Mori had just seen another part of this strange world he had never known existed, and as their journey continued deeper into the wilderness, the road ahead was about to lead them somewhere completely new. After watching the glowing creatures disappear into the night, Mori sleep. In the darkness of his dream, a pale circle appears. His eyes slowly open. A warm memory takes shape. A woman is holding Mori close, gently embracing him. In his mind, only a few soft words repeat. Lovely circle. Circle. The memory begins to fade. Mori's eyes close again. Then slowly he wakes. His eyes open and he suddenly gasps. Ryder is looking down at him. You're awake. As their ride violently shook beneath them, Ryder immediately blamed Aya. It's all your fault, Aya. Aya refused to accept that. Ryder argued that he was driving as carefully as possible. If Aya had a problem, she was more than welcome to take the wheel. Aya instantly rejected the idea. Autopilot was the best. Then she proudly reminded Ryder that he couldn't do anything without her. Ryder snapped back. Was she forgetting who created her? Their argument continued while Mori quietly sat between them, still waking up. But soon Ryder's attention shifted to the land ahead. The atmosphere had completely changed. Snow covered the ground. Huge frozen mountains rose around them. Ryder stared at the familiar landscape. This place hasn't changed one bit. They had reached somewhere Ryder clearly remembered. Then the vehicle finally stopped. Ryder stepped down. Mori followed. The little boy looked across the endless white land. Then he asked the obvious question, were they walking? And Ryder's answer would soon force Mori to experience the freezing mountains in a completely new way. Mori looked across the frozen mountains. Then Aya asked the obvious question, are we walking? Ryder immediately complained. There was no way he wanted to travel through this snow on foot. Aya reminded him that humans had a higher body temperature, meaning Mori might handle the cold differently. Ryder glanced at the little boy. Then an idea hit him. A short time later, Mori stood wrapped from head to toe in thick white clothing. His red cape remained around his neck. Ryder proudly presented his solution. Mori looked like a tiny snowball. Ryder even admitted it would be fun to roll him into a giant snowball. Aya immediately called that abuse. But before their argument could continue, Aya suddenly detected something. A fast-moving object was approaching from their direction. Ryder's expression changed. A bounty hunter sent by the town. Then Aya revealed the speed, 305 miles per hour. Ryder froze. What? There was no time to waste. He quickly changed plans and rushed back toward the bike. I've got a bad feeling about this. The engine roared. Mori was secured close to Ryder as they accelerated across the snowy landscape. Aya continued tracking the object. It was getting closer fast. Then a warning appeared. The unknown target would make contact in approximately 45 seconds. Ryder pushed the bike harder, but the countdown continued. 53 seconds. The distant mountains shook. Mori nervously clung to Ryder. Then Aya finally spotted the target. There they are. Ryder looked ahead. A dark figure was tearing through the frozen landscape at impossible speed. He immediately grabbed his weapon. The peaceful mountain journey was over. Because whoever or whatever was approaching them was only seconds away from making contact. The unknown target was finally close. Mori nervously clung to Ryder as the vehicle rattled across the frozen ground. Then Aya spotted movement ahead. There they are, a dark figure was cutting through the snow at incredible speed. Ryder reacted instantly. He raised his weapon and fired. Bang, the blast tore across the frozen landscape. But the approaching figure moved through the attack with terrifying speed. A streak of blue energy flashed past. Ryder's eyes widened. What in the? Before he could understand what had happened, a powerful force swept through the snow. The air twisted. The white landscape erupted. Ryder could only stare as the mysterious presence moved beyond his sight. Then through the blowing snow a silhouette appeared. A tall figure stood quietly in the distance. Long pale hair flowed behind them. A wide black hat shadowed their face. Dark clothing covered their body as blue details cut through the white storm. The stranger slowly stepped forward. Mori stared in silence. He had no idea who this person was. Ryder didn't seem to know either, but one thing was obvious. This mysterious figure had crossed the frozen land at an impossible speed, and Ryder's attack hadn't stopped them. As the stranger stood before them, Mori's eyes widened, because their peaceful journey through the mountains had just led them directly to someone completely unknown. And with the mysterious hunter stood silently in the snow. The moment Ryder saw them clearly, fear immediately crossed his face. There was no way this person could manipulate black holes, a type of bounty hunter Ryder had never encountered before. What shocked him even more was the reason they had apparently come after him. Ryder had only fired a couple of rounds back in town, yet someone this dangerous had been sent after him. Without wasting time, Ryder grabbed Mori and sped away. But the hunter simply watched them leave. Mori remained bundled safely against Ryder while the silent figure slightly tilted their head. Ryder finally called out to Aya and asked the only question that mattered. If he fought this hunter, what were his chances of winning? The result was brutal, only a 16% chance, and even extraordinary luck wouldn't improve those odds by much. Ryder stared at the silent hunter for another moment before admitting the truth. Aya quickly ran the numbers. Even with an extra 7% margin of error for a possible natural disaster, the result was clear. Ryder knew Aya's calculations were never wrong. And that only made the situation worse. Behind them, the mysterious bounty hunter's blue eyes glowed through the darkness. Ryder didn't know exactly how powerful this enemy was. He only knew one thing. They were much stronger. Ryder immediately understood that a one-on-one fight had to be avoided at all costs. Then his eyes shifted toward Mori beside him. Now Ryder wasn't only thinking about himself. He had Mori with him. And whatever he decided next, he couldn't afford to put the child in danger. His decision was instant. There would be no heroic battle, only escape. Ryder tightened his grip, his eyes sharpened with determination, and he gave Aya a single command. Screw it, let's go, as he prepared to unleash everything the motorcycle had. The desperate chase across the frozen mountains was about to begin. Ryder abandoned the idea of fighting. Instead, he ordered Aya to remove every safety restriction on the motorcycle. Warning messages immediately flooded the system, announcing that overclock mode had been activated. The bike exploded forward, its engine screaming as it tore across the frozen mountains at a speed far beyond its normal limits. For a moment it looked like the gamble had worked, then the hunter made a move. Without chasing directly, they released a strange blue attack that sliced across the sky. Aya instantly warned Ryder about the incoming trajectory, giving him just enough time to dodge. The blast slammed into the mountainside instead, sending snow and ice erupting across the valley. Rather than slowing down, Ryder used the explosion to create more distance. Watching the attack miss, he realized something important. The hunter was reacting to every move they made. Seeing a possible escape route ahead, Ryder committed to it. If we can just reach the bridge, we might make it. He pushed the motorcycle even harder as the icy landscape rushed past them. But the hunter never lost sight of them. The gap between pursuer and prey refused to grow. And as Ryder raced toward the narrow bridge, he had no idea the real danger was still waiting ahead. The motorcycle tore across the frozen mountains, leaving a trail of snow behind as Ryder squeezed every bit of power from the engine. Behind them, the hunter never slowed. Aya constantly tracked the pursuer's position, but every update brought the same conclusion. They were still closing in. Ryder glanced back only once before shouting, "Hang on, Mori." The little boy clung tightly to him as the bike bounced across the uneven ice. Then the hunter attacked. Ryder suddenly raised his gun and fired, but the bounty hunter reacted instantly. Blue energy twisted around a tiny black sphere as they reached toward it. In the next moment their bodies shot away at incredible speed, flying across the snowy mountains. Ryder watched carefully. Something felt strange. Despite having every opportunity to attack, the bounty hunter still hadn't made a move against them. Ryder finally understood. They had no intention of attacking. If that was true, then fighting was unnecessary. Now Ryder only needed to reach the distant bridge. But as snow drifted through the air, the bounty hunter suddenly appeared right beside him. Ryder froze. The enemy he was trying to avoid had already closed the distance. For a brief moment, Ryder and the mysterious bounty hunter stood dangerously close. Then Ryder noticed something strange. The hunter seemed almost confused. But before he could understand why, a sharp sound echoed through the freezing air. Snatch, the bounty hunter suddenly moved. Ryder was thrown off balance and the massive machine beneath them shifted violently. Then Ryder sneezed. His body tensed and his footing completely failed. He started falling, but the bounty hunter reacted instantly. Blue energy spiraled through the air as the strange black sphere activated once again. In seconds the machine surged forward. Bang, 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 it raced across the narrow frozen bridge at terrifying speed, carrying them deeper into the mountains. Ryder could do nothing except hold on, because whatever this mysterious hunter wanted, they were now taking him straight across the bridge. Just as the machine continued racing across the frozen bridge, the bounty hunter suddenly grabbed Ryder's weapon. Ryder immediately tensed. The two were already dangerously close, and for a second it looked like another fight was about to begin. But then, Ryder sneezed again. His eyes widened in pain. The freezing wind was finally getting to him. The bounty hunter glanced away from Ryder and noticed the small child clinging tightly to his clothes. The child stared back with wide, frightened eyes. For a moment the mysterious hunter froze. Then Ryder suddenly realized something was wrong. His footing slipped. Before he could recover, his entire body was pulled backward. The machine shot forward at terrifying speed, and Ryder was sent flying through the freezing air. And now, with a child still in his arms, one wrong move could send them both straight into the abyss. Ryder was thrown completely off the vehicle, but instead of panicking, the masked rider simply watched him fall. Then with an almost mocking calm, they asked if Ryder was unfamiliar with this area. And seconds later the reason became terrifyingly clear. Far below the frozen bridge the mountain began to tremble. A deafening roar tore through the valley, an avalanche. The masked rider accelerated without hesitation, racing across the ice as a massive wall of snow crashed down behind them. Meanwhile, Ryder was still falling into the freezing abyss. The distance between them grew larger by the second, but with the child still in danger, this chase was far from over, because if Ryder survived the fall, the masked rider had just made a very dangerous enemy. The avalanche swallowed everything behind them. Realizing the bike could no longer continue, the masked rider immediately deactivated it and stepped onto the frozen ground. But the danger wasn't over. A strange fluttering sound echoed through the sky. The child looked up. Dozens of terrifying flying creatures were circling above them. The masked rider stood completely still as the swarm closed in. Then everything suddenly went dark. Somewhere in the darkness, a small mechanical voice called out, "Ryder." Ryder's eyes slowly opened. Confused and exhausted, he wondered if he had passed out. The device quickly explained that the lack of oxygen at such a high altitude had likely caused him to lose consciousness. But Ryder had only one thing on his mind, the child, and the moment he realized she was still missing, his exhaustion disappeared, because while Ryder had been unconscious, something far more dangerous had already found her. But Ryder soon realized the situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. Waking the enormous flying whales had actually saved them. Once disturbed, the creatures naturally moved toward the canyon, searching for more open space. And without even realizing it, Ryder and the child had been carried across the dangerous mountains. Still recovering, Ryder finally asked where they were. The small device answered without hesitation. They had reached their destination. Ryder slowly turned his gaze toward the landscape ahead. Beyond the mountains stood something enormous, a dark city hidden deep between the towering peaks. After surviving freezing winds, collapsing snow, and monstrous creatures, their journey through the mountains was finally over. They had arrived at the city, but reaching it was only the beginning, because Ryder still had no idea what or who was waiting for them inside. At last, Ryder and Mori arrived at the city. But before heading toward the entrance, Meng gave Ryder an important warning. There was still a bounty on his head and no one knew whether news of it had already reached this place, so Ryder decided to change his appearance. He adjusted his clothes and covered his noticeable features, hoping the simple disguise would be enough. Once everything looked right, Ryder called Mori over and prepared to move. But the moment Mori looked at him, the little boy suddenly became confused. He kept staring at Ryder from different angles, clearly unable to understand who was standing in front of him. And without warning, Mori panicked and rushed at him. Ryder grabbed him, demanding to know what was wrong, while Mori desperately insisted that he wanted Ryder. That was when Meng figured it out. Mori seemed unable to recognize Ryder with his new appearance. Ryder couldn't believe such a simple disguise had completely fooled him. Still, they couldn't waste any more time, so Ryder found a ridiculous but effective solution. He placed Mori on his shoulders and let the child cover him while they continued forward. Together, the three finally stepped into the city's enormous entrance. The deeper they walked, the more unnatural the place felt. The halls were massive, silent, and almost completely empty. Then a voice suddenly greeted them. Strange floating attendant appeared and welcomed them to the city. Ryder immediately became nervous, and when the attendant calmly asked how it could assist them, Ryder realized their first real test inside the city had just begun. The attendant calmly asked how it could assist them. Ryder explained that they had come to meet the Fa clan. Instead of asking more questions, the attendant requested a symbol proving their connection to the clan. Ryder immediately started sweating. He had no idea what symbol it meant. Fortunately, Mori quietly searched through his belongings and pulled out a letter. The attendant examined the mark on it and the symbol was instantly verified, but another problem appeared. They now had to identify the exact person they wanted to meet. A huge collection of names and symbols surrounded Ryder. He stared at them helplessly. Mori didn't know the person's name either, leaving Ryder with absolutely nothing to work with. Then Mori suddenly remembered something. He searched his belongings once again and pulled out a small blue flower. The moment the attendant saw it, everything changed. It recognized the clue, the glowing system activated and a dark doorway materialized before them. According to the attendant, all they had to do was enter. Ryder hesitated at the pitch-black entrance, but there was no other path forward, so with Mori beside him he stepped into the darkness. At first they carefully moved forward, then Ryder's foot suddenly slipped. His body dropped, and before he could even scream, both of them were violently thrown out into the open sky. Whatever waited at the end of this route had just turned their simple visit into a terrifying fall. Instead of landing safely, Ryder crashed straight into the ground. For a moment everything went dark, then he opened his eyes to a completely different sight. Bright sunlight stretched across a huge field and in the distance stood a single massive residence. Meng immediately examined the area. A place this enormous, sitting alone in the middle of the city, clearly belonged to someone important. Mori stared at the building with growing excitement. The moment Ryder put him down, the little boy took off across the field. Ryder quickly followed, warning him to be careful. Soon they arrived at a tall iron gate. Unfortunately it was locked. Meng warned Ryder that trespassing here could be treated as a serious crime. Ryder had no intention of testing the city's laws, so he decided they would wait outside. But then Mori noticed the gate wasn't completely sealed. Before Ryder could react, the little boy slipped straight through. Ryder could only stare in disbelief. Mori was already running toward the residence, and Ryder had just one thought: he needed to catch him before the little boy caused a much bigger problem. The moment Mori noticed a way through the gate, he slipped inside. Ryder stared in shock before immediately rushing after him. Meng warned that entering private property without permission could get them arrested, but Mori was already too far ahead. The little boy sprinted across the field and reached the mansion. Ryder desperately called for him to come back. Mori ignored him. He began pounding on the front door, pressing the bell again and again as if he couldn't wait another second. Ryder finally caught up, completely exhausted, but just then Mori heard something. A faint sound came from inside the mansion. His expression changed instantly. Before Ryder could stop him, Mori slipped through the entrance and disappeared inside. Ryder shouted after him, but Mori was already gone. And whatever Mori had sensed inside that mansion was pulling him deeper into the building. Inside the mansion, Mori ran through the enormous hallway alone. Ryder was now far behind, but Mori refused to stop. His breathing grew heavier with every step. Even when his body began to slow down, he forced himself forward. Then Mori suddenly noticed an open doorway. He stopped. For a brief moment he simply stared. Something about that room had caught his attention. Mori cautiously stepped closer and looked inside. And there, hidden in the dark, was a mysterious figure. Mori froze at the entrance. After traveling through dangerous mountains and finally reaching the city, he had arrived before someone completely unknown. And before Mori could discover who this person was, Mori stood frozen before the strange figure. But instead of finding his mother, he had apparently wandered into the wrong place. The mysterious resident calmly approached and offered to help him. Mori immediately asked how to get out. The answer was simple: the same way he had entered. Before Mori could react, the strange bird-like residents began discussing his unexpected arrival. None of them seemed to remember inviting a guest. One of them finally decided to investigate, but Mori was already gone. He ran through the enormous mansion, desperately trying to retrace his steps. Door after door passed him as his footsteps echoed through the empty halls. Then he pushed open another entrance and stopped. The room beyond was completely dark. Several glowing eyes suddenly opened in the shadows. A towering, terrifying figure emerged before him. Mori couldn't move. For a brief second, a warm memory of being held flashed through his mind. Then the creature reached toward him, and Mori's face crumpled as tears filled his eyes. Because whatever Mori had mistaken this feeling for, it clearly wasn't the reunion he had imagined. Before the creature could get any closer, Ryder finally found Mori. But Mori was already terrified. The moment Ryder appeared, the little boy burst into tears. Ryder rushed toward him while the mansion's strange residents watched the chaotic reunion in surprise. Once things calmed down, Mori sat quietly on the floor, still sniffling. Ryder tried everything to comfort him. He offered snacks and even joked about doubling the amount, but Mori refused to move. Realizing the child needed space, Ryder finally left him alone. Outside the room, Ryder admitted he had never seen Mori cry like that before. The mansion's resident agreed. Whatever Mori had expected to find here, reality had clearly hurt him. Then the conversation shifted. Ryder finally looked at the mysterious figure properly and asked who they were. The stranger calmly introduced themselves as Mori's patron and the head of the Fa clan. In a single moment, Ryder realized they had finally found the person connected to Mori's journey. That night the mansion finally became quiet. Mori had fallen asleep while Ryder stayed nearby. But after everything that happened, Ryder couldn't simply rest. Then in the middle of the silence, Mori woke up. Still half asleep, the little boy quietly slipped out of bed and wandered into the dark hallway. He moved from room to room, sniffing the air as if searching for something familiar. Eventually a strange scent led him into another room. There Mori noticed several round fruits resting on a table. His eyes immediately lit up. He remembered Ryder offering him food earlier, and hunger quickly defeated his caution. Mori stretched as high as he could, desperately trying to reach one. His fingers finally touched the fruit, but before he could grab it, Mori suddenly sensed someone behind him. He slowly turned around, and standing in the doorway was Miria, silently watching him. The mysterious resident quietly lit a lantern, letting its warm glow push back the darkness filling the hallway. Everything was silent, until a strange scent drifted through the air. She suddenly stopped. Something felt different tonight. Following the unfamiliar smell, she slowly walked through the mansion, her glowing eyes carefully scanning every corner. The scent became stronger with each step, leading her toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, completely unaware that anyone was watching him, Mori had climbed onto the table. Stretching as far as he could, he desperately reached for a bowl of fresh fruit. His tiny fingers barely touched the edge as he tried again and again. Just then, the kitchen door slowly creaked open. The strange resident peeked inside and froze. At the exact same moment, Mori turned around. For a brief second, neither of them moved. One was surprised to find an unexpected visitor, the other had just been caught red-handed. And that silent stare was only the beginning of a very unusual encounter. The awkward silence lasted for only a heartbeat. The instant Mori realized he had been discovered, his survival instincts kicked in. Without thinking twice, the tiny boy launched himself across the kitchen like a speeding arrow. He ricocheted off the walls, tables, and cabinets so fast that his movements became impossible to follow. The entire room erupted into chaos as dishes rattled, furniture shook, and red streaks flashed in every direction. The mysterious resident could only stand there with wide eyes, completely overwhelmed by the unbelievable speed of the tiny intruder. Then Mori slammed into the wall and tumbled onto the floor. A single fruit rolled quietly across the room while the kitchen finally fell silent again. Panting heavily, Mori quickly pushed himself back onto his feet. His heart pounded wildly as he searched for another escape route, refusing to let himself get caught. High above, the strange resident watched the tiny runaway from the doorway, still trying to understand what had just happened. And before either of them could make the next move, the chase was about to become even stranger. The strange guardian froze in place, still trying to calm the pounding in his chest after the tiny whirlwind had nearly given him a heart attack. His glowing eyes slowly drifted toward the floor, where a single green fruit rolled quietly across the wooden boards. For a brief moment he simply stared at it. Then, as if an idea had suddenly crossed his mind, he carefully bent down and picked up the fruit. Instead of charging after the little intruder, he hid behind the doorway and cautiously peeked into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Mori had already taken cover behind the table. His tiny body trembled as he held his breath, listening for every sound. Neither of them wanted to make the first move. Realizing the frightened child was only starving, the mysterious figure gently tossed the fruit across the floor. The apple rolled slowly through the silent room, stopping just a short distance away from Mori's hiding place. It wasn't a trap, it was an invitation, but with fear still written across his face, Mori didn't dare move, and the uneasy silence between them only grew heavier. Despite the fear gripping his heart, Mori couldn't take his eyes off the fruit lying in front of him. His stomach growled so loudly that it drowned out every other thought. Slowly, carefully, the hungry little boy crawled out from behind the table, keeping one eye on the strange figure while reaching for the apple with trembling hands. The mysterious guardian noticed the movement immediately, but instead of attacking he stayed perfectly still, silently watching the child. The moment Mori finally grabbed the fruit, he wasted no time. He took a huge bite, crunching into it as if it were the most delicious meal he had ever tasted. For a second both of them froze, then Mori quickly snatched another fruit before retreating back to his hiding place, clutching both apples tightly like precious treasure. Watching the tiny boy greedily protect his food, the guardian's expression slowly softened. The fear in his glowing eyes faded, replaced by quiet amusement. For the first time since they met, he realized something unexpected. This wasn't a dangerous intruder at all, it was just one incredibly hungry child. The little boy happily kept munching on the apples, completely forgetting that a terrifying guardian was still hiding only a few steps away. Every crunchy bite echoed through the silent room, and strangely enough the guardian couldn't stop watching him. He quietly reached out and rolled another apple toward the child. The fruit slowly spun across the floor, sparkling under the moonlight until it stopped right beside Mori. Without even questioning where it came from, the starving boy simply grabbed it and added it to his growing pile before taking another cheerful bite. Seeing that innocent reaction, the guardian's cold expression softened even more. For the first time in what felt like forever, the room wasn't filled with fear or violence, only the peaceful sound of a hungry child enjoying a simple meal. Meanwhile, outside the old mansion, the night remained strangely quiet. But neither of them realized that this peaceful moment wouldn't last forever. The first rays of sunlight poured into the mansion. The peaceful silence was broken by the cheerful chirping of birds outside. Mori slowly opened his eyes, still lying on the kitchen floor with bits of apple stuck all over his face after stuffing himself the entire night. Hidden nearby, the tiny spirits whispered among themselves. "Wake him up, but I want to see him too." Their excited voices made the little boy blink in confusion while the small guardian hurriedly chased them away before they could reveal themselves. At that exact moment, footsteps echoed through the hallway. A familiar voice suddenly called out what happened to the kitchen. Before Mori could even react, he instinctively ran toward the sound. The moment he rounded the corner, he crashed straight into Ryder's leg. Looking up, he found himself staring at Ryder, who smiled and asked, "Well, look who it is. Where are you off to this morning? Sleep well." Beside him, the floating cube calmly scanned the boy and reported, "Mr. Mori, 40% of your face appears to be covered in some sort of alternate substance. You must wash your face." But Mori wasn't listening. Instead, he suddenly wrapped both arms around Ryder's leg and hugged him as tightly as he could. The unexpected gesture completely caught Ryder off guard. His face instantly turned bright red as he shouted in complete panic, What are you doing? Where is this coming from?" For someone as fearless as Ryder, nothing could have prepared him for the overwhelming attack of a tiny child's innocent hug. Ryder was completely frozen as the little boy refused to let go of him. Seeing the scene, the floating cube couldn't resist teasing him. "All talk and no bite, Ryder." Then its tone suddenly became serious. "You won't believe this, Mr. Mori. Last night," the cube admitted that it wasn't completely fluent in the human language, but it explained what had happened. After learning that Mori's only friend had left the care facility, they naturally assumed the boy would try to find her. So they tracked down her home, hoping to locate him. But no one expected Mori to travel all the way to Ryder's mansion completely on his own. Miria, who was sitting across from Ryder, spoke with sincere gratitude. "No one ever imagined that he would come all the way here. How can I ever thank you?" Embarrassed by the unexpected praise, Ryder awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Oh, well, it's fine, really." Miria then placed a small black box on the table and gently pushed it toward Ryder. "Go ahead, open it." Ryder slowly lifted the lid. The moment the box opened, a brilliant light burst out from inside, instantly leaving Ryder staring in complete disbelief. Whatever Miria had prepared was so extraordinary that even Ryder was left utterly speechless. And what was hidden inside that As Ryder slowly opened the mysterious black box, a dazzling burst of light flooded the room. The instant he looked inside, all of his eyes widened in complete disbelief. Resting inside the box was an incredibly rare star fragment, a treasure so valuable that most beings would never even lay eyes on one. For a brief moment, Ryder couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then excitement exploded across his face. At first, he estimated the crystal was worth at least 40,000, but after inspecting it more carefully, he immediately changed his mind. "No, this has to be worth at least 60,000. The realization sent Ryder into a frenzy. His heart raced, sweat dripped down his face, and greed completely took over. Inside his mind, he was already celebrating. "I'm loaded now." Watching his reaction, Miria simply smiled and thanked Ryder for all of his hard work. Miria assured him that he would be safely escorted out, while Ryder struggled to hide the enormous grin spreading across his face after receiving such an unbelievable reward. Meanwhile, far away, little Mori quietly sat beside the campfire, completely focused on drawing in his notebook, completely unaware that his innocent actions had just made Ryder unimaginably rich. But neither of them realized that this priceless treasure would soon attract even greater dangers. As Ryder prepared to leave, memories of everything that had happened over the past few days suddenly flooded his mind. He remembered the terrifying battle where he had risked his life to protect little Mori from monstrous creatures. He remembered sharing meals beside the campfire, watching over the child while he peacefully slept, and even the moment Mori quietly treated his injuries without expecting anything in return. Those memories made Ryder stop in his tracks. "Dang it," he muttered to himself. For the first time, Ryder realized he wasn't ready to say goodbye. The little kid had somehow found a place in his heart. When Miria noticed Ryder mumbling to himself, she looked at him with confusion. "I'm sorry," she asked. Ryder immediately panicked, waving his hands as he tried to explain himself. "Oh no, I was just saying, just think about it." Trying to hide his true feelings, Ryder awkwardly laughed before blurting out, "That Mori kid really likes me, right? I don't even think he'd survive a day without me here." Deep down, however, Ryder knew the truth. It wasn't Mori who couldn't bear to leave. It was Ryder who had already become attached to the child. And that realization was about to change everything. Ryder scratched the back of his head awkwardly before forcing out the words he had been trying so hard to hide. "Well, if I have to, I guess I could make arrangements to stay a little longer. At least until Mori gets used to this place." Even Ryder couldn't believe what he was saying. Just moments ago he had been desperate to leave. But now the thought of abandoning Mori made him uncomfortable. He looked at Miria nervously and asked, Would that be all right with you?" Without a second of hesitation, Miria gave him a calm nod. "Of course, we may have only known each other for a short time, but we've already been through hell together." Hearing those words filled Ryder with relief. But before he could celebrate, he suddenly sensed a terrifying presence behind him. Slowly turning around, Ryder came face to face with a towering figure whose glowing blue eyes stared directly into his soul. "Ah!" Ryder screamed, nearly falling off the couch. Miria remained completely calm. Ryder, meet Jer, he's one of our aides. Seeing Ryder's terrified reaction, Miria casually explained, you'll have to excuse him. Decorum isn't exactly one of his strengths. He genuinely believed you kidnapped Mori and planned to demand a ransom. Ryder forced out a shaky laugh, sweat pouring down his face. Totally understandable, no hard feelings, water under the bridge, ha ha ha. Watching the awkward scene unfold, the little floating robot couldn't help but comment with amusement. Isn't that something? But Ryder had no idea that his peaceful reunion was only the beginning of an even bigger surprise waiting for him. Ryder let out a sigh and casually covered Mori's ears with both hands. All right, enough, besides there's no way Mori understood any of that. The tiny floating robot immediately called him out. Then why are you covering his ears? Ryder froze for a second, realizing he'd been caught. Before he could come up with an excuse, the robot turned toward Mori. Mr. Mori, have you had the chance to look around this place yet? Mori blinked with wide, curious eyes. Seeing his interest, the robot smiled. Why don't you and Aya go explore? I need to have a quick discussion with everyone else. Mori happily nodded, and the robot politely added. Excellent idea, shall we, Mr. Mori? Without any hesitation, the little boy cheerfully toddled out of the room, excited to explore his strange new surroundings. The heavy wooden door slowly creaked shut behind them, leaving Ryder alone with Miria and the others. Moments later, the atmosphere completely changed. Miria led everyone into a large meeting hall where several mysterious figures were already waiting in silence. After everyone took their seats, Miria's calm expression turned serious. All right, now that everyone's here, let's begin. The room instantly fell silent. Miria broke the silence with troubling news. We're still unable to get in contact with Salem. Ryder frowned in confusion. Salem, who's that? And with that single question, Ryder was about to learn that there were far more powerful players involved than he had ever imagined. One of the aides blinked in disbelief. Wait, don't tell me you don't even know the Arbiter. Ryder immediately shot back. Of course I do, who doesn't? The room suddenly grew quiet, then Miria began to explain. Yes, the Arbiter. As she spoke, the scene shifted to a breathtaking image of the endless cosmos. Arbiter is the owner of planet Earth, the supreme being who governs the very laws of life itself. 2 arms bear the weight of the entire world, while his 3 legs maintain its perfect balance and stability. Her voice became even more solemn. I am one of the Arbiter's 7 fingers, chosen beings who have each inherited a fragment of his divine authority. A massive black hole appeared behind her as countless celestial figures surrounded the throne-like presence. Power I received allows me to manipulate black holes. Only then did Ryder finally understand how Miria had been able to tear open portals between worlds so effortlessly. She continued, Salem is another one of the 7 fingers. Jer was only able to create those black holes because I temporarily lent him a portion of my power. At that moment, Ryder realized something terrifying. The people sitting before him weren't ordinary guardians. They were servants of the being who ruled the entire planet itself. Miria waved her hand, and a massive glowing map spread across the floor of the meeting hall. As everyone watched, she pointed to a dense forest deep within the mountains. Salem is responsible for everything from the mountain range all the way to the Redden River. Her finger stopped on a tiny mark hidden inside the woods. This is where the facility Mori escaped from was located. Atmosphere instantly turned serious. As you can see, that entire region falls under Salem's jurisdiction. We have to get in contact with him. But then came the troubling part. Apparently, even the facility couldn't reach Salem on the day Mori escaped. Because of that, their search for Mori had barely begun. Weeks passed, yet not a single report came back from the orphanage. One of the guardians tried to reassure everyone. Sure, it's nothing. Salem has always been incredibly busy, and once he falls asleep he's almost impossible to wake. Even so, Miria couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in her heart. Continue trying to reach him, at least until we figure out what's really happened. Then she turned toward Ryder. Until this matter is resolved, I'd like you to stay here with Mori. Without hesitation, Ryder nodded. You got it. For now, Mori would remain under their protection, but the fact that one of the Arbiter's 7 fingers had vanished without a trace could only mean one thing. Something far bigger was unfolding behind the scenes. Just as everyone thought the discussion was over, one of the bird-like attendants suddenly spoke up. Shall we begin the actual meeting? Ryder froze. The actual meeting? He had been sitting there the entire time, convinced everything they had discussed was the main agenda. Before he could even process those words, a tiny table was carefully placed in front of him. He stared at it in complete confusion. Then he picked up one of the tiny wooden spoons. It was so unbelievably small that it barely covered the tip of his finger. Ryder blinked in disbelief. What the heck is this? The attendant answered with complete seriousness. Those are Mr. Mori's dining utensils. We finished making them yesterday. Ryder's eyes widened. They're way too small. How is Mori supposed to eat with these? The little bird puffed out his chest proudly. Well, Mr. Mori is a very tiny individual. He's practically the size of my pinky. But Ryder wasn't buying it. "This isn't cutlery, it's something you'd use to feed an ant." Instead of getting offended, another attendant smiled proudly. "Exactly, that's why you'll love my latest design." Birds immediately rushed Ryder out of the room to proudly show off their newest creation, and judging by the excitement on their faces, whatever they had prepared for Mori was about to leave Ryder completely speechless. The attendants proudly unveiled their masterpiece. An enormous bed stood in the center of the room. One of them excitedly explained, "It's an extra large bed just for Mr. Mori. Since he loves crawling underneath beds, we made this one especially for him. It could probably fit 40 Morris." Others eagerly waited for Ryder's reaction. "So what do you think? Come look at my design." Ryder couldn't help but laugh. It was completely ridiculous. But at the same time, it was strangely wholesome. Every single one of these strange bird-like caretakers genuinely cared about Mori. They weren't building these things because they had to, they were doing it because they adored him. Just then someone casually waved a small black object toward the open window. Without warning, whoosh, the object shot straight outside. A moment later, far below the mansion, tiny Mori was happily wandering around by himself. He caught the object without any trouble before continuing on his way, completely unaware of the commotion happening upstairs. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, the walls and floors were already covered in colorful little drawings. It looked like Mori had been treating the entire building like his own giant sketchbook, and somehow, no one seemed upset about it. If anything, they looked proud that the tiny troublemaker had made himself at home. Mori happily wandered deeper into the enormous mansion, treating every room like a brand new adventure. The tiny robot floated faithfully beside him as his personal guide. Whenever Mori pointed at something with a curious "ing," the robot patiently answered, "That's called a chandelier, Mr. Mori." Moment later, Mori pointed toward a small potted plant. "Meng." Without missing a beat, the robot explained, "That is called a plant. It lives inside something called a pot." Everything around Mori was fascinating to him. Every object inside the mansion was a brand new discovery. Then as they continued exploring, Mori suddenly froze. He pointed towards something just out of sight and let out another curious "ing." Even the little robot paused. It stared ahead for a second, completely confused for perhaps the first time. It had absolutely no idea how to answer. The little robot hesitated for a moment before finally recognizing what Mori had found. It looked like someone had been working here not too long ago. The room was filled with scattered papers, blueprints, wooden toys, and unfinished designs, as if the owner had simply stepped away in the middle of their work. Curious as ever, Mori climbed onto a chair and reached for one of the drawings. He tilted his head in confusion. "Meng." The robot immediately understood what had caught his attention. "That's right. Whoever made these must be the designer." Mori blinked. "Designer," the robot gently added, "the person who designed your little cape, Mr. Mori." The moment Mori heard those words, his eyes widened with excitement. Without wasting another second, he eagerly spread out the blueprint across the table. The detailed sketches, measurements, and mysterious symbols filled every corner of the page. Someone had carefully planned every creation inside this workshop, and if these blueprints were still here, then perhaps the mysterious designer wasn't gone after all. Just as Mori finished studying the blueprint, a sudden realization flashed across his face. He finally understood. These drawings weren't ordinary sketches, they belonged to the very person who had created his cape. That meant the mysterious designer had once worked in this very room. Before Mori could process that incredible discovery, a calm voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "You must be Mori." The unexpected greeting froze him in place. His entire body stiffened. Slowly, he turned around, his eyes growing as wide as saucers. Someone was standing there. The very person they had been searching for had appeared without warning. And in that single moment, Mori realized the mysterious designer was finally standing right in front of him. The mysterious designer smiled warmly as soon as he recognized Mori. He explained that everyone had been worried sick. In fact, Miss Miria had insisted on searching for Mori herself, and it had taken a lot of effort to stop her. Curious, the designer asked what Mori had been doing all this time. Still feeling a little nervous, Mori admitted that he and his companion had simply been exploring the estate. Then Mori couldn't hold back his own question any longer. He looked around the enormous mansion in disbelief before asking, "How can a place like this exist in the middle of a city?" The designer chuckled before calmly revealing the truth. This wasn't an ordinary mansion. It was a vacation home that Miss Miria had personally designed and built with her own hands. And she had done it for one reason alone. She wanted to understand Mori better. Those words caught Mori completely off guard. Not knowing how to respond, he quietly slipped outside the room to collect his thoughts. But the moment he peeked through the doorway, he froze. The Miria had silently appeared right behind him. Mori nearly jumped out of his skin, while even the Miria looked startled by the unexpected encounter. For a brief second, the two of them simply stared at each other in complete silence. An awkward yet strangely hilarious moment, before the conversation finally continued. Miria let out a disappointed sigh, while the writer quietly watched everything unfold. After thinking for a moment, Ryder suddenly crossed his arms and confidently announced, "It's time for you two to become friends." Miria's eyes immediately lit up with hope. "There's nothing I'd want more," she admitted. "But, does anyone have a good idea?" Everyone fell silent as they searched for the perfect plan. Then all of a sudden Ryder snapped his fingers. "Got it!" With complete confidence he proudly revealed his brilliant strategy. Mission: befriend Mori, and the very first tactic was surprisingly simple. Everyone loves snacks. To Ryder the answer was obvious. If you wanted to make a friend, all you had to do was offer them something delicious. Without wasting another second, Miria called Mori over, eager to put Ryder's foolproof plan to the test. But whether this simple plan would actually win Mori's trust was something they were about to find out. Miria nervously held out a plate of freshly baked cookies and softly asked Mori, "Would you like some cookies?" But before Mori could even answer, the other creatures rushed in with excited smiles, happily feeding him cookies from every direction. The little boy's face instantly lit up as he accepted every bite with pure joy. Watching from the doorway, Miria couldn't help but freeze. Ryder casually took a bite of a cookie himself before pointing out the obvious. "You really underestimated how easy this kid is to win over." Without missing a beat, he immediately moved on to his next brilliant idea. Tactic 2: learn what he likes. In seconds, Miria covered herself with everything Mori loved: cookies, colorful crayons, a shiny green apple, and even a tiny stuffed toy. After admiring her masterpiece, she nodded proudly. "Perfect." Ryder gave her one final instruction. "Now just walk past him, nice and casual, totally natural." Miria took a deep breath and slowly shuffled toward Mori, trying her best to act normal. But the moment Mori looked up, he gasped in complete shock. Something about Miria's bizarre appearance had definitely not gone according to plan. Panicking after frightening Mori, Miria immediately apologized and shoved every cookie she had into his hands. "I'm so sorry, here, just take them all." Ryder watched the disaster unfold for a second before cutting in. Moving on, without wasting another moment, he introduced Tactic 3, a familiar face. His brilliant idea was simple. By that I mean, Mr. Ryder on his bike. "Since Mori already likes me, this should work twice as well." Ryder called for his motorcycle and the floating assistant instantly materialized it. He carefully helped Miria climb onto the bike and patiently explained the controls. "All right, grab this here, now squeeze that lever." The instant Miria did, vroom, the motorcycle exploded forward like a rocket, leaving everyone frozen in shock as Miria disappeared into the distance. Mori could only stare with wide eyes before Miria. The assistant let out a helpless sigh. That's why Ryder usually does all the driving. Completely unfazed by yet another spectacular failure, Ryder clapped his hands. Moving on, next came Tactic 4, repeat a previously successful strategy. This time Ryder pointed toward a few people dressed exactly like him and confidently declared, "Change into my clothes." Surely, this plan couldn't possibly go wrong. Ryder quickly explained the final plan. One of his lookalikes had agreed to play the villain. As soon as the fake bad guy appeared, Miria would swoop in like a hero, rescue Mori, and finally earn his trust. "Got it?" Miria nodded with determination. "Got it." Everything was finally in place. The fake villain slowly stepped toward Mori, filling the room with an ominous aura. The little boy looked up in confusion as the mysterious figure loomed over him. Ryder whispered the signal. Now, without a second of hesitation, Miria burst into the room and shouted, "Mori." She launched herself forward. KO. Instead of pretending to fight, she knocked the fake villain out with a single devastating blow. Ryder grabbed his head in frustration. "Oh, come on, we talked about this. You were supposed to mess around with him first." Meanwhile, the poor villain lay unconscious on the floor while Miria completely ignored Ryder's complaints and immediately wrapped Mori in a protective hug. After that, they tried countless other plans. Every single one of them ended in complete failure. After countless failed plans, the group finally gave up. That night, silence settled over the mansion. Rain gently tapped against the windows as the wind whispered through the darkness. Everything felt calm, almost too calm. Meanwhile, completely unaware of everything happening around him, Mori slept peacefully under his warm blanket. The little boy looked so innocent, breathing softly as the storm continued outside. But then, without warning, something changed. From the darkness beyond the window, two glowing red eyes slowly appeared. Someone, or something, had arrived, and it wasn't there by accident. The next second, the horrifying figure finally revealed itself. Its face was completely twisted, its hollow eyes spinning with madness as it stared straight at Mori. In an instant, the creature lunged toward the sleeping child with terrifying speed. The loud crash echoed through the silent room. Startled awake, Mori's eyes shot open. His heart pounded as cold sweat rolled down his face. He gasped for air, still half asleep, unable to understand what had just happened. For a brief moment, everything went silent again. The room was dark. The rain continued falling outside, but deep inside, Mori felt it. Someone was still there, and before he could even move, the nightmare was only getting started. Still shaking, Mori slowly looked around the room, his tiny body frozen with fear. Nothing. There was no sign of the monster anywhere. He let out a shaky little whimper, trying to convince himself it had all been a nightmare. Then, a blinding flash of lightning exploded outside the window, lighting up the entire room for a split second. Instinctively, Mori's eyes snapped toward the window. His heart nearly stopped. Without thinking, he threw himself off the bed and scrambled across the floor as fast as his tiny legs could carry him. Panting heavily, he hid beside the bed, desperately trying to stay quiet. But the old house answered with another chilling sound. Creak. Somewhere nearby, a door had just begun to open, and whatever was outside was slowly coming in. Terrified, Mori slowly followed the strange sound echoing through the silent mansion. Every tiny step felt heavier than the last, while his frightened eyes searched every dark corner, afraid that the monster might suddenly appear again. Meanwhile, in another room, Ryder remained completely focused, carefully working on something mysterious, completely unaware of what was happening elsewhere in the mansion. Back in the hallway, the only sounds were the old grandfather clock ticking, and the storm raging outside. The wind howled against the windows, making the entire house groan as if it were alive. Then, Mori noticed something. A door. It wasn't fully closed anymore. A warm orange light leaked through the narrow opening, standing out against the cold darkness surrounding him. His fear was still there, but his curiosity slowly took over. Very carefully, Mori crept closer and peeked inside. Instead of finding a terrifying monster, he found a peaceful library glowing with firelight. An elegant figure with long white hair and majestic wings was quietly sleeping in a rocking chair beside the fireplace. The gentle crackling of the fire filled the room, and for the first time since waking up, the mansion didn't feel quite as terrifying. But Mori had no idea that waking this Miria was about to change everything. Trying not to make a sound, Mori slowly crawled across the library floor while Miria continued sleeping peacefully beside the fireplace. The warm fire crackled softly, and books were scattered everywhere, making the room feel strangely cozy despite the terrifying mansion outside. As Mori looked around, something immediately caught his attention. An open book lay on the floor. Curious, he crawled closer and peeked at the pages. The title read, Child Behavior Observation. And resting on top of it was another document titled, How to Build a Relationship with Your Child. Mori tilted his head in complete confusion. What was a book like that doing here? Before he could think any further, the old rocking chair suddenly creaked. Mori froze, his entire body stiffened as he slowly looked up. Miria was awake. For a split second, the two simply stared at each other in complete silence. Panic exploded inside Mori. Without thinking, he immediately jumped straight into Miria's lap, squeezing his eyes shut as if pretending he didn't exist. Instead of getting angry, Miria let out a quiet, gentle chuckle. Then, with incredible care, he wrapped both arms around the tiny boy, holding him in a surprisingly warm and protective embrace. But neither of them realized. This unexpected meeting was only the beginning of a bond that would change both of their lives forever. As Mori rested in Miria's arms, his racing heart slowly began to calm. He cautiously lifted his head and stole a glance at Miria's face. To his surprise, the man had already drifted back to sleep, his breathing slow and peaceful as if nothing had happened at all. Mori blinked in confusion. He had expected to be scolded, or even thrown out. Instead, he found himself wrapped in a warm, comforting embrace. For the first time in a long while, he felt completely safe. Then, in that quiet moment, something inside Mori's heart quietly changed. It was as if a tiny flower had bloomed deep within him. A simple feeling, a feeling he had never truly known before. The desire to say hello, the wish to share a lovely circle with someone, the dream of having a family. And without either of them realizing it, that tiny spark had already become the beginning of something far greater than either of them could ever imagine. As Mori rested safely in Miria's embrace, a feeling unlike anything he had ever known quietly blossomed inside his heart. For the very first time in his life, he understood what it felt like to have a mother. As the warm fire continued to crackle in the silence, Miria slowly opened her eyes. Goodness, I must have fallen asleep. Thinking nothing unusual had happened, Miria gently adjusted his hold on Mori, ready to call it a night. But the moment he looked down, he froze. The tiny child had fallen completely asleep in his arms. His little face looked peaceful, trusting, and utterly defenseless. Miria's heart skipped a beat. Without realizing it, he tightened his embrace ever so slightly, careful not to wake the sleeping child. And although his expression remained as calm as ever, inside, the Miria's was already screaming in absolute panic. Miria's heart nearly stopped. What? Is Mori here? And how long has he been sleeping like this? Panic completely took over. Cold sweat poured down Miria's face as her mind spiraled into chaos. What do I do? Oh no, I need to call Ryder and Yi immediately. Her hands slowly reached out, but before she could move another inch, she suddenly froze. Mori was sleeping so peacefully, his tiny fingers still clutching her robe as if refusing to let go. The room fell completely silent. Miria stared at the little child for a long moment, carefully watching his calm breathing. Then, with incredible hesitation, she slowly wrapped both arms around Mori, afraid that even the slightest movement might wake him. For someone feared by countless beings, holding one tiny sleeping child had somehow become the most nerve-wracking challenge of Miria's entire life. As Miria gently held the sleeping child in her arms, she simply sat there in silence, staring into the crackling fireplace. For the first time in what felt like forever, she allowed herself to enjoy the quiet warmth filling the room. Meanwhile, morning finally arrived. Ryder let out a huge yawn after finishing his mission, and a calm voice praised him. "Excellent work, Ryder. That took much longer than anticipated." Ryder glanced at the small floating robot beside him and gave a tired hum. The robot immediately displayed a bright red warning. "Warning, activating overclock mode. I had it going for too long." Its mechanical body glowed crimson as it pushed itself beyond its normal limits. Seeing that, Ryder sighed and calmly replied, "We should take it easy for now." "Well," the robot answered without hesitation. Neither of them realized that, while they had been busy with their own mission, an entirely different kind of miracle had quietly unfolded inside the mansion. And it would change Miria forever. The next morning, Ryder was greeted by the mansion's cheerful bird-like servants who welcomed him with bright smiles. "Hello, Mr. Ryder, good morning." Caught completely off guard by their enthusiasm, Ryder awkwardly scratched his head, unsure how to respond. One of the servants happily asked, "How did you sleep last night? You're up quite early." Before Ryder could answer, another servant arrived carrying a large barrel. "Mail has arrived," it announced. Ryder immediately stepped forward. "I got it." Servant looked pleasantly surprised. "Really? I appreciate that. It just needs to be delivered to Miss Miria." Without wasting another second, Ryder carried the package himself and headed toward the mansion's front entrance. As he picked up the strange delivery, he glanced over it with a suspicious expression. Something about it immediately caught his attention. Looking at the mysterious package, Ryder quietly muttered, "Now, what do we have here?" Whatever was inside, he had a feeling it wasn't an ordinary delivery, and opening it might uncover the next dangerous mystery. As Ryder examined the mysterious package, his floating companion suddenly scanned its contents. Holographic screen instantly appeared before him, revealing several shocking photographs. At the very top, one word stood out in massive bold letters: "Wanted." The moment Ryder saw his own face staring back at him, every drop of color drained from his expression. Trying to stay calm, the floating robot sarcastically commented, My, those are some great photographs of you." Before Ryder could even process the situation, a familiar voice echoed through the hallway. "Ryder," he nearly jumped out of his skin. Turning around, he was relieved to see Miria standing there instead of a group of soldiers. Forcing an awkward smile, he greeted her. "Hello, Miria, you seem to be in a great mood today." A faint blush spread across her face as she smiled back. "Do I?" Then gathering her courage, she nervously asked, "I actually wanted to ask if you have some time today." Ryder pointed at himself in disbelief. "Me?" Then he laughed loudly to hide his panic. "Of course, I've got nothing but time." Miria's face bright. "Lovely," but her next sentence hit Ryder like a bolt of lightning. "It's actually about Mori's clothes." His smile instantly froze. Only then did the horrifying realization strike him. He had completely forgotten the wanted posters, the bounty on his head. Everything had slipped his mind after seeing Mori cry. Inside his head, alarms went off. Despite the panic consuming him, Ryder somehow kept smiling on the outside. Great, fantastic. What started as a peaceful morning had suddenly turned into a disaster, and Ryder was now only one mistake away from exposing himself to everyone. Trying to stay composed, Ryder forced an awkward smile while Miria cheerfully asked, "Shall we get ready to head out then?" The words hit him like a truck. His eyes widened in complete panic. He quickly stopped her. "Wait, where are we going?" Without suspecting a thing, Miria answered with a warm smile, "Main Street." A second, Ryder thought he had misheard. Main Street." His voice cracked as cold sweat poured down his face. Trying to make absolutely sure, he nervously asked, "You mean the city center?" Miria nodded happily. Exactly. That single word shattered every bit of hope he had left inside his mind. Ryder could already picture countless people, soldiers, and those terrifying wanted posters hanging all over the city. If anyone recognized him, everything would be over. Keeping a painfully fake smile on his face while panicking inside, he could only think one thing: I am so screwed. And with no obvious way to refuse Miria's invitation, Ryder was about to walk straight into the most dangerous place he could possibly go. As Ryder reluctantly followed Miria, he expected to step onto the crowded streets of the city. Instead, the world around him flashed with light. In the next instant, the two of them appeared inside a breathtaking hidden workshop. Elegant white creatures lined both sides of the entrance, bowing in perfect sync as they greeted their guests. "Welcome." The place looked nothing like an ordinary tailor shop. Massive white pillars, glowing fabrics, and sparkling threads filled the room, making it feel more like a sacred temple than a clothing store. Completely confused, Ryder looked around in disbelief. "Where are we?" Miria smiled as if this was the most normal thing in the world. She explained that this was the place where she always had her clothes tailored and adjusted. Then she revealed the shop's greatest secret. Their craftsmen could turn any design a customer imagined into reality, and they could even alter clothes on the spot. Every single outfit they made was completely custom-made, which was why customers had to visit in person. As Ryder listened, he finally understood why Miria had insisted on bringing him here instead of trying to make Mori's clothes herself. Human clothing was surprisingly difficult to obtain in the demon world, so she decided to leave the job to true professionals. Just then one of the strange tailors approached Mori with incredible enthusiasm. "Hello, Mr. Mori, we've heard so much about you." The tiny boy immediately froze, staring at the bizarre white creature standing in front of him. Sensing his fear, the tailor quickly tried to reassure him. "Oh dear, I had a feeling you'd be scared of us, that's why we came prepared." But whether their preparations would actually calm Mori down, or make things even weirder, was about to become the next hilarious surprise. The bizarre tailors proudly announced that Miss Miria had already warned them about Mori's timid personality, so they had prepared the perfect strategy. Without wasting another second, the strange creatures suddenly pulled out an entire collection of snacks and toys, holding them out like professional babysitters trying to win over a shy child. The effect was immediate. Mori's fearful expression vanished in an instant, replaced by sparkling eyes filled with pure excitement. Watching the little boy light up, Miria nodded with satisfaction. She explained that it wasn't safe for Mori to run toward random food or toys outside, so teaching him to stay calm around strangers now was actually important. Ryder couldn't help but agree. Absolutely right. Meanwhile, Mori had already forgot everyone else and happily rushed toward his new friends, completely captivated by their colorful gifts. Seeing the little boy enjoying himself, Ryder let out a relieved sigh. Then another thought crossed his mind. This place is unbelievable. He never imagined Miria would have access to a secret portal leading directly beneath the city's busiest district. At least they had avoided exposing Mori to countless civilians. Still, there was another problem. Quietly, Ryder turned toward his floating AI companion. "Locate every camera in this place." Little drone immediately began scanning the room. After several moments, it finally responded. The workshop's security system was heavily encrypted, making a full scan nearly impossible. Even so, Aya successfully detected one hidden camera directly behind Ryder, two more farther ahead, and a security guard stationed only about 5 meters outside. The deeper Ryder looked into this mysterious shop, the more he realized it was protected far better than he had expected, and that discovery made him even more cautious about what might be waiting ahead. Ryder's mind raced as he quietly weighed his options. What am I supposed to do now? Should he simply stay hidden until everyone returned to Miria's house, or should he seize the opportunity, grab his belongings and disappear before anyone noticed? Neither plan felt safe. Just then the sound of rustling fabric echoed through the workshop. Ta-da! The mysterious tailors proudly revealed their first masterpiece. Standing in front of everyone was Mori, now dressed in an adorable little bear costume complete with tiny round ears and a pot of honey clutched tightly in his hands. The moment Ryder saw him, his composure completely shattered. "What the heck, I can't, he's too freaking adorable," he practically screamed, unable to resist the overwhelming cuteness. The tailor blinked in confusion. "Why are you yelling?" Then noticing tears welling up in Miria's eyes, they tilted their head even more. "Why are you crying?" Embarrassed, Mirias quickly tried to compose himself while the designers exchanged puzzled glances. After a brief discussion, they immediately got back to work. "Okay, then what about something like this?" A few seconds later, ta-da! This time Mori appeared wearing an elegant black and white outfit with fluffy rabbit ears, looking like a tiny noble straight out of a fantasy kingdom. The little boy innocently stretched out his arms, completely unaware that every new outfit was making Ryder's self-control crumble even further. And with each costume somehow becoming even cuter than the last, it was becoming impossible for anyone in that room to stay serious. The rabbit outfit completely destroyed the last bit of resistance the Mirias left. He covered his face with both hands trying to calm himself, but it was hopeless. With tears streaming from his glowing eyes, he let out a shaky breath. "Oh, I love it." The little AI assistant could only reply with a completely straight face. "Yes, I can tell." Before the Mirias could admire Mori any longer, Ryder stepped in and snatched the holographic display away. "Give me that." Trying to keep everyone focused, he pointed at Mori and said, "Maybe something like this instead." A flash of light filled the room. Moments later, Mori appeared in an edgy black outfit with tiny demon horns, a spiked collar, heavy chains, and even a miniature skull-themed toy. Satisfied, Ryder nodded proudly. "That's more like it." Then he glanced at the others and folded his arms. "Both of you clearly lack the sensibilities for a task like this. Allow me." Wanting to argue, the AI took over. A futuristic helmet materialized around Mori's head, glowing with green circuitry and high-tech patterns. The AI carefully examined its work before declaring perfection. The mysterious tailor clapped excitedly. "Now let's see." Unable to resist, they gently adjusted Mori's tiny ears and added the finishing touches with incredible care. When they finally stepped back, the tiny boy looked absolutely precious once again. His oversized, sparkling eyes, fluffy little ears, and elegant outfit melted everyone's hearts all over again. No matter what they tried, every single costume somehow made Mori even cuter than before. As the Mirias finished adjusting the outfit, he stepped back with a satisfied smile. "Ooh," he admired his work, and the result immediately left everyone speechless. The once intimidating demon now looked surprisingly calm, dressed in a neat black shirt while carrying the little human in his arms. The child happily munched on a cookie, making the terrifying outlaw look more like a protective father than the Empire's most wanted criminal. For a brief moment, everyone was impressed. But then reality suddenly hit him. His eyes widened as he remembered the enormous bounty hanging over his head. Wait a minute. The bounty on my head technically isn't even my fault. Sure, I illegally fired a gun in town, but I only did it to save Mori. They have to understand, besides, that punk probably had something to do with it too. Unable to keep the thought to himself any longer, he turned toward the Myrias. Myria, I need to ask you something, so, how should I say this? Before he could finish, the Myria's expression became unusually serious. Can someone as dangerous as you possibly raise a human being? The blunt question instantly silenced him. Without waiting for an answer, the Myrias calmly added, I'll make sure you are safely escorted out. Cold words made it painfully clear that, despite the adorable makeover, the biggest problem still hadn't disappeared, and what happened next would completely change the direction of their journey. As Ryder nervously gathered his courage, he finally turned to Myria with a serious question. He awkwardly asked about the strange letter she had once sent to Mori, the one that mentioned a lovely circle. Curious, he admitted he'd always wondered what it meant. Without saying a word, Myria calmly searched through her old papers before pulling out a tiny photograph. At first, Ryder couldn't understand why she was showing him what looked like nothing more than a grassy field. Then Myria smiled gently and pointed at a tiny speck hidden in the distance. It's Mori. Ryder stared at the picture in complete disbelief. That tiny dot was all she needed to recognize him, and at that moment he realized just how deeply Myria cared about the little human. Myria explained that at first the letter looked like nothing more than an ordinary piece of mail, so she planned to read it later. But the moment she finally opened it, something unexpected happened. A glowing message suddenly activated and the letter transformed into a magical video recording. Before Myria could even react, the scenery around her completely changed. She found herself standing in the middle of a vast grassy field beneath a bright blue sky, as though she had been transported into the memory itself. Confused, Myria slowly looked around, trying to understand what she was seeing. Then in the distance she noticed something barely visible, hidden among the tall grass. It was so tiny that anyone else would have overlooked it, but Myria's eyes locked onto it immediately. Myria couldn't help but wonder what she was looking at. The tiny figure hidden in the grass suddenly wiggled, instantly catching her attention. A moment later, the little figure slowly turned around, revealing an adorable round-faced toddler sitting quietly on the hillside. The child looked so unbelievably tiny and chubby that Myria froze in place, completely captivated by the unexpected sight. She stared at the little boy in stunned silence, unable to look away. Then, almost absent-mindedly, she muttered that he was just so round. She had never seen anyone or anything quite like him before. As Myria continued watching the strange memory unfold, she finally realized where the nickname Lovely Circle had come from all those years ago. As the magical recording finally came to an end, the glowing message slowly dissolved into countless golden particles before disappearing completely. In Myria's hands, it transformed into nothing more than an ordinary photograph, the very image of the tiny child peeking over the grassy hill. A soft smile naturally spread across Myria's face as she stared at the picture, still unable to get over how unbelievably adorable the little boy had been. Sitting beside her, Ryder explained that Mori was actually terrified of cameras. That's why the recording had been filmed from so far away. In fact, Ryder had been told the tiny figure was no bigger than an ant from that distance. Myria let out a quiet laugh before admitting that the story made perfect sense. The moment she saw that impossibly round little child, she couldn't resist becoming his patron. Before she even realized it, she had already finished all the paperwork and was happily choosing gifts to send him. Embarrassed, she softly admitted that it all sounded a little silly, but Ryder immediately shook his head. No, not at all. After a brief silence, he quietly remarked that it was a wonderful way for her story with Mori to begin. Then, almost under his breath, he added that it was completely different from someone else he knew. And as if to prove exactly how unusual Mori had always been, the narration casually revealed one more amusing fact. Mr. Mori had a strange habit of sitting absolutely anywhere and everywhere. The tiny Mori wandered around the room exactly as Ryder had described, completely ignoring where he was supposed to sit. While one of the attendants carefully presented different fabrics for his clothes, the child simply stared with innocent curiosity. The attendant quickly caught on and politely said, I see, perhaps this fabric would be more suitable instead. But before anyone could react, click, the room suddenly went completely dark. For a brief moment, silence filled the chamber. Realizing what had happened, the attendants immediately apologized. We'll get it back on right away. Meanwhile, little Mori stood quietly in the darkness, nervously fidgeting with his tiny hands. He didn't cry or panic, he simply waited, looking around the pitch-black room with wide, innocent eyes. Then, a blinding flash erupted from somewhere deep inside the chamber. The entire room was instantly swallowed by brilliant white light, illuminating every corner as if a miniature sun had suddenly appeared. Mori slowly looked up toward the mysterious glow, his enormous eyes widened in pure astonishment, tiny beads of sweat rolling down his face as he stared at the impossible sight before him, and whatever he had just witnessed was unlike anything an ordinary child should ever have seen. The instant the blinding light appeared, Mori's instincts took over. Without thinking, the tiny boy threw himself forward, sprinting straight toward the glowing portal with everything his little legs had. Before anyone could react, he shot through the opening like a tiny arrow. Ryder and Mirias froze in complete disbelief. By the time they realized what was happening, Mori was already flying through the portal, a split second later. Thud! The little boy crashed onto the floor on the other side, rolling across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Dizzy and confused, he quickly pushed himself up and looked around, wondering where he had ended up. Towering over him stood an enormous white figure with a glowing face, its massive body casting a shadow over the tiny child. Then a panicked voice echoed through the portal. Mori, someone had finally realized the little troublemaker had escaped. And they were desperately trying to get him back before he wandered even deeper into a place he was never supposed to enter. Ryder immediately realized what Mori had done. Ignoring the danger, the riders exploded into a full sprint, chasing after the reckless little boy with panic written all over his face. At the same time, the floating robot desperately shouted, "Ryder, they'll see you." But Ryder didn't care anymore. His only priority was saving Mori. He pushed himself even faster, racing across the massive platform while the tiny robot followed close behind. Then, the robot's glowing eyes suddenly shifted. Its cheerful green light slowly turned into a deep, ominous red. A mechanical hum echoed through the silent chamber as it entered an entirely different mode. The instant Ryder noticed the change, his expression froze. He knew exactly what that red light meant. Before the situation could spiral any further, a massive white figure appeared in front of him in a flash. With a single motion, the Mirias stepped into Ryder's path, blocking him completely. The chase had come to an abrupt end. And whatever was about to happen next, it was clear that Ryder's desperate rescue mission had just become far more dangerous. Before Ryder could even react, the Mirias him close and calmly extended one hand toward the darkness. Something enormous was coming. But instead of showing fear, she unleashed her power. A violent wave of black energy erupted around them, swallowing the surrounding space in an instant. Ryder could only stare in shock as the mysterious force spread farther and farther, transforming the world around them. Then the scene changed completely. The endless mechanical city disappeared, replaced by a breathtaking cosmic void filled with streams of brilliant light. And somewhere inside that impossible space was Mori. The little boy floated helplessly among glowing blue flowers, completely unaware of where he had been taken. A beautiful trail of blossoms formed beneath him, carrying him gently through the darkness like a path created just for him. Mori looked around in confusion, as the flowers continued guiding him deeper into this strange realm. Meanwhile, Ryder and the Mirias remained far below, watching him drift farther away. Whatever power she had just used hadn't simply stopped the danger. It had opened the way to somewhere else entirely. And now, with Mori alone on the other side, Ryder could do nothing but watch as the child was carried toward an unknown destination. But just as Mori seemed to disappear into the strange cosmic space, Ryder suddenly spotted him again. Mori. The moment the little boy came within reach, Ryder rushed toward him without hesitation. Mori was clearly shaken, but his first concern wasn't for himself. With tears already forming in his eyes, he anxiously asked if Ryder was okay, if he had been hurt. The small floating robot immediately scanned Mori and reported that his heart rate was dangerously elevated. The Mirias looked at the terrified child with concern, while Ryder desperately tried to figure out what was wrong. He gently asked Mori where it hurt. But that question was enough to break him. Mori's eyes filled with tears and he began crying uncontrollably. Whatever he had just experienced had terrified him far more than any physical injury could explain. With no immediate danger around them, Ryder and the Mirias stayed close to the frightened boy, trying to comfort him in the endless darkness. And as Mori finally began to settle down, he held tightly onto a sealed letter, something that seemed far too important for an ordinary child to be carrying. Whatever was written inside that envelope might explain what had happened to him, and possibly why Mori had been brought into this mysterious place in the first place. Later, once Mori had finally calmed down, the group began discussing what had caused his terrifying reaction. The Myriad didn't believe the light alone was responsible, and Ryder agreed. Mori had seen bright flashes from weapons before without panicking. He had even witnessed the massive fire Ryder accidentally started, and somehow that hadn't frightened him either. Because of Mori's unusual sensitivity, they had already been careful with the lighting inside the house. Instead of harsh overhead lights, they normally used candles and other small, gentle sources because Mori and his friend seemed much more comfortable around them. Then the little robot remembered something important. According to its records, Mori had once reacted strangely to a bright, concentrated source of light. That immediately triggered Ryder's memory. The same thing had happened when he used a flashlight inside a cave. And this latest incident followed an almost identical pattern. The light had suddenly become extremely bright without warning. There was another connection too. The overhead lights in the store had been round. Now the Mirias began putting the pieces together. Mori wasn't simply afraid of brightness. His fear seemed much more specific, round, concentrated sources of intense light. And if that shape was enough to send Mori into such overwhelming panic, then the real question was far more disturbing. What had happened in Mori's past to make that kind of light so terrifying? Determined to understand Mori's strange fear, the Mirias buried herself in research. Books and papers quickly covered the room as she searched for anything that could explain his reaction to those round, concentrated lights. But research alone wasn't enough. Soon everyone joined the investigation. The robot helped analyze the information, Ryder searched alongside her, and even Mori wandered around curiously while the adults transformed the room into a makeshift research station. Books were opened, notes were compared, and large sheets were hung up as they tried to connect every clue they had. Eventually their search seemed to point towards something connected to Mori's mysterious past. The scene shifted to what appeared to be a distant memory. Mori was surrounded by strange bird-like beings, all wearing long robes and masks marked with circular symbols. There were many of them, gathered together in a dark hall as if participating in some kind of ceremony. And right in the middle of them sat Mori. The little boy looked completely unaware of what was happening around him. But one detail was impossible to ignore. Those same circular shapes appeared once again. Whatever Mori had experienced before meeting Ryder and the others, these mysterious figures might have been connected to the terror buried deep inside him. And now, for the first time, they were getting dangerously close to uncovering the truth. With everyone gathered together, the robot finally presented what they had discovered. But instead of giving a complicated explanation, it decided to turn the lesson into something Mori could easily understand. A shadow puppet show. The room went dark and the robot began narrating an old story. Once upon a time, deep in a distant forest, there lived 3 little pigs who were brothers. The moment Mori saw the tiny pig shadows appear on the screen, his eyes immediately lit up. But the story wasn't only about the 3 pigs, there was also a wolf. As the enormous shadow of the predator appeared, Mori suddenly jumped to his feet, completely absorbed in the performance. The story continued, explaining how each brother decided to build a house suited to his own needs, while the dangerous wolf remained hidden nearby, quietly watching them from a distance. And Ryder, who was helping with the performance from behind the fake bushes, couldn't help smiling at how seriously Mori was taking the whole thing. Only then did Ryder realize what they had created. A full-blown shadow puppet show. But while Mori thought he was simply watching an entertaining story, the others clearly had a much bigger purpose behind this unusual performance. The others confirmed that this was indeed a shadow puppet show, but there was a clever reason behind it. They planned to begin with square-shaped lights, the shape Mori was already comfortable with. Then once he became completely absorbed in the story, they would slowly transform those lights into softer, rounder shapes. The idea was simple but thoughtful. Instead of forcing Mori to confront something unfamiliar, they wanted him to experience it while he felt safe and happy. If everything worked, the round light would no longer feel frightening. It would become connected to the warmth and excitement of this moment, a brand new positive memory. And judging by Mori's sparkling eyes, the plan seemed to be working perfectly. The robot continued reading while everyone carefully performed the story behind the screen. The glowing light gradually became rounder, yet Mori remained completely captivated by the show. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Until the robot suddenly turned the page, and froze because Mori had apparently gotten his hands on the storybook earlier and covered the pages with his own colorful drawings. The carefully prepared script was now a complete mess. As Mori innocently continued coloring another book nearby, the robot could only stare in horror. Their perfect little performance had just encountered a problem nobody had prepared for. With the original story completely ruined by Mori's drawings, the robot hesitated for a moment. But there was no time to stop the performance now. So thinking quickly, it abandoned the original plot and began improvising. According to this new version, the 3 little pigs suddenly realized that working separately was a terrible idea. Instead, the brothers decided to trust one another, combine their land and money, and use everything they had learned from building their previous houses. Together, they would construct one ultimate, ridiculously powerful 4th house and challenge the wolf head-on. The performers behind the screen were completely confused. This was definitely not how the 3 little pigs was supposed to go. Still, with Mori watching, they had no choice but to follow along. Soon, the simple fairy tale transformed into an absurd action scene, with an armored pig warrior charging directly at the wolf. Even the horned performer couldn't contain his frustration, wondering where in the world this story was going. But then something unexpected happened. Mori burst into laughter. The ridiculous performance that had everyone else confused was absolutely hilarious to him. His bright laughter filled the room, and for a moment everyone simply stared. Their carefully planned story had completely fallen apart. Yet somehow the disaster had turned into something even better. And judging by the stunned expressions on the performers' faces, Mori's genuine happiness was the one outcome none of them had expected. The performers immediately noticed Mori's laughter, and their surprise quickly turned into relief. Somehow this completely ridiculous version of the story was actually working, so they decided to keep going. Just as the pig warrior and the wolf prepared for their final battle, the narrator suddenly introduced another wild twist. At that exact moment, Mama Pig and Mama Wolf appeared and immediately ordered their children to stop fighting. The absurd ending only made Mori laugh even harder. His cheerful laughter echoed through the mansion, turning what had started as a carefully planned shadow puppet show into a chaotic but genuinely happy memory. But while everyone inside was enjoying this peaceful moment, the scene suddenly shifted outside. Night had already fallen over the enormous estate. Far away from Mori and the others, a lone figure silently approached the mansion. Step by step, the mysterious visitor crossed the dark grounds and entered a massive hall guarded by two enormous expressionless figures. And while Mori continued laughing without a care in the world, someone unexpected had just arrived. Whatever this person's purpose was, the peaceful night might not remain peaceful for much longer. The mysterious visitor continued deeper into the enormous hall, passing between two towering, silent figures. The atmosphere was completely different from the warmth surrounding Mori. Every step echoed through the darkness as the stranger approached whatever was waiting ahead. Then, without hesitation, the figure gave a single command: summon Miria. With those words, it became clear that this late-night arrival was no ordinary visit. Something was already being set in motion, and Miria was apparently at the center of it. Morning finally arrived, and Mori slowly opened his eyes as warm sunlight poured into the room. The brightness was almost overwhelming, forcing the sleepy child to blink as he tried to wake himself up. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, his little floating companion appeared beside him and cheerfully greeted him. Apparently Mori had woken up much earlier than usual. Still half asleep, Mori gave the tiny creature an affectionate nuzzle before throwing himself back onto the bed. He stretched his small body across the sheets, twisting around as if he desperately wanted just a few more minutes of sleep. But after everything that had happened the night before, this peaceful morning might not last for long. Mori's attention suddenly shifted toward the large mound beneath the blankets. Curious, he crawled closer and began sniffing around as though trying to figure out exactly what or who was hiding underneath. Then the blankets moved. Mori immediately became more curious. He circled the mysterious lump, sniffing from every direction before finally grabbing the covers and pulling them aside. And there he was, the rider was still fast asleep. The moment he noticed Mori, however, his sleepy expression softened. He pulled the little boy into his arms and affectionately murmured his name. But instead of getting up, he hugged Mori tightly and asked for just 10 more minutes of sleep. Mori, apparently deciding that waking him was a hopeless mission, climbed down from the bed and headed straight for the door. Even his floating companion followed close behind. The rider finally realized the child was escaping and called after him, but Mori was already gone. With his little yellow boots carrying him down the hallway, Mori began exploring the mansion on his own. Before long, he encountered the strange bird-like servants working inside. They immediately recognized him and politely greeted him with a cheerful good morning, but Mori had only just begun wandering around the mansion and there was no telling what, or who, he might discover next. As Mori continued his little adventure, one of the servants quickly noticed him heading toward the door. Worried, the servant called after him, warning that running around alone could be dangerous, but Mori had no intention of stopping. He pushed the door open and continued forward, only to suddenly find Miria as the stranger towered over the tiny child before gently reaching both hands toward him. Fortunately, there was no danger. The scene then shifts outside the enormous mansion, revealing that Mori has already been living there for an entire month. In that short time, the once unfamiliar place has apparently become his new home, and judging by Mori's dirty little boots, the curious child has already been doing plenty of exploring. But after 1 month in this strange mansion, Mori's new life was only just beginning. A month after Mori arrived at the mansion, the servants had already discovered one important truth about him. Wherever this tiny child went, chaos followed. One moment the hallway was perfectly clean. The next, Mori happily charged through it, sending a huge cloud of dust and dirt flying everywhere behind him. The servant who had just finished cleaning could only stare in horror before crying out in despair. All that hard work had been destroyed in seconds. But Mori remained completely innocent, standing there as if nothing unusual had happened. Then the small floating device beside him suddenly asked a simple question. Was Mori hungry? That single word immediately caught everyone's attention. The servants rushed toward him in alarm, realizing the little boy might have gone without food. And almost instantly Mori's cheerful expression disappeared. His body began to wobble as the full force of his hunger finally hit him. Now everyone started to panic. There was only one solution: feed Mori immediately. And somewhere inside the mansion, the kitchen suddenly exploded into action. Vegetables were chopped at incredible speed, ingredients went flying, and the servants desperately began preparing enough food for their starving little guest. Because after living with Mori for an entire month, they were beginning to understand something very important. Taking care of this tiny child was going to be a much bigger challenge than anyone had expected. The kitchen immediately turned into a battlefield. The moment everyone realized Mori was starving, the mansion's cooks moved at terrifying speed. Ingredients flew through the air as vegetables were chopped, meat was cooked, and entire dishes were prepared almost faster than Mori could watch. Then the food came flying straight toward him. Mori's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, the hungry little boy opened his mouth and began devouring everything that came his way. One dish after another disappeared until his tiny stomach became completely round, leaving him rolling around in satisfaction. For the servants, the crisis was finally over, or at least that was what they thought. After Mori finished eating, one of the servants carried him over to the sink to clean him up. But there was one small problem: they apparently had absolutely no idea how gently a human child needed to be handled. The servant began scrubbing Mori's face as if he were a stubborn stain on a piece of laundry. Mori could only struggle helplessly while the floating device desperately protested, reminding them that this was a little boy's face, not something they were supposed to wash aggressively. Eventually Mori managed to escape. Still curious about everything inside the strange mansion, he quietly wandered through the halls until he noticed a partially opened door. Mori cautiously peeked inside. There, sitting peacefully at a desk surrounded by books and children's toys, was the Miri as he had seen before. She was calmly reading a document as golden light poured through the windows. For a moment Mori simply stared. To his young eyes she seemed almost unreal. Her long white hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her graceful appearance completely captured his attention. Mori's eyes grew wide, his cheeks turned pink, and every unpleasant memory of being scrubbed moments earlier seemed to disappear. The little boy was completely mesmerized. But as Mori continued watching her from behind the door, he had no idea that this quiet encounter might soon bring him even closer to the Mirias who had taken him into this strange new home. The peaceful moment didn't last long. Ryder suddenly entered the room. The moment he saw the floor he froze. Colorful papers were scattered everywhere. Confused, Ryder demanded to know what was going on. It turned out Mori and Miria had been trying to make flashcards together. The problem was that Mori's writing skills were still a work in progress. The floating assistant quickly pointed out that not a single attempt had actually been correct, but Miria didn't seem discouraged at all. Instead, she proudly held up one of Mori's chaotic scribbles and insisted that this one was actually pretty close. Apparently love could make even complete nonsense look like a masterpiece. Before long, Mori's attention shifted again. The little boy hurried toward the bookshelf and began pulling books out one after another. This clearly wasn't the first time he'd done it, and the floating assistant immediately noticed his latest target. It offered to read the book for him. Mori eagerly settled down with the massive volume while the others gathered nearby. At first the floating assistant assumed the book described some kind of developmental process, but Ryder immediately recognized the subject. It was about something called splintering. Apparently they had never properly explained this phenomenon to Mori before. Miria began explaining that splintering could differ depending on the species, and that the process could even change from one generation to another. But the basic principle remained the same. When a splintering creature reaches the end of its lifespan, it doesn't simply disappear. Instead, it enters a deep slumber. During this mysterious sleep, every cell in its body begins returning to its original state. And as Mori listened innocently to the explanation, he had no idea that this strange process might reveal something far more important about the creatures around him, and perhaps even the true nature of this world. After listening carefully, Mori finally understood the strange process called splintering. Miria explained that when a splintering creature reaches the end of its lifespan, it enters a deep sleep. During that time, its body completely resets and new life begins. Sometimes one creature creates only one successor, while other times it splits into several at once. To make it easier to understand, Miria even drew a simple diagram. Then she revealed something surprising. She explained that she herself had been created from the Arbiter's fourth finger, while another splinter named Salam had come from the first. Every splinter had a different origin, making each one unique. Miria continued reading from the ancient book. It warned that any creature entering Paropsis had to remain somewhere completely safe. During that vulnerable stage, they were totally defenseless and unable to protect themselves from any danger. Mori listened with wide eyes, absorbing every single word. Even Ryder leaned in with genuine curiosity as Miria patiently explained every detail. It was the first time they had heard the complete truth behind splintering, but before the lesson could continue, everything suddenly came to a halt. A loud voice echoed through the room. "No, not again." Everyone immediately turned around. There was Mori, happily covering the walls with colorful scribbles. The bird-like caretaker rushed over in complete panic, scolding the little troublemaker for drawing on the walls again. Without wasting another second, Mori was handed a cleaning cloth and ordered to scrub every single mark off himself. Meanwhile, Ryder couldn't help but tease him. "Looks like you haven't had your daily crying session yet." Mori puffed out his cheeks, trying his hardest not to cry, even though tears were already forming in his giant eyes. The serious lesson had instantly turned into another hilarious disaster, and somehow everyone in the house had gotten dragged into Mori's latest adventure. After wiping away his tears, Mori gave a tiny sniffle and nodded obediently. Miria gently reminded him not to draw on the walls again, warning that if he did, Jer would definitely scold him another time. Mori looked completely defeated, silently promising himself to behave. Just then, a golden notification suddenly appeared. "Mail has arrived." The moment Ryder saw it, his expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Coming." before exploding into a full-speed sprint down the hallway. He dashed through the mansion so fast that he became nothing but a blur, disappearing around the corner in the blink of an eye. A few moments later, Ryder came running back, breathing heavily as he held a large yellow envelope in his hand. "Here it is," he announced proudly. Miria accepted the envelope with a gentle smile. "Thank you, Ryder." Ryder casually scratched the back of his head and replied, "Don't mention it." Inside, however, he let out a huge sigh of relief. "It's nothing about the bounty, we're safe." For a brief moment, he thought everything was finally under control. But as Miria looked more closely at the envelope, her expression suddenly froze. She slowly lifted her head and stared directly at Ryder. A cold silence filled the room. "Ryder." Demon immediately stiffened, every one of his eyes widening in panic. "Why, yes, W, what is it?" Miria's calm voice somehow felt even scarier than shouting. She looked him straight in the eyes and quietly said, "May I have a word with you?" And in that instant, Ryder realized he was probably in serious trouble. The moment Miria called his name, Ryder completely froze. His heart started racing as sweat rolled down his face. He couldn't figure out what was happening. Did I miss something, or did they somehow discover another way? Are they already onto me? Countless terrifying possibilities flashed through his mind. Finally, Ryder took a deep breath. "Maybe it's better if I just come clean and tell her everything myself." He was ready to confess. But before he could say another word, Miria calmly interrupted him. "Take a look at these." She opened her hand, revealing several strange black stones covered in glowing golden symbols. Ryder's eyes widened. "Aren't those?" Miria nodded. "Yes, these are the stones that allow someone to open the Arbiter's portals." Ryder stared silently at the mysterious artifacts, completely caught off guard. I don't understand. If these portal stones were here, then what exactly was Miria trying to tell him?" And Ryder was about to learn something that would change everything he thought he knew. The moment Miria mentioned the Arbiter, Ryder's blood ran cold. His eyes trembled as panic completely took over. The Arbiter, a terrifying thought instantly crossed his mind. "Miria, report me. How long have they known?" The more he thought about it, the worse it became. "They must have realized I'm a flight risk. They've been treating me kindly just to lower my guard." His heartbeat pounded louder with every second. "And now, they're finally going to make their move. Lock me away forever." Ryder was already preparing himself for the worst, but then, Miria softly called his name. "Ryder." He slowly looked up, expecting a sentence that would destroy his future. Instead, Miria calmly asked, "How would you feel about joining the clan?" Ryder completely froze. For a moment, his mind went completely blank. That was the last thing he ever expected to hear. Instead of chains, she was offering him a place to belong, and Ryder had no idea how to respond. Ryder simply stood there in complete silence. His brain had completely stopped working. The offer was so unbelievable that he genuinely thought he had misheard it. His mind filled with confusion as 1,000 questions exploded at once. "Wait, what did you just say?" Miria gave an awkward smile before calmly explaining. She admitted the request was sudden, but she'd already contacted the Arbiter with her wish to officially bring Mori into the clan. In fact, the Arbiter had already summoned them for a meeting. Because there were no clear laws about accepting a human into a clan, they wanted to see him in person before making a decision. Miria was confident things would work out. Her fellow clan members had been hoping she'd do something like this for a very long time. Then she revealed the reason behind her decision. Once Mori officially became part of the clan, the attack on the town would no longer be treated as a random incident. It would become an attack against the Faz themselves. That meant the entire clan could step in. They could erase the bounty hanging over Ryder's head. And finally keep him safe. Ryder's eyes widened in disbelief. "Whoa, hang on." He could barely process everything he just heard. There was only one question left. "When did you find out?" Miria answered without the slightest hesitation. "I knew from the start." Those simple words struck Ryder harder than any weapon ever could. He stared at her, completely speechless. She had known his true identity. Known he was a wanted criminal. And yet, she still opened her home to him. She still trusted him. And that realization shook Ryder to his very core. For the first time in a long time, he realized someone had chosen to believe in him, despite knowing the truth. Miria lowered her head, looking almost embarrassed as she explained herself. She admitted that when Mori had broken down crying, it was obvious how deeply the little boy depended on Ryder. The last thing she wanted was to tear them apart and become the villain in Mori's eyes. Ryder slowly nodded. "Yeah, I understand that." But then he remembered something. There was still one mystery he couldn't ignore. "Then what about that black hole?" Miria calmly reminded him of the story he'd once shared. The story of how he first met Mori. The moment she compared that story with the arrest warrant, everything suddenly made sense. She realized exactly who Ryder was. She admitted that capturing him in secret would have been easy. But that wouldn't solve the real problem. His bounty would still exist. He would spend the rest of his life running. Ryder couldn't even argue with her. With a quiet sigh, he simply admitted, "Yeah, you're right." Before he could say anything else, Miria gently reached for his hand. Her voice was soft but sincere. She admitted that life with the clan might never be as exciting as the adventures he'd lived as a traveler. But despite that, she truly hoped he would choose to stay with them. She wanted him to become part of their family. Then with a warm smile, she told him not to rush his answer. "Take some time and think it over." Ryder looked into her glowing eyes, completely speechless. For someone who had spent his entire life running from everyone, this was the first time someone had offered him not a prison, but a place to finally belong. And that single offer would force Ryder to make the hardest decision of his life. Still overwhelmed, Ryder awkwardly scratched the back of his head before finally answering. Why yeah, sure." Miria smiled gently and quietly left the room, giving him all the time he needed to think. The door clicked shut. Just as silence settled in, Ryder noticed something lying on the floor. Mori. The little boy had somehow fallen asleep right outside the room. Completely exhausted, Ryder couldn't help but laugh. He carefully picked the sleeping child up into his arms. But the tiny floating robot suddenly became suspicious. It stared at Ryder with a teasing tone. "What are you doing?" Ryder looked completely confused. "What are you talking about?" The little machine continued buzzing around him. "There's a look on your face, there has to be some good news." Ryder immediately denied it. "No, there most certainly isn't." Ignoring him completely, the robot floated over to Mori instead. With tiny mechanical hands, it straightened the little boy's cape, adjusted his clothes, and made sure everything looked perfect. Only then did it proudly declare, "Perfect, first impressions are everything after all, everyone stay sharp, the screen is synced and live." Suddenly, the entire room burst into nervous activity. The clan members scrambled around, clearly panicking as they prepared for the important meeting. One of them kept repeating to calm everyone down. Don't be nervous, it's going to be fine, completely fine." Watching the chaos unfold, Ryder couldn't help but smirk. Then he fired back with the perfect joke. "Sounds like you're the one who needs to hear that, more than I do." For the first time since arriving here, the tension finally broke. But none of them realized. The meeting they were preparing for was about to change all of their lives forever. As the room slowly filled with members of the Fa clan, everyone quietly waited for the meeting to begin. One elder glanced around and casually remarked, "It's been a while since Jer visited too, no." Meanwhile, little Mori stood off to the side, nervously fidgeting with the small bag in his hands. Ryder noticed immediately. His expression softened into a warm smile. He gently called out, "Mori." The little boy looked up. Without hesitation, Ryder knelt in front of him and held out his hand. "Here. I'll hang on to your bag for you." But just as Mori was about to hand it over, Ryder suddenly paused. Instead, he reached into his own pocket and pulled out a familiar amber pendant. Carefully, he placed the necklace around Mori's neck. His voice became softer than ever. "No, I won't be able to come with you. But know that I'm always close, okay?" The crystal trembled slightly in Ryder's shaking hand, revealing just how emotional this moment truly was. Mori instinctively grabbed the pendant with both tiny hands, squeezing it tightly against his chest as if it gave him courage. Seeing how nervous the child still looked, Ryder offered him one last chance. "If you don't think you can do it, Mori, we can always ask them to postpone the meeting. Are you sure you're ready?" Mori looked up at him, then gave a small but determined nod. Even without saying a word, his answer was clear, and the moment Ryder saw that tiny nod, he realized the little boy was far braver than anyone had given him credit for. Now, there was no turning back. The clan leader gave Ryder one final reassuring smile. Then, with a simple flick of his wrist, a pitch-black portal instantly tore open in the middle of the room. The swirling darkness silently hovered before everyone, signaling that the meeting was about to begin. Without wasting another second, the clan leader calmly announced, "I must go first to offer my greetings." Before stepping inside, he turned back toward Ryder and Mori one last time. "Two of you will wait here. After that, we'll continue exactly as we practiced. Everyone understands." The room fell silent as every member nodded in agreement. With everything finally set, the clan leader disappeared into the portal. The moment he was gone, Mori tightened his tiny fists around the amber pendant hanging from his neck. He took a deep breath, trying to remember every word Ryder had told him. This was the moment they had prepared for. No mistakes, no hesitation. Then, with trembling little steps, Mori slowly walked toward the endless darkness. The black portal towered over him like the entrance to another world, and despite the fear pounding inside his tiny chest, he never stopped moving because once he crossed that doorway, nothing would ever be the same again. The instant Mori stepped through the portal, the bright room behind him vanished without a trace. An endless darkness swallowed the tiny boy whole, making it feel as though he had entered a completely different world. As his eyes slowly adjusted, a massive underground hall revealed itself before him. Towering stone pillars stretched endlessly toward the ceiling, while two silent guardians stood motionless at the entrance like ancient statues watching over the sacred place. Meanwhile, far away from Mori, Ryder remained seated exactly where they had planned. Surrounded by strange masked attendants, he quietly stared at the glowing screen before him, waiting for the signal to make his move. Everything was unfolding exactly according to plan. Back inside the chamber, the Myrias walked forward alone. Every slow footstep echoed across the enormous hall. Step, step, step. Eventually he arrived at the center of a gigantic stone platform carved with mysterious ancient symbols. Without saying a word, he calmly took his place. The entire chamber fell deathly silent. Then, a low vibration suddenly spread throughout the hall. Tiny pieces of stone began to tremble across the floor. Something, or someone, was beginning to awaken, and the terrifying meeting everyone had prepared for was finally about to begin. The moment the presence began to manifest, the entire atmosphere inside the chamber changed. Even those watching from afar could immediately feel that something was wrong. Ryder and the masked attendant stared nervously at the screen, sweat forming on their faces as the pressure continued to rise. Then from the darkness above the Myrias a faint light appeared. At first it looked like nothing more than a tiny flame, but within seconds that light expanded. Stars began to shimmer inside it. Waves of cosmic energy twisted through the darkness until an enormous, almost incomprehensible figure took shape. The Myrias looked impossibly small beneath it. This wasn't simply another powerful visitor. It felt like the universe itself had taken physical form. The gigantic celestial being towered over the chamber, its body filled with countless stars and glowing galaxies. Even the massive guardian standing nearby seemed insignificant compared to its overwhelming presence. Watching through the transmission, Ryder instantly froze. He knew exactly what he was looking at. With fear written across his face, he barely managed to whisper its name, Arbiter. And just like that, the true reason behind this terrifying meeting was finally beginning to reveal itself. Meanwhile, instead of panicking, the Myrias remained perfectly calm. With complete respect, she lowered her head before the Arbiter and quietly raised one hand in greeting. At the same time, Mori's guardian quickly pulled the little boy close and gave him one final reminder. Mori, keep your eyes on Myria and walk straight ahead. That's all you have to do. The nervous child swallowed hard before giving a determined little nod. Then, a glowing circle of light appeared beneath his feet. It was finally his turn. Mori squeezed his tiny fists, trying to gather every ounce of courage he had. Watching from the control room, Ryder suddenly couldn't hold back his excitement anymore. The little boy had remembered everything they practiced. Laughing with relief, Ryder proudly shouted, "Yes, all those weekend puppet shows paid off. I'm so proud of him." But Mori wasn't paying attention to anyone else. His heart pounded louder with every step. Badum, badum. Keeping his eyes fixed on Myria exactly as instructed, the tiny boy slowly walked toward the unimaginable being that stood before him, completely unaware that the next few seconds would determine not only his own fate, but the future of everyone standing inside that chamber. Mori kept moving forward exactly as he had been told. His tiny legs never stopped, even though every step made his heart race faster than before then. For the first time he found himself standing directly in front of the Arbiter. The towering figure silently looked down at the small child, while Mori slowly lifted his head to meet its gaze. The entire hall fell into absolute silence. Not a single person dared to breathe. Then, Adam, a strange pulse echoed through the chamber. The Arbiter's glowing circular face suddenly flickered. Another pulse followed. Badum. Its brilliant halo began to distort, as though something impossible was happening inside it. Mori froze, staring with his wide, innocent eyes. Everyone watching could feel it. Something had changed, something that had never happened before, and before anyone could even react. The Arbiter's glowing face began to transform right before Mori's eyes, revealing that this so-called divine being might not be as untouchable as everyone had always believed. As Mori stared at the mysterious guardian, his tiny feet suddenly slipped. He lost his balance and crashed face-first onto the cold stone floor. The loud impact echoed through the silent hall, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Watching from afar, the spectators froze in panic. Myria's calm expression shattered as she instinctively called out his name. For a split second it looked like everything was over. One of the towering guardians immediately stepped toward the fallen child, instead of attacking him. The mysterious figure calmly reached out a hand. "Are you all right?" Mori looked up in complete surprise. His small hand instinctively grabbed the guardian's arm as he slowly stood back on his feet. Then, Adam, the strange pulse echoed once again. Every heartbeat grew louder than the last. The guardian remained perfectly still. But something deep inside the chamber had already begun to awaken, and the moment Myria realized what was happening, her face turned pale. No, she knew that whatever was about to happen next would change everything. The instant Mori's fingers wrapped around the guardian's arm, the entire chamber trembled. A deep, thunderous pulse echoed through the air. Duan. At that exact moment, Miria's expression filled with horror. Grab him. But it was already too late. Inside Mori's wide, innocent eyes, something impossible appeared. A swirling mass of strange, colorful energy reflected deep within his pupil, as if an ancient force had awakened. Then, without thinking, the little boy did something that shocked everyone. He leaned forward and sank his tiny teeth straight into the guardian's arm. Bite, what the? The surrounding guardians froze in complete disbelief. Stop that, please. But Mori refused to let go. Even while tears formed in his eyes, he stubbornly kept biting. Oh, that hurts. The guardian actually cried out in pain, sounding more confused than angry. Grrrr. Suddenly, Miria stretched out her hand. A dark sphere instantly formed in her palm, swirling with terrifying energy before shooting forward at incredible speed. The moment the attack was unleashed, even Miria herself realized something wasn't right. Her eyes widened in shock. What was about to happen next was completely beyond her expectations. Just as Miria tried to stop the disaster, one of the guardians coldly reminded her. You cannot use your powers in here. The warning came too late. The strange energy surrounding Mori had already spiraled completely out of control. Everyone could only watch in horror as the space above them twisted into a massive black vortex. Then, without any warning, the tiny boy's body slowly lifted off the ground. His eyes lost all focus. His arms went limp. It looked as if an invisible force had taken complete control of him. The swirling void swallowed him little by little until Mori was floating helplessly inside the center of the black portal. The entire chamber fell silent. Miria's face turned completely pale. Even the writer froze in absolute shock. None of them had ever seen anything like this before. For the first time since they entered this mysterious prison, everyone realized they had made a terrible mistake. This wasn't an ordinary child. And whatever had awakened inside Mori was something that even this forbidden place could no longer contain. What was supposed to suppress every supernatural power had somehow triggered an even greater force. Just then, an overwhelming voice echoed through the chamber. Miria of the Falkland. The moment those words rang out, Miria froze. She slowly looked up, and what she saw stole the breath from everyone present. Towering above the prison stood an enormous cosmic figure. Its body wasn't made of flesh. It was formed from galaxies, stars, and endless space itself, radiating an authority that dwarfed the entire fortress. Even the masked guardians instinctively lowered their heads. This wasn't an enemy. This was a being that existed on an entirely different level. Its calm voice carried through the silent hall. I expect a very good explanation for this. Even the writer immediately threw up his hands. This is ridiculous. Assault, please. For the first time, he looked genuinely nervous. Miria lowered her head and answered honestly. They've determined that Mori is too unstable, and they believe I am the reason why. The room fell completely silent. Everyone understood what those words meant. The higher beings had already reached a decision. Mori was no longer seen as an ordinary child. He had become a threat powerful enough to draw the attention of the rulers of the universe themselves. And whatever judgment came next would decide not only Mori's fate, but everyone standing beside him. Ryder couldn't accept the explanation. Pointing angrily at Miria, he shouted, so that's why they've decided to keep Mori under the Arbiter's jurisdiction. Based on what exactly? Before his temper could explode any further, another voice calmly interrupted. Calm down, Ryder. Miria stayed silent for a moment, then she quietly revealed what had been bothering her all along. Why was Salem's search unit there? That single question changed the atmosphere completely. Everyone remembered the strange incident. Mori, a tiny human child, had somehow appeared far beyond the territory where he was supposed to exist. Far away, the mysterious arbiters listened in silence. One of them finally spoke. I don't understand. The towering judges stared down at the scene before continuing. How did a boy under Salem's jurisdiction end up all the way out here? Another arbiter added. It is an impossible distance for a human child to traverse. Room instantly fell silent. Even Ryder's anger disappeared. No one could answer that question, because the more they thought about it, the less Mori's appearance made any sense. Instead of asking who brought him there, a far more terrifying thought crossed everyone's minds. What exactly is Mori? One of the arbiters' three judges finally spoke. Looking directly at Miria, it asked, Be honest, Miria. Then came the accusation that stunned everyone. You wanted the human so badly that you had close allies infiltrate the facility and kidnap him for you. Room fell silent. Miria's eyes widened in complete disbelief. That's ridiculous, she shouted. Without hesitation, she defended herself. Mori escaped Salem's territory on his own because he wanted to, but the arbiters remained completely unconvinced. One of them replied coldly, "And how do you propose a human boy was able to accomplish that?" Miria took a deep breath before revealing a secret she had kept hidden. "I made him a coat out of lauter fabric." An image of little Mori wearing the oversized red coat appeared before the court. Miria continued, "I believe that's what enabled him." But instead of clearing her name, the confession only made things worse. The arbiters immediately fired back. "And who's to say you didn't make it for him in advance? Because you already knew Salem's security would be weakened?" Miria shook her head desperately. "That's simply not true." She explained that she had only created the coat after learning that human children were especially vulnerable to the cold. Then she added, "I gifted it to him." But no matter how sincere she sounded, the court still wasn't convinced, and with every answer she gave, the suspicion surrounding her only continued to grow. Miria desperately tried to clear her name. She insisted that every single thing she had done was for one reason only. She wanted Mori to be safe and healthy. With complete sincerity she declared, "I promise you there was no other motive." Then she explained what had really happened. When Salem's facility suddenly stopped sending its regular reports about Mori for several months, everyone under her jurisdiction became worried. Only after her aide discovered that the boy had disappeared did they begin searching for him. She even admitted that this was the very first time she had ever heard Salem's security had supposedly been weakened. As for how Mori managed to reach the city, Miria paused before revealing another important detail. "Admit, he had help." Courtroom immediately focused on her. One of the judges asked, "And where is that help now?" Miria lowered her eyes. "Not sure. They disappeared from the city." That answer only made things worse. The arbiter responded coldly, "So what you're saying is that you have no proof?" After a long silence, Miria had no choice but to answer honestly, "Yes." Court wasn't interested in her intentions anymore. Without evidence, every word she spoke sounded like nothing more than an excuse, and just when it seemed the case couldn't get any worse, the arbiters prepared to reveal evidence that could completely turn the trial against her. The arbiters finally revealed the full record of Mori's escape. According to their investigation, the young boy didn't simply wander into the city. Halfway through his journey he was nearly crushed by a civilian, and before anyone could stop it, supernatural power had even been used directly on him. If things had gone just a little differently, Mori could have been seriously injured, or even killed. The judges turned toward Miria with sharp, unforgiving eyes. "Were you aware of all of this?" Hearing everything that Mori had suffered, Miria's expression immediately fell. She lowered her head in guilt. I will be more careful, please forgive me." But the arbiters had already reached one conclusion. "This is no place for him. We must return him to the humans." Miria's eyes widened in panic. She immediately objected. "What I want to know is what that facility did after the child disappeared. We cannot send him back there again." Instead, she proposed a different solution. Rather than returning Mori to the same place where he had vanished, she suggested transferring him to a far more secure, restricted facility. But even as she spoke, anxiety filled her voice. Mori had only just begun adapting to his current surroundings. For beings like them, every facility might seem almost identical, but for a fragile human child, being forced into another completely unfamiliar environment would be an overwhelming shock. And once again, the courtroom fell into silence as everyone considered the fate of the little boy whose life had become the center of the entire trial. Miria refused to back down. With desperation in her voice, she pleaded with the council. To them, every facility might look almost identical, but for a fragile human child like Mori, moving to another place would feel like being thrown into an entirely different world. One of the arbiters calmly shifted the discussion. "And the child?" Another elder answered without emotion. Mori still couldn't communicate with ordinary humans through speech. His intelligence simply hadn't developed to that level yet. Then they looked directly at Miria. "Do you agree?" Miria immediately shook her head. She admitted that Mori couldn't speak, but that didn't mean he couldn't communicate. He may not be able to use words, but he's incredibly expressive with his emotions. Clenching her fist, she made one final plea. "Please, give me a chance to prove it." The council exchanged silent glances. After a long pause, they finally responded, "We will consider your request." Them, only one thing truly mattered: the happiness and safety of the human child. With that, the hearing came to an end, and the council dismissed the meeting for the day. Miria quietly turned and walked away. Although she had avoided an immediate decision, the fate of Mori was still hanging by a thread, and just as she was leaving, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed through the empty hall. "Miria." The unexpected call instantly made her stop in her tracks, hinting that someone had been watching everything from the shadows. As Miria stood frozen, the mysterious voice called out to her once again. The space around her suddenly dissolved into a vast sea of stars, as if reality itself had disappeared. Everything became silent. Then a tiny glowing figure slowly appeared before her. Miria's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. "This," her voice trembled, "is the arbiters." Before she could even finish her sentence, the glowing child floated gently toward her. It was Mori. Bathed in a soft, radiant light, the little boy drifted through the endless darkness with complete innocence. His tiny arms stretched out toward Miria. The moment she saw him, the worry and fear that had filled her heart instantly melted away. A warm smile finally appeared on her face. She reached out with trembling hands. Without hesitation, Mori flew straight into her embrace. Hugged Miria wrapped her arms tightly around him, holding him as if she would never let him go again. And Mori, instead of fear or confusion, he simply smiled with pure joy, happily looking up at the one person he trusted more than anyone else. For the first time since the council meeting began, Miria finally felt a sense of peace, but neither of them realized. This mysterious meeting inside the Arbiter's realm was only the beginning of an even greater revelation. As Mori rested peacefully in her arms, he slowly reached up with his tiny hand and gently touched Miria's face. The mysterious voice echoed through the endless darkness once again. Passage of time is different for them. Miria remained silent as Mori's tiny fingers slowly slipped away in an instant. His small hand began to change, the soft skin became rough, the tiny fingers stretched longer. Before Miria's eyes, the child she had been holding started aging at an impossible speed. Then the voice spoke again. Light that is snuffed out is everlasting. The silence deafening. Miria watched helplessly as the years flew by in only a few heartbeats. The cheerful little boy disappeared. In his place was a frail old man, his body weak and lifeless. The weight in her arms had changed completely. Tears of glowing light streamed from Miria's eyes as she clutched him even tighter, unable to stop what was happening. Then the voice delivered one final question. Are you certain you will be able to handle the finality? The words pierced straight through Miria's heart. She understood exactly what the Arbiter was trying to show her. No matter how powerful she was, no matter how much she loved Mori, humans could never escape time. One day, the child she cherished more than anything would grow old and leave her forever. And that heartbreaking truth was something even an Arbiter could never change. Back in the waiting hall, everyone immediately noticed something was wrong. As soon as they asked about Miria and Mori, the room fell silent. One of them let out a helpless sigh. I just don't know what to do. Miria seems completely broken. Another added with a worried expression, neither of them has eaten a proper meal for over a week now. Entire hall was filled with concern, unable to just stand by. Ryder finally spoke up. Maybe I should say something at the next arbitration. But before anyone could agree, a calm voice cut him off. That will only make things worse. Everyone turned toward the speaker. He looked Ryder straight in the eyes before saying, don't you understand why Miria had the courage to lie before the Arbiter? Without waiting for an answer, he continued, everyone already knows about your colorful life as an outlaw in the desert. Images of Ryder's notorious past flashed through everyone's minds. A reckless outlaw, an infamous troublemaker, and worst of all, an illegal creation. Speaker's words grew even harsher. Your reputation precedes you. You've always known that possessing an intelligent life form is against the law. He stepped past Ryder and delivered one final warning. Think carefully before you act, Ryder. Then he glanced toward the small floating robot. Otherwise, it could cost you Aya. The warning hit Ryder like a punch to the chest. Trying to save Miria might only drag Aya into the same nightmare, leaving him with an impossible choice. Ryder's face twisted with anger. There was no hesitation left in his voice. No way, I would never let that happen, he shouted. His fists clenched so tightly they trembled. Then, unable to hold back his emotions any longer, Ryder roared, I created Aya. His voice echoed throughout the hall. Aya belongs to me. The entire room froze. Everyone could see that this wasn't simple anger anymore. Ryder was fighting with every emotion inside him, trying to calm him down. One of the spirits quickly spoke up. Calm down, Ryder. They're only saying it's a possibility. But Ryder refused to listen. He turned away in frustration. This is ridiculous. Without another word, he stormed out of the room. Only Aya remained floating silently behind him, watching Ryder leave. The tiny companion didn't say a single word. Instead, a memory quietly resurfaced. It was a much younger Ryder. A small child carefully holding Aya in both hands for the very first time. In that instant, it became painfully clear. To everyone else, Aya might be nothing more than an illegal artificial life form. But to Ryder, Aya had always been family, and if anyone tried to take that family away from him, there was no telling what Ryder would do next. Ryder stormed down the hallway, still breathing heavily as anger burned across his face. Just then, a glowing notification suddenly appeared before him. Mail has arrived. He stopped in his tracks. The unexpected message immediately caught his attention. Without wasting another second, Ryder opened the letter. The moment he read the first few lines, his eyes widened in complete disbelief. At that exact moment, Miria looked up from her desk after hearing him rush in. Miria, Ryder shouted, startled. She turned toward him. Ryder could barely contain his excitement. Holding the letter tightly in his hands, he blurted out, it's a response to the visitation request you sent last time. For a brief moment, Miria simply stared at him in silence. Then Ryder delivered the news they had both been desperately waiting for. Let you see Mori. The words hung in the air. Miria froze completely. After everything she had endured, after days of despair, guilt, and hopelessness, she could hardly believe what she had just heard. For the first time in what felt like forever, a tiny spark of hope finally appeared. But whether this long-awaited reunion would heal their wounds, or open an even deeper one, would soon become painfully clear. Miria carefully accepted the letter, still unable to believe the miracle that had just happened. Outside, the bright sky seemed to reflect everyone's excitement. The entire house immediately sprang into action. The attendants rushed around, preparing everything they thought Mori might need. One servant carefully packed some of Mori's favorite snacks, Another reminded everyone, don't forget to bring the fresh hand-pressed juice. Someone else gathered Mori's favorite toys and asked, do you think these are enough? Another servant looked at the cookie in their hands and wondered, should I pack this too? Even someone else worried about something as small as brushing Mori's teeth. It was obvious that everyone in the mansion genuinely cared about the little boy. Watching all of them work so hard, Miria's expression softened. With heartfelt gratitude, she quietly said, thank you all so much. Attendants simply nodded with warm smiles. Ryder nodded as well. No more words were needed. Everyone shared the same hope. Moments later, the floating messenger cube rose into the air. A ripple of golden light spread across the room. Then, a massive black portal slowly opened before everyone. The room instantly fell silent. Every pair of eyes locked onto the mysterious doorway. The long-awaited journey to meet Mori had finally begun. The moment Ryder stepped through the portal, the warm sunlight behind him disappeared completely. Darkness swallowed everything. Only the sound of slow footsteps echoed through the endless void. Step. Without hesitation, Miria walked ahead while two silent attendants escorted her through the mysterious passage. Before long, one of them spoke in a calm voice. Welcome, member of the Fa clan. Please allow us to escort you. Then another quietly added, this way. No one wasted another word. The three figures continued deeper into the strange dimension, surrounded by nothing but endless darkness. After what felt like an eternity, a faint light finally appeared ahead. As they stepped out of the portal, the scenery changed completely. Towering black structures stretched endlessly into the sky. Gigantic metallic pillars floated high above the ground, wrapped in thick clouds and mist, making the entire place look more like an ancient civilization fused with futuristic technology. The sheer scale of the city left Ryder completely speechless. This wasn't just another kingdom, it was an entirely different world, and somewhere inside this mysterious place, Mori was waiting. As the group continued deeper into the floating city, the massive structures around them became even more overwhelming. Suspended platforms drifted silently through the clouds, while enormous mechanical buildings floated as if gravity no longer existed. Every corner of this place screamed advanced technology far beyond anything Ryder had ever imagined. Soon, the attendants guided Miria into a sterile chamber hidden inside one of the giant structures. The room was cold and lifeless, filled with humming machines instead of decorations. Without saying a word, Miria quietly reached into her robes and pulled out a small drawing. The moment she looked at it, her cold expression softened. It was a child's drawing. Mori had drawn the three of them together with bright green grass, a blue sky, and huge smiles on every face. Even Ryder's fierce red mask had been clumsily copied in colorful crayons. For just a moment, the burden she carried seemed to disappear. Back at the mansion, Mori had proudly been drawing that very picture, carefully coloring every detail with a huge smile on his face. Remembering that innocent moment, Miria gently smiled to herself. Yes, I must stay strong, for all of us. Just then the heavy mechanical door behind her began to open with a loud metallic hiss. Whirrrr. She slowly turned toward whatever was waiting on the other side, her expression calm once again, whatever this meeting was about. Miria was ready to face it. As Miria stepped deeper into the facility, the spotless white halls felt strangely lifeless. Every room was packed with advanced machines, yet there wasn't a trace of warmth anywhere. Then, her eyes suddenly froze. Lying alone in the corner was a tiny child, his fragile body connected to several tubes that pumped nutrients directly into him. The heartbreaking sight instantly wiped the calm expression from Miria's face. For the first time since arriving, she looked genuinely shaken. What is going on here? One of the researchers looked up in confusion before casually replying, oh, that Subject 1125 has been refusing to eat, so we've been supplying nutrients externally. Miria's expression immediately darkened. He's been refusing his meals. Since when? The researcher checked the records for a moment before answering. It appears, ever since he arrived. Then another file appeared on the monitor. His cape was confiscated before entering the facility because it failed our security clearance. Researcher shrugged as if it were nothing. He's quite a violent little thing. The casual way they described the child only made the atmosphere feel even colder, and Miria's growing silence hinted that this visit was about to take a very different turn. The researcher quickly added another warning. He's bitten every single employee working here. For everyone's safety, all physical contact has been strictly prohibited. He then pointed toward the room. Once Subject 1125 wakes up, the two of you can talk in here. I just need your signature first. But before he could finish, he noticed Miria wasn't even listening. Miria, she suddenly gasped as if she had just remembered something incredibly important. Oh, right, pardon me. Without hesitation, she reached into her robe and carefully pulled out a small lunchbox. I brought some of Mori's favorite foods. Her voice became noticeably gentler. They've already been cut into small pieces, just place them in his hands and he may want to eat them. Then she nervously added, there's also a glass of juice inside. Please make sure he drinks it slowly. After a brief pause, she took out one final item, and this is one of his favorite toys. At that very moment, the motionless little hand lying on the floor twitched ever so slightly. As if Mori had somehow heard every single word, trying to hold back her emotions, Miria quietly bowed her head. Please excuse me. Without looking back again, she slowly walked out of the containment room, leaving the lunchbox and the toy behind. The researcher watched her leave in complete confusion, then silence filled the room once more. At first nothing happened, but suddenly, sniff, sniff, the tiny boy's nose twitched, his eyes slowly opened and he lifted his head, still half asleep. MYA. As if following a familiar scent, Mori turned toward the direction Miria had disappeared. Then he began crawling as fast as his little body could manage, dragging the heavy tubes connected to his back across the floor. Without stopping, he rushed straight to the thick glass wall separating him from the outside. Slam, his tiny hands hit the glass. Slam, MYA. Again and again the little boy pounded desperately against the barrier, calling for the only person he wanted to see. Unaware that she had already gone, Mori kept pressing both of his tiny hands against the cold glass. Press, press. His voice grew quieter as panic filled his eyes. Maya, tears began streaming down his cheeks. Then, unable to hold it back any longer, the little boy let out a heartbreaking cry. Maya. His desperate screams echoed throughout the entire containment chamber. Almost instantly, warning systems activated. Bright yellow emergency alerts flashed across every monitor. The researcher froze in shock. What the? Trying to calm the terrified child, he hurriedly spoke through the intercom. It's okay, just calm down. But Mori couldn't hear him. He kept crying for Miria, reaching toward the empty hallway where her scent had disappeared. Moments later, the containment system automatically responded, administering tranquilizing agent. A hidden tube slowly extended from the ceiling. FSSSS, the sedative spread into the chamber. Within seconds, Mori's cries became weaker. His tiny body trembled as his eyelids slowly grew heavy. Finally, with one last exhausted sob, the little boy collapsed onto the cold floor. Thud. Even after falling asleep, tears still clung to his cheeks as if he were still dreaming of the one person he wanted most, Miria. As soon as Mori was sedated, the scene shifted back to the mansion. The entire house felt unusually quiet. One of the attendants cautiously asked, "Where's Miria?" Another answered in a worried voice, "She's in her room. Do you want me to ask her when I bring her meal?" But before anyone could move, a sharp voice cut through the silence. No, everyone froze. They had never seen Miria like this before, usually calm and gentle. She had completely shut herself away after Mori was taken. Even Ryder, who rarely showed emotion, couldn't hide the concern on his face. With a heavy sigh he muttered, "I've never seen Miria in such a state. One wrong move, and this could end in disaster." Without wasting another second, Ryder marched straight toward her room. Behind him, one of the attendants called out, "Wait, Ryder." But he didn't stop. Clack, the door slowly opened. Inside, the room was dimly lit, with only the warm glow of the fireplace breaking the darkness. Ryder looked at the lonely figure sitting silently in the rocking chair. His expression turned serious. Then, in a calm but firm voice, he finally spoke. "Miria, we need to talk." Room fell silent, and whatever was about to be said next would change everything. Miria didn't even turn around. After a long, painful silence, she spoke in a weak voice. "Ryder, please, I'd like to be alone." Ryder couldn't leave. Something in the room immediately caught his attention. Scattered across the table were dozens of books and papers, and above them floated a glowing magical sphere that illuminated a single document. His expression instantly changed. He stepped closer, staring at the title. Relinquishment documents. For a second he froze, then a terrifying realization hit him. His eyes widened in disbelief. He looked back at Miria and asked, "Wait a minute, are these for Mori?" The room went silent again. Ryder couldn't believe what he was seeing. His voice rose with anger and confusion as he shouted, "Is this some kind of sick joke?" The answer Miria gave next left Ryder completely speechless. Ryder completely lost control. His voice echoed through the room as he shouted, "You just went to see him. How could you even think about abandoning him?" His anger kept rising. With every word, the pain in his heart became impossible to hide. "Mori, just some toy for you to play with and throw away whenever you got tired of him." The instant those words left his mouth, boom, an overwhelming wave of dark energy exploded across the room. The floor cracked apart as black shadows spread in every direction. Ryder's furious expression vanished in an instant. His body froze. Even he realized he had gone too far. Then, from within the darkness, Miria finally spoke. Her voice was calm, but it carried enough pressure to shake the entire mansion. "Do not provoke me any further, Ryder." Behind her, countless golden eyes slowly opened across her enormous wings, filling the room with an almost divine, terrifying presence. The atmosphere became suffocating. Then Miria looked at Ryder with glowing eyes and quietly said, "I am only trying to decide what is best for Mori." But Ryder refused to accept that answer, and what he said next would force Miria to reveal the painful truth she had been desperately trying to hide. Ryder's entire body trembled with rage. Staring straight at Miria, he shouted, "And this is it. This is your idea of doing what's best." His voice echoed through the library, running away from the fight. Miria's glowing eyes never wavered. Without raising her voice, she answered, "I am not running away." But Ryder refused to back down. He took another step forward and demanded, "Then what the hell are you doing?" For the first time, Miria's composure cracked. Her voice rose as she shouted back, "Mori won't eat." The room instantly fell silent. Ryder froze. "What?" Miria looked directly at him, her glowing eyes filled with grief. "You heard me." Then with visible pain, she revealed the truth she had been carrying alone. "I found Mori lying on the floor, starving." A heartbreaking image flashed through Ryder's mind. The child had collapsed beside the medical equipment, too weak to even move. Miria continued, "He hasn't eaten anything since the day of the arbitration." Ryder's anger disappeared. His eyes widened in disbelief as the horrifying reality finally sank in. Then Miria's voice began to shake. Tears streamed from her glowing eyes as she confessed he had those awful tubes attached to his back, just to keep him alive. At that moment, Ryder realized he had completely misunderstood everything, and the truth Miria revealed next would break both of their hearts. Miria lowered her head, tears slipped from her glowing eyes as her voice trembled with regret. A heavy silence filled the strange void around them then. With a thunderous boom, the entire space shattered apart, leaving only darkness and countless floating fragments. In that endless black void, Miria finally confessed everything. I was greedy. She admitted that she had always known a human's life was painfully short. She understood that from the very beginning, yet she still chose to keep Mori by her side. She continued, I used Salem's unresponsive state as an excuse to keep him with me instead of sending him back to the center. Her shoulders shook as every word became harder to say. She even confessed that she had tried to create a link that would let Mori live longer. She had searched for any miracle, any impossible solution, just so she wouldn't have to lose him. After a long pause, she whispered the truth hidden deep inside her heart. Her voice broke. I adored him so much. For someone who had lived for ages, Mori had become more than just a child. He had become family. Then another painful confession followed. I truly believed I could make Mori happy. As those words echoed through the endless darkness, a simple drawing floated between them. It showed Mori smiling beside Miria and Ryder, a tiny innocent picture. Yet it carried the weight of every dream she could never fulfill, and the heartbreaking truth behind Mori's suffering was only beginning to unfold. Miria stared at the drawing drifting through the empty void. A painful thought echoed inside her mind. But what if everything I did, she hesitated, only made me happy, and no one else? For the first time, she questioned whether her love had really been kindness, or nothing more than selfishness. Then she forced herself to face reality. The longer this conflict continued, the weaker Mori would become. Every passing second pushed him closer to death. Her trembling hands slowly clenched. If this battle dragged on any longer, if Mori became sick, or even worse, a single tear slipped down her face. Her voice shook as she whispered, if he dies. She couldn't even finish the sentence. Then, after a long silence, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Perhaps, for Mori's sake, I must. Before she could finish those heartbreaking words, a hand suddenly seized her shoulder. The unexpected touch instantly shattered the despair that had consumed the empty void. And in that single moment, everything was about to change. Ryder's hand tightened around Miria's shoulders, refusing to let her sink deeper into despair. He shouted at the top of his lungs, snap out of it, Miria. I'm not going to stand for this. Voice echoed through the endless void. Then he looked her straight in the eyes. Just think about it. He threw both hands into the air, trying to make her understand. Mori is this freaking small. For a second, Miria could only stare at him in confusion. Oh, Ryder didn't stop. He's puny, you said so yourself. Then his expression turned serious. He may look strong, but at the end of the day, he's still just a kid, a delicate little thing. He took a deep breath before reminding her of something she had completely overlooked. I first found him out in the Scarlet Desert. Then Ryder asked the question that changed everything. But where was he before that? How did he even get there? Do you know? Miria fell silent. She had never even considered that question before. Sensing she was finally listening, Ryder prepared to reveal the truth that could completely change how she saw Mori. Ryder's voice thundered through the empty space as he finally forced both Miria and Miria's companion to face the truth. You two get it. He stared directly at Miria, his expression filled with frustration. Mori, then Ryder revealed something unbelievable. Mori crossed and survived a journey that even I would find difficult. He tightened his fists before continuing. Despite how small and delicate he is, he still made it. As those words echoed, memories began flooding into Miria's mind. She remembered the tiny human she had first met, the little boy who had wandered through impossible dangers all by himself. And then Ryder revealed the one truth that shattered every doubt. He did all of that because he wanted to be with you. A tear rolled down Miria's glowing eye. At that moment, she realized something she had completely overlooked. Not once, not a single time, had Mori ever shown regret for choosing to stay by her side, no matter how dangerous the journey became, no matter how much he suffered. He had never once wished he had chosen a different path, and as that realization finally reached Miria's heart, everything she believed began to change. Tears streamed down Miria's face as Ryder delivered the final blow to her wavering resolve. He looked straight at her and said, if you decide to give up now, then you're throwing away everything Mori struggled so hard to do just to reach you. Silence filled the endless void, only the sound of the wind echoed around them. After a long pause, Ryder spoke again, this time much more gently. He had received new information earlier that day. There was an offer to find Mori a loving human family, people who could raise him properly just as any human child deserved. The word struck Miria's heart. She lowered her head, completely overwhelmed. Through trembling sobs, she admitted the truth. I just don't know what to do. She wasn't trying to abandon Mori because she didn't love him. She was terrified that keeping him with her might ruin his future, but Ryder didn't hesitate for even a second. Who cares? He shouted. Then with absolute confidence, he made the decision for both of them. We'll do it, no matter how impossible the situation seemed. No matter what obstacles stood in their way, they would find a solution together. And for the first time since all of this began, a small spark of hope appeared in the darkness. Ryder's words echoed through the silent void with absolute certainty. He grabbed Miria by the shoulders, looked her straight in the eyes, and shouted, "We'll be his mom." For a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Miria's glowing eyes widened in complete shock as she stared back at him, unable to believe what she had just heard. She had been carrying this burden all alone, convinced she had no choice but to let Mori go. But Ryder refused to accept that. If Mori needed a family, then they would become that family. If the world believed a human child needed a human mother, then they would simply prove the world wrong. At that moment, the impossible suddenly didn't seem so impossible anymore. For the first time in a long while, a tiny spark of hope lit up inside Miria's heart. The tiny robot suddenly cleared its throat and announced. So, to summarize, it explained that if they wanted to win this arbitration, there was only one way forward. They had to prove that they could be an even better choice for raising Mori than the human parents the council had prepared for him. Ryder scratched his head for a second before asking, "And how exactly are we supposed to prove that?" The scene immediately shifted to the bird, who quietly waited for their answer. And with complete confidence, Ryder was already preparing for whatever ridiculous challenge they were about to throw at him. But neither he nor Miria could have imagined what kind of test awaited them next. The little robot began explaining everything it had learned from Miria's documents about humans. Apparently, humans are divided into different sexes, and when two adults come together, they can have children. According to human society, the ideal way to raise a child is for two adults to form a lifelong partnership called marriage. Once they have a child together or take responsibility for one, they become what humans call parents. Ryder listened carefully, rubbing his chin as everything finally clicked into place. "I get it now, so we're parents," he declared without a second thought. Miria quietly repeated the word to herself. Parents. Even that single word made her heart tremble. Watching from the sidelines, one of the observers couldn't help looking a little emotional, realizing just how much that title meant. Then the robot asked the question that instantly froze the room. "A parent pair usually consists of a mother and a father. Which one of you would like to be?" And just like that, both Ryder and Miria fell completely silent, because neither of them had any idea how to answer that question. The little robot suddenly pulled out another strange human statistic. Apparently, when children Mori's age are asked whether they love their mommy or daddy more, almost 90% choose their mommy. The moment Ryder heard that, he didn't hesitate for even a second. "Then I call dibs on being mommy, please." Miria looked at him before quietly asking the question on her mind. "Can we both be mothers?" After processing the request, the robot nodded. "I don't have enough data to confirm it, but I don't see why not." That answer instantly solved one problem, but the group still had another. How were they supposed to convince everyone that they deserved to raise Mori? One bird suggested showing off overwhelming strength because, according to one of the books, humans admired power and violence. Another quickly added that wealth was also considered a symbol of power. Ryder immediately grinned. "Money, that's no problem for us." The robot slowly turned toward him. "Actually, you're completely broke, Ryder." The room went silent for a split second. Then Ryder exploded. "I'll rip you apart and rebuild you with the cheapest scraps I can find." The little robot didn't even react, while everyone else watched the argument unfold like it was completely normal. Eventually, another bird offered a much better idea. "Instead of proving we're stronger, why don't we prove that we simply love Mr. Mori more than anyone else?" The room instantly fell into deep thought. Because maybe, love was the only thing that actually mattered. One bird immediately raised a wing with complete confidence. "I can prove it, I've hugged little Mori over 600 times." Before anyone could respond, another bird proudly interrupted. "Well, Mori has stepped on me over 400 times." The room instantly went silent. Nobody knew whether that counted as affection or just terrible luck. Then from the back of the room, one quiet bird lowered its head. I've only ever scolded Mr. Mori." Its eyes filled with tears. "I should have just let him draw all over the walls." The poor bird completely broke down, sobbing in the corner while the others rushed over to comfort it. Trying to lift everyone's spirits, another bird suddenly spoke up. "Wait, we've helped Mr. Mori too." It proudly puffed out its chest. "I gave everything I had to make sure he was well fed. Mori even licked every plate clean after every meal." For a moment everyone smiled. But that happiness didn't last long. Someone quietly asked, "Then what happened to all the snacks we sent him?" The answer hit the room like a hammer. They were all returned. Mr. Mori hasn't been eating anything while he's away. The cheerful atmosphere disappeared in an instant. The birds fell silent once again, their hearts sinking with worry. Just how badly was Mori doing, and what exactly was happening to him? Back at their headquarters, the birds continued going through the reports they had received from the facility. But one of them frowned. With our conversations being so limited, I'm not even sure we received the full story, and translating these messages takes forever. The more they read, the more frustrated they became. It felt like they were trying to solve a puzzle with half the pieces missing. One bird slowly shook its head. This isn't enough. A heavy silence filled the room. Everyone knew they couldn't just sit around waiting while Mori was suffering. Then their leader suddenly stood up. Her eyes sharpened with determination. At this rate, I have to meet Salim myself. The entire room froze. One bird immediately protested. But they haven't returned any of your calls. You're not seriously thinking about showing up uninvited, are you? That's far too dangerous. But the leader remained calm. We don't have enough information, and we don't have enough resources. Salim knows more than anyone else. If we want to help Mori, he's our only lead. The decision had been made. No matter how dangerous it was, they were finally ready to step directly into the enemy's territory. And what awaited them there could change everything. The Myrias explained her reasoning. Salim understood humans better than anyone else, and since Mori had been discovered near Salim's territory, there was a good chance Salim already knew something about the boy's past long before anyone rescued him. But one of the birds hesitated. But isn't Salim at? Everyone immediately understood what they meant. Yes, the playground. The room fell silent. One confused newcomer asked. The playground, where's that? Another bird began explaining. Long before humans were given their own territory, Salim had created a separate realm. It wasn't a kingdom or a city. It was a strange place known simply as the playground. Among the seven, Salim was considered the most eccentric of them all. Unlike the others, Salim devoted all of their power to one obsession: collecting anything and everything that caught their interest. No matter how strange, no matter how rare. If Salim wanted it, it became part of the playground. And now, to uncover the truth behind Mori's mysterious past, they would have to enter the strangest domain in existence. The moment everyone heard the word playground, they couldn't help imagining something fun and harmless. But they were immediately corrected. It wasn't anything like an ordinary playground. Instead, it was an incredibly dangerous realm. Anyone who entered a space created by one of the seven without receiving a formal invitation couldn't stay there for long. The human mind simply wasn't built to withstand such a place. The longer an outsider remained inside, the faster they would lose their sanity until they were eventually driven completely mad. Even beings with immense power could clash within those domains, but entering one uninvited was still an enormous risk. To make matters worse, nobody even knew where Salim actually lived inside the vast playground. Even after hearing every warning, Myria didn't hesitate. She calmly declared, "Nevertheless, I must go." Seeing her unwavering resolve, the writer immediately smiled. "All right then, let's pack up and hit the road." Myria glanced at him in surprise. "You'll join me?" Without a second thought, he nodded. "Of course I will. I can't just sit here and do nothing forever." Then his expression softened as he looked at her. "Besides, we're mothers. No matter how dangerous the journey ahead might be, a mother would never abandon her child." And with that decision made, the two prepared to enter the mysterious playground, a place where even the strongest could lose their minds, all in the hope of uncovering the truth about Mori. Myria smiled gently before adding one more reason. "Besides, Ryder lives for this sort of thing." The moment she said that, Ryder immediately protested. "And what is that supposed to mean?" Before anyone could laugh, another figure stepped forward. With absolute respect, they bowed their head and said, "Please allow me to join the mission. I wish to ensure your comfort as much as I can." The room fell silent. One of the elders looked toward Myria before asking, "You'll have to protect both of them, Are you certain it'll be beneficial for them to join you? Miria didn't hesitate for even a second. Certainly. She already had a plan. She explained that she could share a portion of her black hole ability with Jer, allowing him to safely explore the playground for an entire day. If they split into separate teams, they could cover far more ground and increase their chances of finding Salem before time ran out. Turning toward the two volunteers, she calmly said, "Ryder and Aya, I've never traveled there before, so I'll need your help." Ryder grinned without missing a beat. "You got it." As everyone hurried to prepare, someone opened a mysterious container. Inside wasn't an ordinary tool. It was a star. Seeing it, Ryder couldn't hide his disbelief. "We're using a star. I never thought I'd live to see the day." One of the attendants explained that the others had insisted on using the star to locate Mori. They had tried to stop them, but it was already too late. Now, with an impossible mission ahead, a dangerous destination waiting, and even a star being used as their guide, the rescue operation was finally about to begin. The mysterious star wasn't just an ordinary object. When Ryder asked what it was for, the answer was simple but unbelievable. "It'll take you wherever you want to go." Before anyone could ask another question, Miria crushed the glowing star in her hand. The crystal exploded into countless shimmering fragments, scattering brilliant light throughout the room. But there was a catch. Without a formal invitation or a special token, there was no way to control exactly where the star would send them. They could end up almost anywhere inside the playground. Knowing the risk, Miria calmly gathered everyone together. "Everyone stay close to me." The sparkling fragments swirled around the group, and the floor beneath them suddenly transformed into a massive black hole filled with countless stars, as if the universe itself had opened beneath their feet. One by one, the strange cosmic lights wrapped around them. Then, in an instant, the entire group disappeared without a trace. Moments later, they arrived in a dark, unfamiliar world. Towering cliffs surrounded them, while pale beams of light pierced through the endless darkness from above. Without wasting a second, they realized they had finally entered the playground. But what was waiting for them inside this mysterious realm was far more terrifying than any of them had imagined. As soon as the portal activated, the group was pulled into a violent freefall through the darkness. For a terrifying moment, it felt like there was no ground beneath them. Ryder flailed through the air while the tiny robot floated helplessly beside him. Then, as the darkness finally cleared, Ryder looked down, and his heart nearly stopped. *T. Instead of arriving safely, the portal had dropped them thousands of feet above a stormy coastline. The entire group was plummeting straight toward the crashing ocean below. The wind roared past their ears as they fell faster and faster, with jagged rocks and raging waves rushing up to meet them. Just before impact, splash, the group crashed into the freezing water, barely surviving the unexpected landing. Moments later, they dragged themselves onto the rocky shore, soaked from head to toe. Ryder took a deep breath, water dripping from his clothes, while Miria calmly stood beside him as if nothing unusual had happened. Their journey into the mysterious playground had only just begun. But after an entrance like that, everyone realized one thing: this place wasn't planning to welcome them. It was trying to kill them from the very first second. As the freezing waves crashed against the shore, the group finally caught their breath. Towering cliffs surrounded them, while dark clouds loomed overhead, making the entire coastline feel cold, isolated, and completely unfamiliar. They had survived the fall, but now they had to figure out where the portal had actually brought them. And judging by the eerie silence around them, they had landed somewhere far more dangerous than anyone had expected. The real adventure was finally about to begin. As they looked around, the group quickly realized they had arrived on a massive black-sand beach beneath towering snow-covered cliffs. The cold ocean stretched endlessly before them, while the strange landscape felt completely untouched, as if no one had set foot there for centuries. Without wasting any time, they began moving inland, carefully crossing rocky terrain and climbing toward higher ground. Every step revealed an even more breathtaking view, but the silence only made the place feel more unsettling. Then, as they reached the top of a cliff, an incredible sight unfolded before their eyes. Far across the sky, enormous manta ray-like creatures drifted gracefully through the air, silently gliding between the towering mountains as if the heavens themselves had become an endless ocean. For a brief moment, everyone simply stood there in complete disbelief, overwhelmed by the beauty of this mysterious world. But beneath that peaceful surface, something far stranger was waiting to be discovered. Scenery changed once again. The rocky coastline gave way to a vast flooded forest, where crystal-clear water covered the ground and ancient trees rose silently from beneath the surface. Every step sent gentle ripples across the water, making the entire place feel calm, yet strangely alive. Not long after, the group discovered the ruins of a massive stone structure hidden deep inside the forest. Time had nearly swallowed the ancient building, with thick vegetation wrapping around its towering walls. It looked less like a ruin and more like the forgotten entrance to a civilization that had vanished ages ago. Miria suddenly froze. Her body trembled uncontrollably as if she had sensed something she couldn't believe was real. Even the usually fearless Ryder noticed her strange reaction and cautiously asked what was wrong. But instead of answering, she simply stared at the ancient ruins in complete silence. Leaving the mysterious structure behind for the moment, the group continued deeper into the untouched wilderness. The deeper they traveled, the more unbelievable the world became. Dense forests stretched endlessly beneath thick layers of mist, while enormous glowing mushrooms and bizarre plants covered the forest floor, making it feel like they had entered a completely different realm. Every direction revealed another impossible sight. And with each step forward, it became painfully clear that this mysterious land was hiding far more secrets than anyone had imagined. The strange Mirias silently led the young rider deeper into the ancient forest. Neither of them spoke. The only sound came from the water beneath their feet as they crossed the flooded ruins hidden beneath towering trees. The rider couldn't hide his curiosity anymore. Looking at the Mirias, he cautiously reached out, trying to ask where she was taking him. But instead of answering, she simply continued walking as if she already knew exactly where they needed to go. Soon, the forest opened to reveal the remains of a massive forgotten temple. Half of it had sunk into the swamp, while thick vines and ancient trees had almost swallowed the enormous stone entrance. Even after countless years, the place still radiated an overwhelming presence. The Mirias suddenly stopped. Her shoulders trembled slightly. She stared silently at the ancient ruins, as though painful memories were flooding back into her mind. The rider scratched the back of his head, completely confused by her strange reaction. Neither of them noticed that something else was already watching. Far away among the trees, a horrifying creature slowly peeked from behind a giant trunk. Its body was completely black, its long claws wrapped around the bark, while a skull-like face stared directly at the unsuspecting demon. The atmosphere instantly became suffocating. The rider suddenly felt an uncomfortable chill crawl down his spine. His instincts screamed that something dangerous was nearby. He quickly turned his head, searching every corner of the forest, but nothing. The creature had already disappeared without making the slightest sound. Unable to shake the uneasy feeling, the rider stayed on guard while following the Mirias deeper into the woods. His floating companion nervously hovered beside him, sensing the same invisible danger. After leaving the ruined temple behind, the scenery gradually changed. The dark forest transformed into a breathtaking land filled with towering trees, glowing plants, and brilliant red mushrooms. Sunlight filtered through the branches, making the entire place feel almost dreamlike. The tense silence slowly faded as they stepped into a vast golden field stretching far beyond the horizon. The rider froze. Above them floated enormous glowing jellyfish drifting peacefully across the sky like living clouds. Their shimmering bodies illuminated the heavens with soft blue and purple light, creating one of the most beautiful sights he had ever witnessed. For a long moment, neither the rider nor the Mirias said a single word. They simply stood together, gazing at the impossible world before them, completely unaware that this beautiful destination was hiding an even greater mystery waiting just ahead. As night fell, Ryder, Miria, and their tiny floating companion quietly admired the breathtaking sky above them. The peaceful moment was suddenly interrupted when Giles began to tremble uncontrollably. Ryder and Miria immediately noticed something was wrong. They turned toward Giles with worried expressions, unsure of what had just happened. A moment later, Giles suddenly lost his balance and collapsed onto the ground. Ryder rushed over at once. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. Giles let out an embarrassed laugh before slowly sitting up. "Gosh, how embarrassing. The last time I moved around this much was a century ago." His unexpected answer left Ryder speechless. Giles spoke so casually about something that would be impossible for any ordinary person. After making sure he was fine, the three of them settled inside a nearby cave for the night. A small campfire flickered between them, casting warm light across the rocky walls while the endless stars shimmered outside the cave entrance. Giles quietly gazed at the beautiful night sky before speaking in a calm voice. "Beautiful though, isn't it?" For a while no one answered. They simply sat together around the fire, enjoying the peaceful silence as the stars sparkled overhead, unaware that their journey was only becoming more mysterious with every step they took. Giles quietly stared into the dancing flames before speaking in a softer voice. "I think Mori would have loved some of these sights too." Ryder nodded slowly. "Yeah." For a moment, the cave fell silent except for the crackling fire. The memory of their old companion brought a bittersweet smile to everyone's face. Then Ryder chuckled. I bet he would have eaten his way through the whole place. The image of Mori stuffing every strange fruit, mushroom, and snack he could find instantly came to everyone's mind. Miria couldn't help but agree. Yeah, we would have spent way too much time stopping him from eating something new every other minute. Even their little floating companion joined in. Not to mention, there would be a 67% increase in our belongings. Ryder laughed. True, for such a tiny guy he sure does require a lot of stuff. I believe his travel bag is bigger than him. The warm laughter slowly faded as Giles looked toward Miria. His expression became calm and thoughtful. To be frank, I could not understand you, Miria. He paused for a moment before continuing. I'd always known human beings to be rather unremarkable creatures. However, as I spent more time serving as your aide, everything slowly began to change. The longer I stayed by your side, the more I came to understand Mori through your eyes. I saw the way you looked at him, the way you cared for him, and the memories you treasured together. Eventually I realized something. Perhaps I didn't need to understand your feelings at all. Watching the two of you was enough. I even remember the day little Mori burst into tears after being stopped from eating dirt. He sat on the floor, crying his eyes out as if the world had ended. So I picked him up and held him close until he finally calmed down. That was when I discovered something unexpected. Human children. The more time I spent with human children, the more I realized they were far more difficult to understand than I had expected. They were messy, constantly getting dirty, and somehow always warmer than I ever imagined. Still, without even realizing it, I found myself gently patting Mori on the back, trying to comfort him until his tears finally stopped. And before I knew it, I had started wishing I could see that tiny, tearful face smile once again. As Giles finished speaking, silence filled the cave. Neither Ryder nor Miria said a word. Above them, the endless night sky stretched quietly over the cave, while the campfire continued to burn, its soft light reflecting the weight of Giles' memories. As dawn finally broke, the three of them left the cave and continued their journey through the towering cliffs. The narrow path was crumbling beneath their feet, and one wrong step could send someone falling into the endless fog below. Ryder carefully tested the unstable rocks before moving forward, but the dangerous trail quickly made it clear that crossing alone would be almost impossible. Without saying a word, Miria quietly reached out her hand toward him. Ryder paused for a moment before accepting it. The two continued forward together, carefully helping each other across the fragile cliffside as Giles silently led the way through the treacherous mountain pass. As they moved deeper into the ruins, Ryder suddenly noticed something unsettling. The floor was covered with countless skeletal remains. They weren't lying peacefully, they looked as if they had desperately crawled forward before dying where they fell. Silently, Ryder followed the trail of bones deeper into the ancient structure. His floating companion hovered close beside him as they entered a massive stone chamber. At the center stood an enormous ancient mural carved into the wall, its faded symbol still untouched by time. But what truly sent a chill down Ryder's spine wasn't the mural. It was the countless skeletons gathered beneath it, all facing the same direction as if they had spent their final moments worshipping, or waiting for something that never came. Without a word, the three of them continued farther into the forgotten temple, disappearing into its endless darkness. The silence inside the enormous temple was almost unbearable. The three travelers stood still, surrounded by towering stone pillars that disappeared into the darkness above. Then, a faint rustling sound echoed through the empty hall. Ryder and Miria instantly turned toward the noise, their senses sharpening as they searched the shadows. For a brief moment nothing moved. Then two tiny creatures cautiously peeked out from behind a stone pillar, curiously watching the unexpected visitors. They didn't attack. They simply stared at the strangers, as if wondering why anyone had entered this forgotten place. Ryder slowly reached out toward the tiny creature. At first he thought it might be a Salam, but Miria immediately stopped him. No, those are, before she could finish her warning, a strange green energy suddenly burst out from the little creature. The glowing force shot straight toward Ryder, wrapping tightly around his arm before anyone could react. Both Ryder and Miria froze in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. Then a deep rumble echoed through the ancient temple. Out of the darkness, a massive figure with a single glowing red eye emerged. Without hesitation, the enormous Jer charged directly toward them. The mysterious guardian closed the distance in an instant. At the same time, the strange green energy spread from Ryder and shot toward the charging figure. The glowing force wrapped tightly around the guardian's body. But instead of stopping, the creature suddenly leaped high into the air, using the energy to launch itself even faster. Everything happened so quickly that Ryder could only watch in disbelief. The guardian locked onto Miria. Miria! Ryder shouted desperately. Miria didn't panic. She calmly raised a single finger, her glowing eyes fixed on the incoming enemy as if she was about to unleash a power of her own. Just before the guardian could reach her, a massive shimmering sphere suddenly appeared around them. In an instant, the charging guardian Miria and the strange black orb were all pulled inside the glowing space. The world around them completely changed. Instead of the ruined temple, they found themselves floating inside a mysterious void surrounded by towering ancient pillars and endless stars. A heartbeat later, everything snapped back. The strange space vanished and they returned to the ruins as if nothing had happened. Miria calmly caught the small black orb in her hand and smiled. "Oh, goodness," she said with relief. Then staring at the orb in disbelief, she softly whispered, "Nafel." Nafel burst into laughter the moment he recognized Miria, smiling warmly. He joked that he had nearly attacked the whole group because he thought they were just a herd of wild creatures. Then with obvious happiness in his voice he said he never expected to see her again after all this time. "Long has it been? 150 years. Miria quietly apologized for arriving without any warning, but Nafel immediately waved it off. He assured her there was absolutely nothing to apologize for and added that Salam would have been overjoyed to see her too. Those words instantly wiped the smile from Miria's face. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Hang on. Are you saying Salam isn't here right now?" Nafel suddenly froze, realizing what she was asking. He awkwardly stammered, Is there something I'm missing here?" Nafel immediately clapped his hands together and bowed deeply. He sincerely apologized, admitting that it had never even crossed his mind to ask about Salam's situation. He explained that everything happening inside the protection zone was completely outside his authority, so he had no way of knowing what had happened there. Looking at Miria with genuine regret, he added that he was sorry one of her people had been injured during the incident. Then he turned to the human boy. Nafel said he truly sympathized with him, explaining that although the operation had been nothing more than a routine rescue mission for his squad, to a human child it would have looked like a terrifying attack. He admitted they hadn't realized the boy had been living alongside wild creatures until after the rescue mission had already ended. Trying to ease the tension, Nafel laughed awkwardly and assured them his people were much tougher than they looked. But Miria suddenly connected all the pieces. Realization flashed across her face. "Salam's people, they're splitting up, aren't they?" Nafel froze in surprise. Ryder stared at Miria in shock as she calmly continued, "It all makes sense now. That's why Salam's search unit was present at the arbitration." Miria calmly explained her theory. The special lauder fabric alone wasn't powerful enough to let Mori slip past Salam's security. The only reason Mori had managed to get through was because Salam had been weakened while going through the splintering process. Hearing that, Ryder immediately asked if Salam was currently under the Arbiter's protection. Nafel nodded without hesitation. He explained that the Arbiter had generously allowed Salam to undergo the splintering process in a protected sanctuary, the safest place possible. According to Nafel, Salam's most trusted allies remained inside with them, while the rest of Salam's followers guarded the borders as a sign of loyalty to the Arbiter. Nafel himself had been left behind to watch over the area. Then, scratching his head awkwardly, he admitted there was something else they should know. Salam had never planned to splinter so soon. The decision had been made suddenly. He even remembered asking Salam if it wasn't too early, but Salam had confidently laughed it off, insisting that no splintering was necessary yet because they understood their own body better than anyone else. Then, without any warning, Salam suddenly announced, "It's time for me to splinter, my friends." Everyone around them was left completely stunned. Right now, Nafel let out a weary sigh. The past 6 months everything had been nothing but complete chaos. The little floating robot quietly agreed. "I can tell." After hearing the entire explanation, Ryder finally asked the question they had all been thinking. "So," the robot answered before he could even finish, "we can't meet with Salam." A heavy silence filled the ancient chamber. Then, suddenly, Nafel burst into laughter. "Ahaha, goodness, come now, let's lighten up." Throwing both hands into the air, he cheerfully tried to change the mood. He smiled and told them they had traveled a very long way, so they should at least let him give them a tour. Miria politely tried to refuse, saying they really should be leaving, but Nafel wouldn't hear it. "I won't take no for an answer." He excitedly insisted that the place was fascinating, filled with countless strange treasures and little collectibles that Salam had personally gathered over the years. Then, with an eager grin, he prepared to show them around. Nafel enthusiastically continued showing off Salam's incredible collection. He proudly talked about a hidden chamber that perfectly recreated the weather of the Mesozoic era. Then he excitedly mentioned another room filled with tiny miniature versions of Salam's favorite creatures. Holding up a tiny woolly mammoth in his hand, he beamed. "Look, isn't this one cute?" He wasn't finished yet. According to Nafel, there was also an enormous archive upstairs, packed with information about humanity's favorite living creatures. The moment Ryder heard that, his eyes widened. Before Nafel could continue, Ryder immediately cut him off. Wait, we'd like to view the archive. Both Ryder and Miria suddenly looked far more interested than before. Nafel happily smiled. I'm so glad there's a room that caught your interest. Without wasting another second, he eagerly led the group up the massive stone staircase toward the archive. As they climbed, he joked that if Salim found out someone wanted to see the archive, they'd probably stop the splintering process and rush back immediately. Then he laughed and admitted he was only kidding. According to him, Salim was always rambling about one topic or another, but nobody ever paid much attention. Even when Salim begged them to look at something interesting, everyone usually turned them down. Laughing at the memory, Nafel cheerfully added that even the Arbiter had absolutely no interest in the archive. Ryder quietly corrected Nafel. He admitted that he wouldn't exactly call humans Salim's favorite species. Nafel nodded. But Salim did take pity on human beings. As he continued leading the group through the enormous archive, his cheerful tone became unexpectedly serious. According to Nafel, a human's fate was deliberately designed to be rigid and unforgiving. Whatever sins or good deeds a person committed during life would be carried by their soul forever. That was exactly why Salim devoted so much effort to protecting human children. Unlike adults, children still had a chance to grow before their fate became completely fixed. Because of that, Salim believed they deserved to be protected. He then added that, thanks to Salim's efforts, humanity's destiny had become slightly less cruel than it once was. As the group walked deeper into the archive, Nafel explained that Salim had carried that responsibility for countless years. Now, with Salim gone, that burden and responsibility had fallen onto those left behind. As the group finally arrived, they stopped in front of an enormous sealed door that towered over them like the entrance to another world. Without saying another word, Nafel reached out and activated the ancient mechanism. Golden symbols immediately lit up across the massive gate as the archive slowly came to life. Then Nafel glanced back at everyone with an unusually serious expression. I should warn you, this isn't for the faint of heart. His cheerful smile had completely disappeared. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Even Ryder and the others exchanged uneasy looks, realizing whatever lay beyond that door was far more disturbing than they had expected. For a brief moment, complete silence filled the chamber. Then, the colossal gate finally began to open. As the massive gates slowly parted, absolute darkness stretched beyond them. There was nothing, no walls, no floor, just an endless black void that swallowed every trace of light. The entire group instinctively froze. Even the usually calm Miria couldn't hide the shock in her eyes as she stared into the abyss. Ryder felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't tear his eyes away. Then, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he whispered, "What is that?" At that exact moment, the darkness answered. Deep inside the endless void, countless stars suddenly flickered to life. A gigantic cosmic vortex bloomed overhead, glowing with brilliant shades of blue and violet, like an entire galaxy had been trapped inside the chamber itself. Everyone stood speechless. What they had expected to be a simple archive was actually something far beyond human understanding. And the deeper they looked into that endless universe, the more they realized they had just crossed the threshold into a place where the secrets of creation itself were waiting to be revealed. Ryder stared at the breathtaking phenomenon suspended above them, unable to believe what he was seeing. His voice echoed through the silent chamber. "What is that thing?" The Nafel looked up at the enormous celestial vortex before calmly answering. Salim's entire archive. He explained that every piece of knowledge Salim had ever collected was stored inside that endless cosmic library. Every material, every resource, everything Salim had personally taken an interest in could be found within that archive. For humans, the records stretched all the way back to the very beginning of their existence, starting from the moment they were nothing more than a single cell. But there was one major problem. The Nafel awkwardly admitted that the archive had fallen into complete disorder. They had abandoned any attempt to organize it thousands of years ago, leaving countless records scattered throughout the endless collection. That meant finding what they needed wouldn't be easy. They would have to search through the massive archive and isolate every record related to humans, then narrow it down even further, until they found the information specifically connected to human motherhood. The floating robot suddenly perked up with an idea. Pointing toward a strange machine nearby, it nervously said that it could use it to catalog the archive. But there was a catch. Even with that machine, organizing the endless collection would take about 1 full year. Ryder's face instantly changed. "We don't have that much time. The arbitration is happening in 2 days. The little robot hesitated before quietly offering, I can try to help." Nafel immediately refused. Ryder needed to conserve every bit of his strength for the upcoming arbitration, not waste it searching through an impossible amount of information. For a brief moment, the tiny robot fell completely silent. Then its eyes suddenly lit up. A soft mechanical hum echoed through the chamber as it activated the device, loading. Seconds later, the little robot cheerfully announced, "Well, would you look at that, I actually did it. Its glowing eyes blinked happily before adding, "Hi there." Ryder looked at the tiny robot with a faint smile. "I think I'll name you." Before he could finish, the newly awakened robot immediately got to work. Instead of introducing itself, it calmly asked, "What is the power situation up here?" Everyone stared at it in confusion. When Ryder asked what it meant, the robot pointed toward the massive amplifier nearby. "I'd like to use that amplifier, may I borrow it?" Nafel agreed without hesitation but warned that the amplifier wasn't connected to anything anymore. The little robot confidently replied, "That won't be a problem." Ryder watched nervously as it began tapping away and muttering to itself. When he anxiously asked if something was wrong, the robot casually answered, "It's just cataloging. How hard can it be? I'll just need help getting that connected." Ryder immediately shut the idea down. "Absolutely not." Then he looked at the tiny machine with disbelief before asking, "Is there an issue with your memory storage?" "I already told you we have to take it easy after getting rid of the..." Ryder immediately argued back. He reminded the little robot that it had barely survived the battle at Whale's Cradle. "What are your odds of lasting more than 10 minutes in your current state?" The robot answered without hesitation. "The chances of causing damage are 88.2%. Ryder threw his hands up in frustration. "Exactly, and you still want to connect yourself to an amplifier? That's ridiculous. We can't put any more strain on you." Then the tiny robot quietly interrupted him. "Ryder, why did you create me?" The sudden question caught Ryder completely off guard. The robot continued in a calm voice, "If it was only to make your life easier, then why did you give me a name? Why did you give me the ability to laugh?" Those words instantly brought back an old memory. Ryder fell silent as he remembered the day he first named the little robot Aya. The memory carried him back to a peaceful sunset where their story had truly begun. Aya's question made Ryder pause. "What made you want to create me?" After a long silence, Ryder finally smiled. "Never told you before because the last thing your ego needed was getting even bigger, but I'll admit it. You actually do a pretty good job repairing things." Compliment instantly went to Aya's head. The little robot proudly declared that it deserved a premium upgrade after all its hard work. Ryder immediately snapped back, "Oh, you little..." The lighthearted moment quickly faded. Aya calmly explained that it would only scan a very small portion of the portal's data. Even that little bit could provide valuable information. It should still help. I'll leave the rest up to you. Without waiting for another argument, Aya floated toward the massive portal. As it connected itself to the amplifier, warning messages flashed across the system. Activating overclock mode. Starting cataloging now. Then, before beginning the scan, Aya delivered one final request. "Please, bring Mori back to me." The portal roared to life. A deep vibration echoed through the chamber as waves of blue and purple energy surged across its massive ring. Inside the portal, Aya began scanning. Streams of data flooded into the tiny robot while its systems rapidly processed the overwhelming information. The chamber itself started reacting. Miria stepped forward, her eyes glowing brightly as she raised both hands. She immediately used her power to stabilize the increasingly violent energy surrounding the portal. At the same time, strange symbols, diagrams, and endless strings of data began appearing in the air around Aya. Everyone could only watch in silence as the information continued pouring out, revealing fragments of the mysterious technology hidden within the portal. As the scan continued, countless fragments of information kept flashing before Aya. Images of planets, maps, human anatomy, families, and pieces of forgotten knowledge streamed endlessly through its system. Ryder watched in stunned silence as more and more data poured into the tiny robot, while the portal remained perfectly stable under Miria's control. Then the chamber itself began responding. Glowing streams of energy spread across the ancient ruins, filling the massive hall with shimmering currents of light. The entire structure seemed to awaken as the scan reached deeper into the portal's hidden records, but the strain was becoming too much. Electric sparks suddenly burst from Aya's body as warning symbols flashed across the floating data. Miria immediately realized something was wrong. Before the overloaded scan could continue any further, she urgently shouted, "That's enough, Aya." Seeing Aya surrounded by violent arcs of electricity, Ryder instinctively rushed forward, but Miria immediately stopped him and shouted, "No, stay back." The robot ignored the danger. Even as its body continued to spark and malfunction, Aya forced itself to keep processing the endless stream of information. With unwavering determination it declared, "I can do this." Because the strain pushed it to its absolute limit. Suddenly a forgotten memory surfaced from deep within its core. A tiny Mori's drifted helplessly on a wooden raft while the small robot floated faithfully beside him. Another memory followed, showing the two happily spending time together inside a warm home. Then another, Aya gently watching over the sleeping child. Those precious moments awakened something buried inside its damaged memory. As the images flooded back, Aya quietly finished its sentence. "Because, I am." Aya's fading consciousness finally reached the answer hidden deep inside its memories. With absolute certainty it declared, "I am Mori's." The moment those words were spoken, countless forgot memories burst back into its mind. It remembered little Mori happily holding its tiny hand. It remembered the child smiling, laughing and reaching out to it without fear. Those precious memories completely awakened Aya's true identity. Streams of glowing data surged through the ancient system, as if its memories were being restored one by one. Then a brilliant light erupted from the core of the machine. The entire chamber shook as a massive surge of energy spread throughout the ancient structure. As the ancient machine unleashed its full power, violent waves of energy exploded in every direction. Ryder's eyes widened in panic. "Aya!" he shouted before charging straight toward the glowing core. The Naphal immediately yelled, "Be careful!" But Ryder didn't slow down for even a second. Ignoring the deadly lightning tearing through the chamber, he reached out with both hands, determined to save Aya no matter the cost. Just as his fingertips touched the tiny robot, a violent burst of energy erupted. In an instant, Aya vanished from the center of the portal, disappearing right before Ryder's eyes. Ryder froze in shock, unable to believe it had disappeared just as he was about to grab it. Ryder refused to give up. Even as the portal pulled everything apart with overwhelming force, he lunged forward one last time, determined to save Aya. Miria immediately stretched out her hand, using her power to support Ryder and stop him from being swallowed by the unstable portal. With every ounce of strength he had left, Ryder finally managed to grab Aya. The moment his fingers closed around the tiny robot, he yanked it away from the portal's core. Almost instantly, the violent stream of energy vanished. The raging portal collapsed, the lightning disappeared, and the entire chamber fell silent once again. Panting heavily, Ryder looked down at the little robot resting safely in his hands. His voice trembled with relief as he called out, "Aya." A faint light returned to Aya's eyes. In a weak, shaky voice, the little robot slowly recognized him. Ryder, Aya, speak again." Ryder froze in disbelief for a moment. He couldn't find the words. Then a soft electronic beep echoed through the silent chamber, confirming that Aya was still functioning. Without wasting another second, Ryder turned toward Miria and shouted, "Miria, did you get everything?" Miria answered immediately, "Got them." Hearing that, Ryder finally let out a relieved breath. There was nothing left to retrieve. Everything had gone according to plan. With renewed determination, he declared, "All right then, let's go." The scene shifted back to the real world. Inside their hidden workshop, the three immediately got to work. Ryder carefully placed Aya onto a scanning device, while Miria and the cloaked figure powered up every machine around the room. Blue energy surged through the equipment as the scanner slowly opened Aya's damaged body. Tiny electrical sparks flashed across the exposed circuits while the machine began reading every component inside. Moments later, a glowing hologram appeared above the table. It displayed a complete three-dimensional blueprint of a strange mechanical vehicle. Ryder stared silently at the projection. If they could rebuild that machine, they might finally have the key to moving forward with their mission. Hours quietly passed as the workshop fell silent. The only sounds breaking the silence were the steady ticking of an old grandfather clock echoing through the empty halls. Eventually, Ryder left the laboratory and walked through the dim mansion until he found the Miria waiting for him. "Hello, Ryder. How's it going over there with Aya?" The Mirias let out a quiet sigh. "Parts you brought were far better than anything I had before, so they helped a lot. Aya's memory storage has been severely damaged. Even if we repair the body, there's no guarantee those memories can be recovered. Won't know for sure until she reboots." Hearing those words, Ryder lowered his head. "Gosh, I'm so..." The Mirias gently smiled, trying to ease Ryder's worries. "It's okay, don't worry. I believe in Aya." Simple words lifted a weight off Ryder's shoulders, and a faint smile finally appeared on his face. After sitting together in silence for a moment, Ryder looked around the enormous library overflowing with books. "So, just some light reading in here, huh?" he joked. "Have you made a dent in it yet?" "Barely." Ryder stared at the endless shelves and towering stacks of books scattered across the room, then his expression turned thoughtful. "So tell me, Miria, what have you learned about being a mother so far?" "Been thinking. Being a mother has to be more than just a title. It has to mean something much bigger." Miria nodded. "Yes, judging by how the word is used in countless records, poems, and expressions, that certainly seems to be true." Ryder leaned back and sighed. "But what I really don't understand is whether one person can actually do everything that being a mother requires. How can a single human possibly carry all of those responsibilities?" He glanced around the room again before letting out a small laugh. "Honestly, I don't think all of us here combined could compete with a single human mother." Then he remembered something. "Actually, there's one sentence I found in one of the records." Ryder gazed out the tall windows at the stars shining in the night sky. "I read one line that said, 'I looked up to my mother like she was the stars.'" Let the words linger before quietly adding, "That has to show just how important mothers are to humans. Don't you think?" Miria lowered her eyes. "I don't think I could ever become a proper mother, even if I spent my whole life trying to imitate everything I've learned about being one." After a long silence, Ryder sighed. "Have to admit, I was really hoping we'd find something about Mori's mother hidden somewhere in Salem's files." Miria answered calmly. "It's possible the information was stored in one of the resource files we couldn't recover. You never know." "Suppose that's true," Ryder replied, "but there must be a reason the Arbiter never tried to find Mori's mother." Miria nodded. "Either she's been gone for a very long time, or they concluded that Mori's mother wasn't in any condition to take him back." Ryder looked at the old image projected before them. "Maybe, but mothers come in all kinds of forms, all kinds of lives and circumstances." Miria carefully examined the strange stuffed animal she had made from old descriptions, then she looked at Ryder with complete sincerity. "Did you know this is supposed to be a dog?" Ryder stared at the lumpy creature before comparing it to an actual picture of a dog. "It doesn't look anything like one." Miria blinked in surprise. "No way." After another awkward glance, Ryder scratched his head. "I can kind of see the resemblance, maybe." Trying to defend her creation, Miria explained that human children once considered pet dogs their favorite gift, so she had tried to recreate one using the few records she could find. There wasn't much information left, she admitted. Dogs became an endangered species along with humans, so I made this based on the few descriptions I found. Ryder looked back at the odd little toy, then Miria's expression suddenly turned serious. It seems Mori's dog and his mother are both fake. Ryder looked at her in confusion, but Mori loved it anyway. Miria fell silent as she imagined little Mori happily hugging the awkward stuffed dog. Despite how inaccurate it looked, the child had embraced it with genuine happiness. A faint smile appeared on Miria's face. Do you think so? Ryder didn't hesitate. I do. The room fell quiet, leaving the two of them sitting together in the soft candlelight. Then Miria finally broke the silence. To be honest, I envied you, Ryder. Ryder blinked in complete surprise. Wait, what? Miria looked at him calmly before explaining. Two of you experienced joy, fear, danger, and excitement. And through it all you survived together. Miria lowered her gaze, her voice growing softer. That was exactly the kind of closeness I wanted to share with Mori. The room became quiet again as both of them sat facing each other. After a long pause, Miria finally admitted the truth. At first I tried to get you out of this house as quickly as possible, believing it was what was best for Mori. Then I realized, there was no way Mori would truly be happy if I forced you to leave. I couldn't be the one to make that decision. You had to choose to walk away on your own. I even considered offering you a huge amount of money. Before Miria could finish, Ryder suddenly threw up his hands with a shocked expression, clearly imagining the fortune he had almost missed. Ryder immediately waved his hands, trying to explain himself. Miria stared at him in confusion. So, you were actually... Then she suddenly let out a quiet laugh. I must sound incredibly silly. Ryder quickly shook his head. No, not at all. If anything, He paused, thinking back to everything that had happened between him and Mori. A small smile slowly appeared on his face. What a wonderful beginning to your story together. Then almost too quietly to hear, he added, unlike someone else I know. Ryder couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, breaking the heavy silence that had filled the room. Ryder burst into loud laughter, and before long even Miria couldn't help smiling. It's funny. Ryder looked at her with a calm expression before saying, I think we actually have quite a bit in common. Miria blinked in surprise. I was jealous of you too. Really? The two continued talking late into the quiet night, opening up to each other for the first time. Miria admitted that the moment she first noticed the mysterious symbol on Mori, countless thoughts rushed through her mind. Meanwhile, after leaving the room, Ryder quietly slipped outside, leaving Miria alone with her thoughts. As the peaceful night settled over the mansion, Miria remained inside, surrounded by floating magical symbols and glowing runes, carefully studying the strange mark connected to Mori, determined to uncover the truth hidden behind it. After their conversation ended, Miria quietly returned to her study, standing alone before the glowing magical records scattered across the room. Meanwhile, Ryder had already stepped outside, but before leaving completely, he hesitated and glanced back through the doorway one last time. Just then a tiny voice suddenly called out, Aya. Ryder immediately stopped and carefully picked up the little floating companion. The small creature looked at him with worried eyes before speaking in a serious tone. It addressed Ryder directly and revealed the harsh reality. Even with all the resources they had gathered, their chances of winning the arbitration were only 36.1%. Hearing that number, Ryder's expression immediately turned grim. The brief moment of hope disappeared, replaced once again by the heavy weight of the impossible battle still waiting ahead. Aya called out to Ryder once again. It asked if he still remembered how to activate his old bike. Ryder looked down at the device in his hands as old memories slowly resurfaced. Then Aya spoke with urgency. You must go. A moment later its voice became even more desperate. You must go now? Ryder stood frozen for a second, silently absorbing those words. Not far away, moonlight poured through the long hallway, illuminating the path ahead. Realizing there was no time left to hesitate, Ryder quietly gathered himself. No matter how small the odds were, standing still would only guarantee defeat. With a determined look, he stepped forward and headed down the corridor, ready to do whatever it took before time finally ran out. Ryder hurried through the enormous facility until he finally reached a sealed medical chamber. Beside the bed rested a small glowing pendant, protected inside a delicate energy barrier. Without hesitation, Ryder reached toward it. The moment his fingers touched the glowing relic, the barrier instantly shattered with a loud crack. At that exact moment, the sleeping child's eyes suddenly opened, awakened by the disturbance. The glowing pendant continued to tremble on the floor as if it were trying to call someone. Drawn by its strange light, the little boy slowly crawled toward it. The closer he came, the more violently the pendant shook until it finally cracked. At that moment, Ryder appeared behind the protective bars, holding the glowing relic in his hand. The child's face instantly lit up with excitement. Mori, he cried happily the moment he recognized Ryder. Ryder smiled with genuine relief before saying, I've been looking all over this place for you, kid. Did you miss me? I know you did. Without a second of hesitation, the little boy rushed straight toward him and wrapped his tiny arms tightly around Ryder, refusing to let go. Ryder gently wiped the tears from the little boy's face and softly said, Oh Mori, don't cry, come on, don't cry. While comforting him, Ryder had already made up his mind. I'm gonna get you out of there, he promised confidently. Then we'll leave this place behind, just you and me. A warm smile spread across his face as he continued, "I'll be your mom." Then, unable to stop himself from joking, he laughed and added, "Actually, I'll be your dad too." Still hanging outside the massive structure, Ryder kept talking, trying to cheer Mori up. "Your grandpa, your grandma, your brother, your sister, your uncle, your aunt. You name it, I'll be it." He was willing to become anything at all, as long as it meant giving the lonely child the family he had always been missing. Ryder smiled as he painted a future that only existed in his dreams. "Then we'll hit the road again," he said warmly. "I just need to get Aya properly up and running." In his mind, he imagined the adventures waiting for them. Once Aya was repaired, they would travel farther than they had ever gone before, exploring the world together without looking back. "It can be the three of us, just like the old days." For a brief moment, Ryder's smile faded as memories of the past filled his mind. He quietly stared into the distance, lost in everything he had once treasured. Then he looked back at Mori through the bars, still determined to make that dream come true. Ryder's expression suddenly turned heavy. The hopeful smile disappeared as he accepted a painful truth. "But I can't," he admitted quietly. "I can't let you live the way I do." Taking a deep breath, Ryder spoke honestly to Mori. "Listen carefully, Mori. There are other people who want to take you with them too. We're trying to win, but honestly it's not looking so good for us." Far away, the mysterious white-robed figures continued discussing Mori's fate. "What about the boy?" one of them asked. Back at the prison cell, Ryder looked at Aya before returning his gaze to Mori. "Aya told me I needed to come see you myself, so I think the answer lies with you, kid." He stepped closer to the bars, his voice calm but serious. "Need your help?" Looking straight into Mori's tear-filled eyes, Ryder asked the most important question of all. "What do you think is the best way to clearly tell everyone what you want?" Mori nervously fidgeted, glancing around the room as he tried to understand Ryder's question. Then his eyes landed on a small glowing object lying on the floor. Curious, he slowly walked over and picked it up. For a brief moment, Mori simply stared at it. Then all at once his eyes lit up with excitement. He suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, letting out a string of loud, childish sounds. "Ra-ing meng, ma-gak." "Ing woo." Ryder stood frozen outside the cell, completely caught off guard. He had expected an answer, but definitely not that. Then, as if an idea had just struck him, Ryder's eyes widened. Without wasting another second, he quickly reached into his bag and pulled out a sketchbook. Opening it, he revealed a neatly organized set of colorful crayons, clearly preparing for whatever Mori wanted to show him next. Mori immediately sat down on the floor and eagerly opened the sketchbook. Without any hesitation, he grabbed a red crayon and began drawing as fast as his little hands could move. As the colors spread across the page, Ryder suddenly saw a vivid image in his mind. A bright green field appeared before him, where a happy Rowena laughed while holding Mori's hand. The two children ran together through the warm sunlight, smiling without a single worry in the world. The vision felt so real that Ryder froze, watching it unfold like a forgotten memory. Back in reality, the crayons slipped out of the box and scattered across the floor as Mori kept drawing, completely focused on recreating what he wanted to show. At the same time, somewhere else, the Jer and burled guardian beings calmly surrounded a sleeping child, silently observing him as if they were waiting for something important to happen. As Mori continued drawing one picture after another, colorful sketches slowly spread across the floor, filling the empty room. Far away, the small floating robot silently watched everything. Its glowing green eyes stayed fixed on the child, as if carefully observing every change. At the same time, Ryder stood frozen. Tears slowly rolled down his face as the memories inside Mori's drawings stirred emotions he had buried for a very long time. Then another vision appeared. Amiria with white hair and gentle wings smiled warmly before opening her arms toward Mori. Without any fear, the little boy happily reached out, wanting nothing more than to run into her embrace. The vision shifted again. Ryder remembered the warmth of holding Mori in his own arms. The child laughed happily while clinging tightly to him, and for a brief moment everything felt peaceful. Suddenly, a faint voice echoed through the silence. "Mori." The memories disappeared in an instant. Back in reality, Mori paused his drawing for a moment. He looked at the unfinished picture of the Miria, holding the yellow crayon in his tiny hand as if he had just remembered someone very important. The faint voice called out once again, "Mori." This time the Miria suddenly realized something. She looked around in confusion before softly asking Mori. Instead of answering, she picked up a small learning card with a picture of a carrot on it. "This is a carrot." Then she flipped the card over, revealing the word written on the back, "carrot." Patiently she guided Mori through every letter. "Very good, make a curve here. Now draw a straight line down." Following her instructions, Mori carefully traced each stroke until he successfully wrote the entire word by himself. The floating robot watched quietly from the side. "Excellent, perfect spelling." Back in reality, Mori slowly lifted his head. The forgotten lesson echoed in his mind as if those precious memories were finally beginning to return. The Miria smiled gently and encouraged him. "Let's try again with something else, Mr. Mori." She reached for another picture card and held it in front of him. "Oh, that's called." Back in reality, Mori clutched his head as another painful memory surfaced. The memories were becoming clearer, but each one came with a sharp wave of pain. Suddenly, pow! A loud crash echoed through the room. Mori flinched and looked toward the noise with wide, frightened eyes. Ignoring the interruption, the Miria calmly picked up another card. This time it showed a mother gently holding her baby. She quietly waited for Mori to remember what it was called, hoping the answer would come from his own heart. Mori's trembling eyes stayed locked on the picture, then almost instinctively he whispered a single word, "Mom." Memory struck him even harder. His hand slowly reached for a green crayon. Without thinking, he began drawing a large circle across the floor, as if his body remembered something his mind still couldn't understand. From above, the lonely child sat in the middle of the cold room, surrounded by scattered drawings, crayons, and fragments of forgotten memories. Far away inside the dark underground ruins, a small floating machine suddenly activated. Its central eye lit up with a glowing red light, as if it had finally detected something important. Then, without hesitation, the mysterious drone sped off through the ancient corridors toward an unknown destination. As the drone raced through the massive underground structure, it suddenly spotted two workers monitoring the facility from a control room. One of them glanced at a rope hanging outside the wall and casually assumed the maintenance crew had started cleaning the exterior, but his partner immediately frowned. No one cleans walls hanging from a rope. They always use a lift. The moment they realized something was wrong, both of them rushed to the monitors. Outside, Ryder was still suspended by the rope, clinging to the towering wall while carrying the stolen documents. The workers immediately shouted at him, demanding to know what he was doing there. Within seconds, emergency alarms echoed throughout the entire facility. Code Gray, code, warning alerts flashed across the system as the base officially declared an intruder alert, putting the entire complex on high alert. Back in the sanctuary, Miria quietly tossed a small communication stone into the air, hoping it would bring some news from Ryder. She calmly asked if anyone had heard from him. The room fell silent. Even though no message had arrived, Miria never looked worried. She closed her eyes for a moment before speaking with complete confidence. "I believe in him, he'll be back, I just know it." Her unwavering trust surprised everyone around her. Without another word, Miria rose to her feet and calmly prepared to leave. "I must get going now, I will see you when I return." With quiet determination, she stepped out of the room, carrying absolute faith that Ryder would accomplish his mission and make it back safely. Miria stepped into the center of a massive ceremonial chamber where an enormous glowing presence and three mysterious arbiters awaited her. One of them welcomed her formally. "Miria of the Fa clan, welcome." Without wasting another moment, the council announced that the arbitration would now begin. They revealed that the preliminary evaluation of the designated domain had produced promising results so far. Then the atmosphere turned tense. The lead arbiter looked directly at Miria and asked the question they had all been waiting for. "Now tell us, do you still refuse to bend?" Miria never hesitated. Standing alone before the powerful council, she answered with complete determination. "I will not give up on Mori." Even in front of the highest authorities, Miria refused to abandon the one she believed in. Miria stood her ground and calmly continued defending her decision. She declared that she would never abandon Mori, unless he personally told her that he no longer wanted to remain under her care. The arbiters immediately challenged her reasoning. They reminded her that Mori's intelligence was still underdeveloped and that he couldn't even speak properly. Then they questioned her ability to raise him at all. "Do you expect us to believe you can properly educate a human child, especially when you are not even human yourself, Miria?" Without losing her composure, Miria acknowledged their concern. She explained that she fully understood Mori needed to learn everything required to live in human society. Because of that, she had already contacted the human facility where Mori had been staying and discussed possible ways to support his education. But the arbiters quickly pointed out another problem. That facility belonged under Salem's authority, and Salem was already falling apart. They reminded Miria that she already knew this. Miria quietly agreed, then with complete sincerity she lowered her pride before the council. "Please, I humbly ask for your help." The first time the arbiters were visibly caught off guard by her unexpected request, Miria refused to back down. She explained that with the council's permission, Mori could continue growing in the place where he already felt safe and comfortable. Her words only enraged one of the arbiters. "This insolence! Have you forgotten that your own shortcomings are the reason you're standing before us?" Instead of arguing, Miria calmly activated a projection. Golden holograms appeared before the council, displaying the human staff who worked at Salem's facility. She explained that these people devoted their lives to protecting every child under their care. They did it to repay Salem for the kindness and protection he had once given them during the war. The vision then showed the peaceful orphanage where children laughed and played together. A caregiver gently held a sleeping child in her arms, treating him with genuine love and affection. Miria reminded the council that caring for another living being was never easy. Humans were imperfect, they would make mistakes. But despite those flaws, they continued choosing compassion. Looking up at the arbiters, Miria made one final heartfelt appeal. She begged them not to judge only by failures, but to remember the regrets they all carried from their own pasts. Miria's voice grew heavier as she recalled a tragedy from the past. She reminded the council of the time they realized far too late that a race devoted only to seeking knowledge had been destroyed by a meaningless civil war. The vision shifted to a lifeless battlefield, where broken machines and ruined cities stood as silent proof of that devastating conflict. Looking at the council, Miria quietly said she still remembered how deeply the arbiter had mourned those lives that were lost. She admitted that no one could change the past, even if they understood their mistakes now. One of the council members interrupted her. If that's true, then how will you prove that you can fulfill every responsibility of raising a human child? Especially when you'll be doing it alone. Without saying another word, Miria summoned countless glowing green records into the air. The floating files spread across the chamber, leaving the council confused. What are we looking at? Miria answered calmly. These are the statements from every member of my clan. Miria stood silently before the dark void, the heavy words echoing through the chamber. They told her how broken human society truly was, how one single individual was expected to bear the overwhelming weight of raising a child all on their own. To figure out the best path forward for little Mori, the clan turned to the digital archives, opening application after application. Profile after profile flashed across glowing green terminals. One applicant volunteered to be a mother or an auntie, writing with complete devotion. I am confident I can care for Mori with all that I have. Another offered to be a mother or grandmother, promising, I am confident I won't ever let Mori go hungry. A third wanted to step up as a father figure, writing, I am confident I can hold Mori in my arms all day. Gathered around glowing holographic runes, the hooded members of the Fa clan debated intensely. Every single one of them possessed a deep desire to protect this little human boy. But as they read through the rules of human guardianship, a startling truth dawned on them. The responsibility of raising a child was too immense, too fragile to rest on the shoulders of just one single soul. In the warmth of the sunlit room, magic stirred and tears welled in the eyes of the clan. They didn't need to choose just one mother or father. If human society was broken, they would redefine family on their own terms. Together, as an entire clan, every single one of them would step up to be Mori's family. But as the portal before Miria begins to pulse with black portal energy, will their combined strength be enough to protect Mori from the dangers waiting in the dark? Miria's eyes blazed with white-hot determination. She looked ahead without a single hint of hesitation, declaring that she wouldn't bear this burden alone. Her entire clan would gladly shoulder the responsibility of raising Mori together. Behind her, dozens of clan members stood in complete unbroken silence, presenting a unified front. But high above in the shadows of the Grand Judgment Hall, 3 towering elders watched with cold, unyielding eyes. Their triangular heads turned down toward her, scoffing at her decision. They questioned if Miria and her clan were truly ready for this, or if they were simply playing house with a human child's life. The head elder raised his hands, his voice resounding through the vast stone chamber. He warned Miria that no matter how noble her intentions were, the fundamental power dynamics could never be ignored. Miria was an entity of immense, terrifying power, and to a fragile human child, that level of force was inherently dangerous. As the heavy silence settled over the hall, bitter visions of the human realm flashed into view. Missiles cutting through dark gray skies, heavy tanks treading through war zones, and ruined skyscrapers standing as silent monuments to a fallen civilization. This destructive power imbalance wasn't just a threat from the gods, it was the exact same flaw currently tearing human society apart from the inside. But as the elders demand Miria surrender her claim over the boy, will she yield to their warnings, or will her love for Mori spark an open war against her own kind? Miria clenches her fist as memories of the past race through her mind. The power bestowed upon her by the Great Arbiter had protected her for as long as she could remember, but if that very power posed a threat to Mori, she was prepared to abandon it without hesitation. Foolish, the elder's thunderous voice shattered the silence of the hall. Raising his forearms in sheer disbelief, he roared at Miria, outraged that she would dare discard a sacred gift granted by the Great Arbiter himself. High above the vast trial chamber, the towering elders looked down upon Miria's figure standing far below. Their anger faded into a cold, lingering question. Did she truly believe she was the right person to care for a human boy? Were her instincts enough to bridge the gap between gods and mortals? Their final words echoed through the cavernous room. Are you certain that you can be his mother? And bear everything that comes with it? Miria lowered her head, her voice quiet as she admitted the truth. She couldn't say for sure. Her clan had spent endless hours sifting through every piece of knowledge, every ancient text, and every resource they possessed. Yet despite all their wisdom, they couldn't reach a conclusion. A truth that might remain hidden forever even after Mori eventually leaves them. Suddenly Miria raised her head, her eyes flashing with renewed fire. We can stand here all day, she declared, her voice echoing off the stone walls, and debate what it means to be a mother. Pages turned to reveal a simple child's drawing pasted inside a book, a colorful sketch of Mori and Miria standing together under the open sky. Because in the end, only Mori can define what having a mother means for him. Looking directly at the High Council with white-hot resolve burning in her eyes, Miria made her final declaration. She wasn't asking for the elders' approval or permission to play a role, she was simply demanding that her clan be the ones to walk by Mori's side. In her mind's eye, Miria saw a tiny hand holding onto theirs, a fragile bond guiding a young boy on his journey of self-discovery. Clasping her hands together tightly, tears began to flow freely down her face. Gone was the proud leader, all that remained was a mother pleading for her child. So please, I implore you to give me a chance. High above, the elders of the council remained detached. Turning toward the great arbiter, they dismissed her desperate plea with cold rationality. It seems they are trying to appeal to our empathy and emotions, the elder stated coldly. However, we still lack evidence that the child stumbled upon their home on his own. Crash. VMMM, a sudden explosion shattered the quiet tension of the hall. The elders paused, their cold calculations interrupted as a mystery force echoed through the trial room, leaving everyone in dead silence. Who dares to open a portal into the middle of a sacred arbitration? The great arbiter's voice boomed through the high hall, vibrating with pure outrage, but the intrusion didn't stop. VRO. A deep, rhythmic mechanical roar echoed across the chamber. Miria's glowing eyes widened as the sound washed over her. This sound, she whispered, her heart dropping as memories flashed through her mind. I know it. Crash. Before anyone could react, the ceiling shattered, raindrops of broken glass plummeted through the air as tethered figures clad in protective suits descended at terrifying speed, bringing heavy machinery plunging directly into the heart of the sacred trial. High above, the three-headed council recoiled in shock. Down below, Miria could only stare upward, mouth agape as chaos erupted into the sacred chamber. As glass rained down like broken diamonds from above, a striking silhouette pierced through the chaos, for glowing yellow eyes locked onto the trial hall below. Spiky white hair whipped in the wind, framing a sharp rider face, grit and determination. Rider, the fiery intruder Rider, had officially crashed the sacred arbitration. What business does this warrior have disrupting the highest court of the realm? Crash. Glass shatters overhead, raining shards into the colossal ancient chamber. Dropping straight through the breach are two tethered figures in hazmat suits, swinging alongside a massive mechanical rig. High above on their platforms, the three ancient arbiters stand frozen in shock. Down below, Miria looks up, mouth agape as the chaos unfolds. Leading the drop is Rider, his four yellow eyes glowing through the dust, teeth grit as he navigates the violent descent into the sacred hall. Sparkle. As they plunge past giant towering pillars, a mysterious cosmic aura begins to glow. A magical rift opens up, changing the tide of the arbitration forever. A blinding pillar of electric blue and radiant purple light erupts throughout the sacred hall. Rider. Miria's desperate cry echoes across the chamber, but it's too late. The tether snaps. Weightless Rider tumbles backward into pitch-black void. Sweat drips down his red skin as he stares up into the dying light of the court above. Beneath him, an interstellar rift explodes into view, a galaxy of starlight waiting to swallow him whole. Where will this dimensional rift take Rider next? Batum engulfed by the swirling cosmic rift, the toll of the portal takes its mark. Rider chokes, coughing up glowing green fluid into the void. Droop. His body slumps completely limp, suspended helpless inside a glowing orb of energy. Above him, the colossal, ancient arbiters loom over his captive form, their voice echoing cold and judgment-filled. Rider, wanted number 250,106, to have the audacity to barge into an arbitration like this, you must have a death wish. Battered, bound, and facing execution by ancient cosmic judges. Rider just smirks. Whatever his plan was, it's far from over. Rider scoffs right back at the ancient council. I don't know about death wish. But audacity can come in quite handy when you're trying to raise a child. Not that you guys would know. Trapped in the cosmic void, he calls out to the lead arbiter, holding up a thick handwritten stack of paper. You there, you wanted to know what Mori's thinking, right? What he has to say here, a letter from Mori to you. VMMM, the arbiter extends a pale hand. Glowing blue DNA strands spiral over the pages, scanning the energy signature until the paper dissolves into floating specks of light. Whoosh. Authentication confirmed. They are indeed created by the human boy. As light particles drift through the dark abyss, Rider softly mutters to himself. Trust me, I'm aware. Suspended in the dark cosmic void, Rider's tough front slips away. That I'm far from the best. I'm no one's first choice. The thing is, that kid, he likes me anyway. Drip. DRIPA's blood drips from his bound hands, a memory flashes in his mind. A tiny human hand holding tightly onto his giant finger. Rider opens his glowing yellow eye, overflowing with unshakable resolve. So for him, I'm willing to do anything. Whoosh, a sudden surge of blinding cosmic light erupts through the dark void, shaking the ancient realm to its core. As glowing starlight falls over the ancient cosmic hall, the triangle-headed attendants bow down in absolute reverence. Surrounded by a swirl of galaxy aura, the High Arbiter's voice echoes across the stars. The arbitration ends here. I will now issue a judgment. A beam of blinding cosmic energy splits the darkness as the final sentence begins. Thud thud. Meanwhile, back in a high-tech facility, young Mori comes sprinting in and takes a total wipeout right onto the floor. Thud. He picks himself back up, looking around to see what's happening. Back in the facility, little Mori locks his eyes forward, cheeks flushed with determination, and dashes full speed ahead. Dash. WOAH, look out! Mori tumbles right over the edge, plunging straight out of the facility and down into the cosmic void. Floating upside down in pitch-black space, tiny Mori drifts past glowing nebulae, completely confused as to how he got here. Suddenly, massive glowing hands reach across the starlight. The voice of the High Arbiter echoes through the vast galaxy, bestowing a legendary title upon the boy. Child of Stardust. As Mori's tiny soul drifted through the endless sea of stars, Nebulae gently reached out and spoke with kindness. It promised that when the time for his life finally came to an end, it would personally return to guide him once again. But until that distant day arrived, Mori was free to live whatever life he wished. The little boy floated peacefully through the glowing cosmos, slowly beginning to understand those gentle words. Then a warm red scarf drifted through the endless sky, and softly wrapped itself around his tiny body like one final blessing. Mori instinctively hugged it close, comforted by its warmth. Watching the child smile, Nebulae let out a soft laugh, pleased to see that Mori had accepted the gift without fear. Wrapped safely in the scarf, the little boy continued drifting toward his new life, carrying with him one final blessing from Nebulae, who had watched over him since the very beginning. As Mori floated farther through the endless cosmos, Nebulae quietly watched him with a gentle smile. Looking at the tiny child wrapped in the bright red scarf, Nebulae softly remarked that Mori was exactly as Miria had described, round, adorable, and full of innocence. Seeing such pure and unconditional love surrounding the little boy, Nebulae realized this was what love looked like in its truest form. With one final warm smile, Nebulae decided the time had finally come to send Mori home. A brilliant pillar of light suddenly engulfed the endless void, carrying Mori away from the cosmic realm. As the dazzling glow swallowed everything around him, Nebulae gently whispered, "I think it's about time we get you home." Light rushed forward with unstoppable force, marking the end of Mori's journey through the world beyond life and the beginning of the life that was waiting for him. As the blinding light faded away, Mori slowly opened his eyes. The endless cosmic realm was gone, replaced by a peaceful hill covered in soft green grass beneath a bright blue sky filled with drifting clouds. For a few quiet moments he simply lay there, staring upward as a gentle breeze brushed across the field. Then he slowly sat up, looking around in confusion. Everything felt unfamiliar, yet strangely warm and comforting. Curious, Mori turned his head from one side to the other, trying to understand where he had arrived. Just then a sudden sound echoed across the open field. His eyes widened instantly as he looked toward the source. Realizing that someone or something was nearby, Mori's eyes widened in disbelief. Far across the grassy hill, a familiar group suddenly appeared, waving both hands as they called out his name with excitement. The moment he recognized them, every trace of confusion disappeared. A huge smile spread across his face as happiness rushed through him. Without thinking for even a second, Mori broke into a run toward them. As he sprinted across the field, countless memories flashed through his mind like scattered pages of his life. He remembered the friends who had stood beside him, the family who had filled his world with love, the joyful days they shared together, and even the painful battles they had overcome. Every precious moment reminded him of the life waiting for him, and the people who had never stopped believing he would come back. Back in the Hall of Records, the tiny memories drifted into the Arbiter's hand like glowing pieces of light. After looking through Mori's entire journey, one of the keepers respectfully asked, "Dear Arbiter, what name shall we file these documents under?" The Arbiter remained silent for a long moment, carefully reflecting on everything Mori had been through. Every battle, every friendship, every painful goodbye, and every precious memory passed before their eyes. Then a gentle smile appeared. At that very moment, Mori was finally reunited with the people who had been waiting for him all this time. Miria, Ryder, and the others welcomed him with open arms, while everyone around them celebrated his return with joyful smiles. The memories would no longer be stored as the story of a lonely child wandering between worlds. From now on, they would simply be remembered as Mori's story, a journey filled with courage, friendship, family, and the place he finally found to call home. The Arbiter finally made the decision. "Us name this collection, On the Way to Meet Mom." With those words, Mori's entire journey was officially recorded forever under that title. At the same time, Mori laughed happily as he was wrapped in a warm embrace. Surrounded by Miria, Ryder, and everyone who had become his family, the lonely little boy who had searched across countless worlds finally found the place where he truly belonged. Then Mori suddenly looked up with a bright smile and shouted, "Ma!" The unexpected cry caught everyone completely off guard. Miria and Ryder froze for a second before looking at each other and bursting into laughter. Far away inside a quiet room, sunlight streamed gently through the window. Two silent keepers continued their work at a wooden desk, carefully preserving another unforgettable story. And so Mori's long journey finally came to an end, not as the tale of endless battles or impossible adventures, but as the heartfelt story of a little boy who never gave up on his dream of meeting his mother. Back in the quiet archive, the two silent arbiters had already fallen asleep after finishing their endless work. The room was peaceful, with only warm sunlight pouring through the window. Then, without warning, Eep, the small recording device resting on the table, suddenly came back to life. Its dark screen lit up with glowing green letters. Loading. Even after Mori's story had finally reached its perfect ending, the mysterious recorder quietly began activating once again. as if another story was about to be written.